lunch, stayed indoors. As the evening approached, I went down to where they were burning the body. I needed to satisfy ourselves that the body was completely burnt. So it's a very casual, normal, routine task torture for the torturers. But of course, the disparity is that a few hours can completely destroy a person's life in terms of the victim. I think the mindset that normalizes torture also manifests itself in institutions, not just individuals. In 2016, this was apparent when the government of Sri Lanka sent Sisira Mendes as part of their delegation to Geneva for the UN Committee Against Torture meeting. As you'll see on the left, the government announced in advance that it was going to send Mr. Mendes to Geneva, but no human rights activists seemed to question this decision, though he's well known in Colombo. Even after he went home in disgrace, the Colombo media totally ignored the issue, despite the international media coverage, and you can see on the right-hand side the story that Associated Press did on this issue at the time. Knowing that he was coming, we obviously looked into whether we could prepare a legal case against Mr. Mendes. We ended up doing this in kind of graphic to highlight the fact that the police are promoted based on the number of people they torture and the confessions they get. So we thought at least we could humiliate him in public in this way. But when I actually rang lawyers in Switzerland to ask whether we could build a case against him, knowing that he was coming there, and I told them, Swiss lawyers, that he was coming for the Committee Against Torture meeting, they laughed. They could not believe that someone would do that. Of course, he had diplomatic immunity because he was attending a UN meeting, and that was the irony of it. We also thought, these are the sketches from our very talented second-generation Tamil designer who works for us. These were his early ideas of how he was going to make that graphic. I think you know what happened in Geneva. We briefed the UNCAT rapporteur on who they were dealing with. We put a dossier together with the help of Journalists for Democracy in Sri Lanka and Felice Gale, who...
And I specifically asked for information from any member of the delegation, but I addressed my comments to one member of the delegation, Mr. Sisira Mendes, who was with us yesterday and today, but who hasn't spoken.
I won't play you the whole video. It's on YouTube. You can watch it, and we subtitled it into Tamil and Sinhala so that we hope that people in Sri Lanka will be able to see this man basically being questioned for the first time in his life about his alleged role in torture. And I think, I don't know if this is going to work, but we had a quite interesting, graphic we did, but I think our designer couldn't resist basically showing what he called the sad Mendes, the Mendes who didn't really enjoy going to Geneva. We had messages from his victims afterwards saying that seeing him on that video from Geneva was one of the happiest days of their lives since 2009, seeing him humiliated, seeing him put on the spot. And one person even wrote to us saying it was a time to live without fear now for her. I think nothing really illustrates more starkly how the government and civil society in Colombo have become myopic. They choose not to see the wild elephant in the room, or in this case, the policeman. Instead, they spend time working on plans, protocols, policies to improve human rights, though often with very questionable officials leading the process who are never actually called out for their past roles. The discussion on Sri Lanka's human rights record has tended to focus on flawed structures and legislation, as if decades of violations are an incremental development issue that just require more training and capacity building and have nothing to do with individual criminal responsibility. So, for example, the fact that the government's Witness Protection Authority contains alleged perpetrators of torture is not mentioned. Prominent members of civil society attended the launch for the Witness Protection Authority in Colombo and failed to question the inclusion on the body of a senior policeman, Nandana Munasinghe, named by the UN Special Rapporteur on Torture a decade ago as an alleged perpetrator of torture. While there is much general discussion of theoretical issues such as impunity, there's very rarely any challenge mounted from within civil society regarding compromised individuals, possibly also because it's dangerous. I think this is where Nimi was talking about the state's identity being erased, and this is another example of it, and literally the identity of the perpetrators. It's as if human rights violations occur in some kind of disembodied context. The perpetrators are distant and unknowable people never encountered, but that's obviously not the case. Here, right slide, yes. I think we all know the denial from the Rajapaksa era, and I'm not going to go into it in detail because it's familiar to all of you. The zero civilian casualty policy, the humanitarian operation, all of these really obscene terms for what actually happened. And we saw in the Rajapaksa period a great deal of effort expended to deny survivor accounts, matching each film or article or report with a rival version. It was flimsy factually, but intended to comfort those who wanted to live in denial. Today, I think the denial has changed somewhat, but a key aspect of it is the rotten apple theory, which involves regarding the conflict atrocities as isolated incidents, not system crimes. Just a few rotten apples in the security forces are supposed to be responsible for a vast array of crimes, the second largest caseload of disappearances in the world, thousands of torture and rape cases in the war, conduct that represented a grave assault on the entire regime of international law. It's actually not humanly possible for a few individuals to have done all this. Nobody has ever elaborated the rotten apple theory to explain if the wrongdoers are at the top of the Army, Navy, Air Force, intelligence services, the TID, the CID, STF, and prison services, or spread throughout all these institutions that have committed violations according to the United Nations. Still, the outright denial of the ongoing violations persists. So this is a quotation, this is something that was said to the family of a man who was abducted last year, to his parents, when they went to try and report the abduction to the police. The Sri Lankan police said no such incidents are happening nowadays, which of course begs the question about what was happening in the past and whether they concede those. So the victims are still quite literally having their experience denied. Nowhere is the denial more virulent than with the ongoing torture cases that we work on. But these are not involving regular police stations. These are the ethnically motivated abductions and torture by the military and TID. This is a 2016 victim, a human rights activist, and he said when he was branded, which you can see the marks on his back, about the people who did this to him, they were talking among themselves in Sinhalese and were laughing. As I said, they often laugh. Finally, they said jokingly in Tamil that the marks are similar to the stripes of a tiger. I was screaming and crying. So these branding marks that we've seen hundreds of cases of abroad, certainly in Europe, I don't know about here, these are, I mean, they don't look like tiger stripes, but initially, I'm told by doctors, they did see them more like stripes on the back. But they are clearly in the minds of the perpetrators a way of denoting a tiger. And this is a man who was not a member of the LTT, didn't even grow up in Sri Lanka. The ITJP has documented 76 cases of torture that has occurred under the new government, the Sirisena government, since 2015. The overwhelming response of civil society in Colombo and diplomats has been, and maybe there are people in this room too who are sceptical, has been to cast doubts, vague doubts on the accounts without actually engaging with the evidence. That's also supported by medical experts from organisations like Freedom from Torture in London, which is the biggest charity doing rehabilitation of torture victims. And by the way, their biggest caseload remains Sri Lankan Tamils even today. Instead, there is the customary counter-offensive against the individuals who say these things. We are personally vilified. We're called spoilers. We're told we're too ideological. And we're, of course, accused falsely of taking LTT funding and therefore being biased. Human rights activists in Colombo have expressed vague doubts about our methodology, about some cases, without really having enough information to identify any individual case. But they never engage with the evidence. They do not get in touch saying, can we come and see, can we know more about it? We've had women's groups in Sri Lanka saying that they don't see these accounts of sexual violence like the ones we're documenting. I would say that's not surprising because the predominant cases we're dealing with are not those of women, they're those of men. So obviously if you're talking about a different gender, you're not going to have the same things matching. There's this leaflet, which I think somebody was photocopying, which just summarizes our evidence, but it should be handed out. There is an irrational assumption that there must exist accessible corroboration of these cases inside Sri Lanka, and that without it, the testimony is automatically invalid. This is obviously a fallacy. Instead of primarily examining the victims, the deniers superficially examining what they left behind. In fact, there actually is corroboration of these cases inside Sri Lanka, but nobody's interested in examining it. We've been collecting files full of Human Rights Commission documentation, which is very revealing, not just in terms of corroborating our cases, but also in collecting material about other incidents of repression and reprisals. So about a third of our cases, we have this documentation on file. And these are complaints within Sri Lanka by the family members when their child typically is abducted. They're stamped, you have this receival stamp, they give letters and so on. So there's plenty of evidence inside the country that the victim was abducted. Obviously, families don't pursue these cases once the victim is bribed out of detention because they could be accused of bribing a state official. So it's a perfect system of denial that you can't really move forward beyond that. And that gives you, this slide, gives you an idea of the kind of numbers we're collecting. I think 31 disappearance cases. This is under the Sirisena era, where we have the paperwork to back it up, and 35 other cases of ongoing reprisal, many of them dealing with our old witnesses from the Rajapaksa period, so their families being frightened, basically, or sometimes literally beaten up in Sri Lanka. In one respect, the denial has spread, I would say. The torture victims were routinely disbelieved by the Rajapaksa government on the grounds that those spoke out were abroad and asylum seekers. Now we hear the same argument from some of Colombo's civil society. And it's bizarre. In 2014, a victim testifying abroad is credible for the OISL report. In 2015, they're not. The deniers have not explained how this is possible. Entrenched practices like torture do not change overnight just because a new configuration of politicians takes over. Imagine if all the evidence from Syrian or Rohingya victims abroad was treated in the same way. So Stanley Cohen describes interpretive denial as where the harm is acknowledged but the meaning denied or twisted. In many torture cases, including these recent ones, the scars from branding with a hot metal rod appear, you would have thought, literally undeniable, huge welts across the back that are an obvious sign of abuse. Hundreds of Tamils have experienced this, but extraordinarily, these, the most obvious scars, have become the most contested. I think it's a magnificent achievement on the part of the deniers to reinterpret these very blatant wounds. Many countries actually resort to stealth torture, which leaves no physical marks and can be very effective, but Sri Lanka has just mastered denial instead. Doctors have written learned papers on whether there is any medical evidence to substantiate the evidence of what's called self-infliction by proxy anywhere in the world, and they say there is not. SIBP, self-infliction by proxy, is a euphemistic term for alleging the victim paid someone else to inflict torture scars on his or her body in order to be able to get asylum in England and have a better life. It doesn't deny the harm done to the body, but it reinterprets it as voluntary. No matter that the scarring alone will not secure a person asylum in the UK, at least, you have to prove future risk. If scars alone guaranteed asylum, 1 or 2 cigarette burns surely would be enough. There would be no need to brand your back and also your thighs and calves. Nor would you need to be hung upside down to achieve the rope burns around the wrists and ankles that so many of the fresh victims have. And if torture were self-inflicted, it would not cause the same psychological damage. Doctors wouldn't see the large number of attempted suicides upon arrival in the UK. Some recent victims have up to 30 cigarette burns on their body, often on their genitals, or in the case of women on their breasts, or where the bra strap would go on their back, indicating that they were stripped naked when this happened. They've routinely been subjected to falaka, beating on the soles of the feet, which they say is like electricity running through the body, because it's obviously affecting the nerves in the feet. And while it doesn't leave any visible scars, this torture leaves them in pain for life when they walk. So who is going to pay someone to do that to them, as well as burn them, just to get asylum? Then there's the sexual violence, the rape. Many of the young men we meet say they didn't know it was possible for men to be raped until it happened to them. They struggle to describe unspeakable depravity, risking stigmatization in the community, and experts believe it would be very, very hard to fake the kind of traumatic response that they have to torture and sexual violence. I think it's actually, and you see here 87% of the recent cases have been men that we're dealing with, it's actually the depravity of these assaults that leads the perpetrator community to need a defense mechanism, and the concept of self-infliction is a very sophisticated safety valve to enable even human rights activists to deny the most blatant cases of torture. And sadly, some Tamils have joined in this chorus of doubt, not realizing that it has its roots in the culture of denial of the entire experience of Tamil suffering during the conflict. I've sat in meetings in London with Tamil diaspora figures who said to me, oh, everything's fine now. I went back to Jaffna. Oh, I don't believe any of this stuff about ongoing torture. I went back, it's all fine. So I was asked, forgive me if I'm overrunning my time, I was asked to add a few comments on strategies and ways forward to counter this kind of thing. And very briefly, I'll just explain the sort of things that we're working on. Obviously, one of the things that everybody's talking about now is universal jurisdiction cases. As you all probably know, we brought a case in Latin America in August last year against General Jagat Jayasuriya. We brought 4 cases, actually, in Peru, Chile, Colombia, and Brazil, because he was accredited to there. And Suriname wouldn't accept the case, and he'd never presented his papers in Argentina, unfortunately. I think I can't really talk about the case because it's still ongoing, but I think there's a lot of buzz about universal jurisdiction cases. I hear it a lot from Tamils, and I think the problem is they're the exception, not the norm. They're extremely difficult to do. I mean, in this case, expensive. You're having to do stuff in Portuguese and Spanish. It's far away. You're dealing with countries that have their own problems. They're not that interested in Sri Lanka, and it's not their priority. And I think, and you look at this case that we put together, it's based on years of documentation. It's not something we just suddenly did. We collected a lot of victims from Joseph Camp under the period when he was in charge, and that was a period of about a year. So, we'd done that because we've been working on this for a long, long time, not knowing that we were going to go after him particularly. I think also, in terms of political will, a lot of countries are really not interested in assisting with universal jurisdiction cases. It's extremely political which countries they want to do it for. South Sudan maybe, but not Sri Lanka, depending on where it is. And certainly my country wouldn't really entertain one, I think. Then there's the problem of tracking people, knowing when they're going into a jurisdiction and being able to have standing to do that. You often need to have the person present in the country. The other thing we've been looking at is naming and shaming. This is the cover of our new report on the Special Task Force, and I think we'll try and get it printed and give some copies out tomorrow. We created a list. This is based on perpetrator evidence, on STF Sinhalese witnesses, and I urge you to read it. But we collected on the basis of that evidence a list of 56 names of people that we believe should be vetted and shouldn't go for peacekeeping. And you realize that STF is now going for peacekeeping. And we shared that with DPKO and OHCHR, the Department of Peacekeeping. And I think that this is something interesting to move forward with, the idea of vetting Sri Lankan security forces for peacekeeping, because it's about whitewashing the reputation of the army, it's lucrative, it's prestigious. And when we pushed on the issue of Lieutenant Colonel Hugo going to Lebanon, and it was chance. I happened to read the news story that said he was going, and they named him, and I Googled him, and within 5 minutes on Google I could see what his past record was, and because we happened to be involved in the past in insisting with vetting, we knew the criteria that were employed by OHCHR, and we could say right to the Human Rights Commission and OHCHR and the UN and say, look, this guy doesn't fit within the criteria. He's the contingent commander. You shouldn't send him. There's 10 days to go. Please don't send him. And then with the help of the Tamil diaspora groups who wrote as well to DPKO, his deployment to Lebanon was suspended, so he never went. Now there's an issue about the other men that went and whether they should be sent back, and DPKO says the government should pay for that. So, there's, I think, a process of accountability already because of the push on that. The Human Rights Commission, which is a civilian body, has some oversight over the military and who goes abroad. I think there's a lot more potential for vetting, for naming and shaming that you as a community can make use of. I think this is a slide from November last year. This is the psychosocial group that we run in London. And basically this is a long story, but we found that when we had witnesses, victims going out of the door, that they were in such dire straits in the UK particularly, and Switzerland, they were much better off, and Norway, but in the UK, they were not accessing services, and they were often not accessing the support of the community because they were sexual violence survivors and they felt this strong sense of shame and stigma. And we put together we had a very enlightened donor at that point we put together a psychosocial project to support them with primarily English classes as the face of it, because it's not like come to a session for a torture survivor, but the English classes were there so they could tell their friends and family what they were going to learn English, but with group counselling in the Tamil language run by survivors of the war, and also some therapeutic art, which has been surprisingly successful. So we run this program. There are about 45 recent torture survivors enrolled in it, but they don't come every week necessarily. Some come every week, some come on and off. They say it's like a group where they feel comfortable, they can come and go. But, taking care of your witnesses afterwards, offering people some support, not just using them and throwing them away, it's something that's quite difficult to do. And we're now struggling, obviously, with support for this program. I have enough money to run it till the end of May, and that's it. So I'm in dire straits. The other thing we're doing is a website for the 18th of May this year, where we're collecting the names of the people who surrendered on or around the 18th of May. So We're basically putting together the surrender list with the help of groups inside Sri Lanka and outside. And these are 100 of the photos. We have about, I think, approaching 150 now of the people who disappeared on that day. And we want to create that list and then write to the Office of Missing Persons and say, hey, this is the biggest number of disappearances on one day historically in Sri Lanka, probably anywhere. And there are multiple eyewitnesses all over the world, some of whom have given us testimony, which is why we came to this. And, you know, your first case, your low-hanging fruit case, if you like, should be investigating these disappearances. And by the way, we know which military units were present and in charge because it says so in the OISL report. So why don't you call Shivendra Silva and Jagat Jayasuriya to give evidence? Because that's what you should do if you're doing your job properly. So that's kind of where we're going forward. I think on that note, I feel terribly guilty. I think as the chair, I probably totally abused my position. I'll leave that there, and I'll call on the next speaker, Ranjan, to come and talk.
I got it. Okay. Yeah. Do you need audio as well? I don't need, no. I think it'll come here. I don't have audio. Okay. Oh, yeah. Thank you very much. Welcome, everyone. What I will be talking today is something that I have been gathering information and evidence, and something that is very important for all of us. I think if I come from an engineering point of view, this building is standing here without breaking down because they were built to code. The code was designed by engineers, and there are government officials who are engineers who are supposed to make sure that this thing is built to code. When that job is not done properly, everything breaks down. So in that same sense, this Universal Declaration of Human Rights was actually enacted to protect vulnerable people and to prevent atrocities around the world. If you look at the Sri Lanka context, I think it's important to know the historical basis on which the struggle started, mainly because in the pre-colonial time, there were 3 sovereign nations in the island, and both the Tamils and the Sinhalese have lived in the island for a long time, several millennia, right? But then what is happening now is that when the British left in 1948, basically they handed over the island in a platter to the Sinhalese because they were numerically superior, or numbers were more. They passed legislation that affected the Tamils and favored the Sinhalese. But over time, the military and the police and everything is controlled by the Sinhalese, so basically the Tamils became a subject race. And all these violations that were supposed to be protected, the Tamils should be protected, is enshrined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights that was actually proclaimed in 1948. I actually came to know that only 2 decades ago, after the internet age. But I think every one of us should know all the articles, and Sri Lanka is one country that has violated all 30 articles in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And I don't have time to elaborate on each one of them. I'm going to show a few with samples of slides so you will know. And I want the young people here to remember, I think this is not only applicable in Sri Lanka, but all over the world, because I think everybody should be aware of what their rights are. And that's very important. If you don't know what your rights are, I think it's important. You will not be able to protect other people also, right? So let's look at the, one of the cornerstone of this one is that when this was proclaimed, mainly after the Second World War and the atrocities of the Jewish Holocaust, and they said never again. Unfortunately, this never again has not been useful to us. It's happening again and again. So if you, in the context of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, If you take the Article 1, it says all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. And as Francis showed you earlier, Tamils are not treated like persons. In fact, they're not treated like persons. Otherwise, how would somebody torture somebody like that, right? So basically in the north and east, there's a heavy concentration of military. For one person, one military person, there is 3 civilians. Highly concentrated. And also, people can't go out and speak freely. So there is no freedom for the people to speak their mind. If you take Article 2, it says no distinction shall be made on the basis of the territory to which a person belongs. During the height of the war, during the 2002 to 2007 period, also before that, anybody who is traveling abroad had to come to Colombo because they had to leave Colombo by the airport. And anybody who was staying in anybody's house had to register with the police. By midnight, police vans came and took them away. And there will be a bomb blast in Colombo, and they will round up all the Tamils who are not registered, and they will send them back to Jaffna. So basically, just because you are a Tamil and coming from the north and east, you are a danger. So this is the clause that is being violated there, but nobody ever questioned the government on this one. Take Article 3, everyone has a right to life, liberty, and security of person. Tell that to those people who are missing. There are more than 146,000 people still unaccounted for at the end of the war. 1.5 million of us have left the island. And more than 340,000 got displaced. Many of them have still not returned to their homes. So all of these ring hollow. This Article 3 rings hollow for many of these people. You take Tamils massacred over, there's a long list here. It's a very concise. You can read it, but I can give you the reference. There are over 115 pogroms against Tamils, and not a single person has been convicted so far. And this is going back to 1956. In fact, the violence against Muslims actually started in 1915. So we are celebrating 100 years of violence in Sri Lanka against the minorities. Now, this is a classic photo that appeared soon after the 1983 pogrom. This is, I think it was in English newspaper. You can see these people are dancing. Their faces are very clear. And if anybody wanted to pursue these assailants, this person was burnt alive later on. If anybody wanted to pursue, you can see that they have enough evidence to pursue this case. Nothing was done. In fact, this whole thing was whitewashed, and I'll show you later on how they whitewashed this thing. In 1995, these are only a few, I'll warn you, a few slides, gruesome. 1995, the government of Sri Lanka ordered civilians to take refuge in a church and then bomb the church. So this is the aftermath of the bombing of the church. Similarly, in 2006, an orphanage full of children were bombed and 129 children died. The government's account is they were all Tiger trainees. So these are the narratives that the government is dishing out and the West is believing because it suits them. If you take Article 4, no one shall be held in slavery or servitude. Now this is we don't call it the modern day slavery, is a different form of slavery. In this case, vast tracts of agricultural lands belonging to the Tamils have been taken over. There are many widows from the war who are in the north and east. They need employment. So the army controls these agricultural lands and employs these people because they are in dire need of some jobs. And they also, southern banks come and provide loans to these people, saying that you can buy this and that. And then because these people are not educated enough to understand the implications of borrowing money, they become indebted. Then as a result, they have to become in complete servitude, even though they are being abused in their job in the farms. So this is another form of slavery. It's a modern form of slavery that is happening, but it's in a different form compared to the slavery that we know of from before. If you take Article 5, it says no one shall be subjected to torture or to cruel and inhuman degrading treatment or punishment. You can see this is the aftermath of the day 2009, May 18, 2009. I think May 19th or 20th, I think this photo was taken. You can see all these people rounded up. They are naked. They're being brought to this pond. I don't know what happened to them after that. This book, released by the Legacies and Lessons, actually compares the sexual violence against men and boys in Bosnia, Herzegovina, and Sri Lanka. Well documented. So these are all contrary to the Article 5 of the UN Declaration of Human Rights. If you take Article 7, all are equal before the law and entitled without any discrimination to equal protection. Now, if you take the Tamils, all the police stations are manned by Sinhalese, and if you go and make an entry or if you make a complaint, the entry will be written in Sinhalese, and you have to sign the document, the statement you gave, without understanding what was written. Now, how can you call that justice? So we don't have justice in that sense. So Amnesty International actually put out 20 years of make-believe. It talks about Sri Lanka's commissions of inquiry, and basically we don't have equal justice in Sri Lanka. Now here's another document, Legacy to Remember. Actually, it contravenes, now it talks about everyone has a right to an effective remedy by the competent national tribunals for acts violating the fundamental rights. The perpetrators are going scot-free. We don't have a remedy within the Sri Lanka system. Now, if you look at this one, this is actually written by Kumari Kishali Pinto Jayawardena. She lists from 1963 to 2002 all of the different commissions appointed by the government, and what kind of results they came up with. They blame the victims. They blame the Tamils on the 77 violence programs against them. They blame the Tamils on the 83 violence, all of these. So basically, Tamils can expect justice from the government of Sri Lanka. I think the second one, the photo on the right, actually is a publication that was discussed before by Francis before. Article 9 says no one shall be subject to arbitrary arrest, detention, or exile. 1.5 million of us have been kicked out, basically, or came off our own because of fear of being back home. The Prevention of Terrorism Act of 1979 basically gives carte blanche power to the police to arrest and detain you without being even produced before a court for 1 year or more. Many people who have been arrested have disappeared. Now, here is mothers asking for their sons, daughters, and husbands. This photo was taken 363 days of protest. Now I think it's more than 430 days. They are continuously protesting, asking for the whereabouts of their loved ones. They have proof that they handed over, but nobody knows what happened to them. Article 15 says everyone has a right to a nationality. In 1949, soon after the independence, 1 year after the independence, the government disenfranchised almost 1 million Indian Tamils. They lost their voting rights and their nationality overnight. And after the 1981 elections in the north and east, there have been no true elections because the army is in the area. If you look at the electoral seats in the parliament by community, you can see that in 1947, the seats were distributed 63 Sinhalese to 6 Muslims, 20 Tamils. By 1952, the numbers went to 73, and the numbers Tamils dropped from 20 to 12, mainly because the Indian Tamils were not allowed to vote. But over time, they expanded the number of seats. By 1978, the number of seats went to 190 for the Sinhalese, and Tamils remained at 23 and Muslims at 12. So you can see that any law you pass, there's no chance, even if the Sinhalese are divided among themselves, there's no chance that you will be able to overturn any law that affects or that favors the Sinhalese community. Here is the Article 17, which says no one shall be arbitrarily deprived of this property. The people of Irunadivu, this is a recent photo, April 24th, you can see people of Irunadivu are actually embarking on a bold move to go and reclaim their land, their abode. And the army didn't do anything yet, but I think very soon things will change. They went with the help of the Catholic priests to their former church, and they don't have any buildings standing on their plots. Everything has been destroyed, so they are taking refuge in the church. Even that is destroyed too, partially. Now this is a photo not too far from my hometown. This is the north surrounding the northern airport, Palali. And these are satellite imagery taken in 2011 on the left and 2014 on the right. So this is during the former regime. You can see that it was people's homes, lands. They had sporadic housing there. Once the army extended the high security zone, it actually built all these houses and permanently settled army men and their wives, families in this area. So they're basically taken over the land after chasing out the Tamils who are living there. And then you can see that there's a lot of agriculture going on, and they flood the market with this produce that makes the local farmers unable to sell their produce. So they are not only depriving the land, but they are also depriving the local farmers from other areas from having a decent livelihood. This is closer to my heart. This is my ancestral home, not too far from that place. So this whole area was under army control even until 2000, I believe 2009, 10, I believe. The homes were occupied in 2004. That was the last time I visited. I didn't go, but my wife was able to go. This house was occupied by army personnel at the time, in 2004. But when they left, they stripped the house of all of the windows, doors, and they dumped all the furniture in the well, which is the only drinking water source for the house in this area, at least for the house, right? So you can see the hatred and the viciousness of the thoughts going through these people. They occupied the house for free, but when they leave, they have to destroy their property and then contaminate the well before they leave. Article 20, everyone has a right to freedom of peaceful assembly and association. This rings hollow for the people in Jaffna or in the east. Basically, there's no peaceful means of assembly. Not only now, but it's going back 60 years. Now, Tamil journalists, so many Tamil journalists have been killed, murdered. We have a whole books written about that. One of the speakers in the 1999 conference here was murdered as a journalist. So, and also the Tamils cannot even collectively mourn their dead. Now, this is a photo from 1961. This is a satyagraha or nonviolent resistance in 1961. You can see that it's being, these people were eventually beaten up and dispersed. Article 21 says everyone has a right of equal access to public service and the right to vote in the genuine elections. I think the last genuine election was in 1977, in which the Tamil people overwhelmingly voted to have a separate state. After that, the war broke out, and since then, the elections have been a farce. We hear about democracy returning to Sri Lanka, but I think if you really look deep, any party that is speaking for the Tamils, their meetings will be attacked, or they are not free to publish. And still, at some point, 1 million Tamils could not vote for many, many years until there was an agreement with the Indian government to repatriate some of the Indians, and others were granted nationality. You take Article 22, everyone has the economic and social, cultural rights indispensable for its dignity and free development of its personality. You can see the destruction of the economy, destruction of the place of worship. All of these don't agree with Article 22. I only listed a few for the time's sake. Article 26 says education shall be equally accessible to all on the basis of merit. Now, this is the crux of the problem. The main Tamil struggle started mainly because of the standardization, which demanded the Tamil students score 20% higher than the Sinhalese students to go to the university, which resulted in the armed movement eventually. So violation of UDHR articles by Sri Lanka against Ulan Tamils has been going on for almost 70 years. It is time for the UNHRC to take concrete steps to protect the Ulan Tamils. But I think as the previous speaker said, we have fallen into the trap of UNHRC as a human rights issue. Actually, it's not a human rights issue for me. I think it's more of a genocide issue. And we will be talking about in the next session. Thank you very much.
Fatima, would you like to come off and give your presentation? So Fatima Kader, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm blinded by the light in the back, but I wanted to say first, thank you so much for having me. I'm also standing on my tiptoes because this...
Give me one of those covers. வணக்கம். நாங்கள் ஆட்டோவாவில் நடைபெற்றுக் கொண்டிருக்கும் செகண்ட் இன்டர்நேஷனல் கான்ஃபரன்ஸ் ஆன் தமிழ் நேஷன்ஹுட் அண்ட் ஜெனசைட் இன் ஸ்ரீலங்கா பற்றி பேசப் போகின்றோம். வணக்கம் சுசிராஜன்.
வணக்கம்.
இந்த கான்ஃபரன்ஸுக்கு தான் முதல் முறையாக வாரீங்களா, இல்லை இதுக்கு முன்னால் 1999 நடந்த கான்ஃபரன்ஸுக்கு வந்தீங்களா?
நான் கனடாவுக்கு வந்தது 1998. அப்போ எனக்கு வேற சந்தர்ப்பம் கிடைக்கவில்லை. இந்த முறை தான் கட்டாயம் வரணும்னு சொல்லி வந்தேன்.
இந்த கான்ஃபரன்ஸில் நீங்கள் சோஃபார் கேட்ட ஸ்பீச்சஸாக இருக்கட்டும், அந்த ப்ரெசன்டேஷன்ஸை பற்றி நீங்கள் என்ன நினைக்கிறீங்க?
இல்லை, நிறைய எங்களோட ஊடகங்கள் மறைக்கப்பட்ட விஷயங்கள் நிறைய நான் இன்றைக்கு தெரிஞ்சு கொண்டேன். நான் எப்போவுமே ஊடகத்தின் மூலம் எல்லா விஷயங்களும் அறிஞ்சு கொண்டிருக்கிறேன். நாட்டை விட்டு வந்தா கூட இவ்வளவு வருஷமா எனக்கு போக விருப்பம் வரையில. ஏன்னா ஏதாவது ஒரு நாட்டில் விடிவு வருமா வராதான்னு பார்த்து கொண்டிருக்கிறேன். வந்த பிறகு போகணுமென்றதான் ஆசை. அதனால எல்லா விஷயங்களையும் பார்த்து கொண்டிருக்கும் போது இன்றைக்கு நிறைய விஷயம் பார்த்தினாங்க. நிறைய விஷயங்கள் மறைக்கடிக்கப்பட்டிருக்கு. ஊடகங்களாலையும் பத்திரிகைகளாலையும் கவர்மெண்டாலையும் எல்லாமே மறைக்கப்பட்ட விஷயங்கள் நிறைய தெரிஞ்சு கொண்டேன். அதை பார்த்துட்டு தான் யோசிச்சேன், இது கட்டாயம் எல்லாரும் பார்க்க வேண்டிய விஷயம் சொல்லிட்டு. இப்ப நான் மட்டும் இல்லை, என் ஃபேமிலியில என்ன 2 பிள்ளைகள் இங்கதான் பிறந்து வளர்ந்துருக்கிறேன். அவையிலையும் கட்டாயம் கூட்டிட்டு வந்தேன். என்ன சொன்னா, இந்த விஷயங்கள் எமது பிள்ளைகளுக்கு தெரிஞ்சு கொள்ளணும்ன்றதுக்காக கூட்டிட்டு வந்தேன். அப்ப இது வந்ததுக்கு உண்மையா சந்தோஷப்படுற ஒரு விஷயத்துல நானும் இதுல ஒரு பார்ட் ஆஃப் திஸ் ப்ரோக்ராம்ன்றதுக்காக அடுத்த மற்ற மக்களும் கட்டாயம் இதுல கலந்து கொள்ளணும். நாட்டை விட்டு வந்துட்டோம், என்ன செய்து நாங்க நாட்டுக்கு, அதுதான் முதல் ரீசன் நான் இங்கே வந்தது. நிறைய விஷயங்கள் நான் 1977 நிகம்புல நான் பிறந்து வளர்க்க ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ரைட்ஸ் சின்ன கலவரமா தொடங்கி அங்கேருந்து யாழ்ப்பாணத்துக்கு துரத்தி அடிக்கப்பட்டாங்க. 77 அங்க போயிருந்து 85, 86 படிக்கும்போது முக்காவாசி நாள் பங்கர்ல இருந்து படிச்ச நாங்கள். நிறைய பேர் என் ஃப்ரெண்ட்ஸோட அண்ணாமார் ஆமி இழுத்து கொண்டு போய் கொண்டது, மற்றது ஹெலியால மேலால ஷூட் பண்ணிக்க ஸ்கூலால பைக்ல ஓடிக்கொண்டு என் வீட்டுல ஏனுக்குள்ள ஓடினதெல்லாம் ஞாபகம் வருது. அதனால 87 நாட்டை விட்டு வெளியில வந்துட்டேன். ஆனா என்ன செய்த நாங்க அங்க பாதிக்கப்பட்ட மக்களுக்கு என்ன செய்த நாங்க 2009 எல்லாமே நடந்து எல்லாம் முடிஞ்சிட்டுன்னு சொன்னாலும் அங்க உள்ள மக்களுக்கு விடிவு வந்ததா? அது நடக்கிறதில்ல. அதனாலதான் நான் இப்பொழுது பிராம்டன் தமிழ் ஒன்றியத்திலும் ஈடுபட்டு அங்க பாதிக்கப்பட்ட மக்களுக்காக உதவி செய்து கொண்டிருக்கிறோம். அதே மாதிரி தனிப்பட்ட முறையில எங்களால என்ன செய்ய முடியும் என்றதுக்காகத்தான் வந்தேன். இங்க நடக்கிற இந்த சர்வதேச மாநாடு உண்மையில் வரவேற்கத்தக்கது. சொன்னா கொஞ்சம் காலம் போக எல்லாருமே எங்களை மறந்துடுவேனா எல்லாமே. இப்ப 9 வருஷம் ஆச்சு எங்களுடைய போர் எல்லாம் இல்லாம போய் அதுக்கு பிறகு என்ன விடிவு வந்தது என்றதுக்காகத்தான் வைக்கிறேன். அப்ப இப்ப 6 வருஷம் 10வது வருஷம் ஆகிறது. அங்க விடிவு வந்ததா ஒன்றுமே தெரியல. இன்னமும் மக்கள் அகதிகளாக்கப்பட்டு சொந்த வீடுகளை விட்டு கேம்ப்ல இன்னமும் இருக்கணும். அதே மாதிரி பிள்ளைகள் துளைத்த பேரண்ட்ஸ் இன்னும் அந்த பிள்ளைகளை கண்டே பிடிக்கல. வெள்ள வேன் கொண்டு போன ஒரு பிள்ளைகளும் திருப்பி வந்ததாவே முடிவில்லை. எத்தனை பேர் இப்போ எனக்கு ப்ரோக்ராம் பார்க்க இல்லாமல் இருக்கேன்னு சொன்னா நிறைய ரியல் லைஃப் பிக்சர்ஸ் பண்ணால பார்க்க முடியாது. ஏன்னா அது வந்து
நீங்களும் அதை
அனுபவிச்சனால மற்ற திருப்பி அந்த மெமரிஸ் வருது. நாட்டுக்கு நான் இன்னும் திருப்பி போகல. 1990 ஒரு 1 வீக் விசிட்டுக்கு பிறகு இன்னும் போகல. 28 வருஷம் ஆச்சு. கூட நாட்கள் இங்க வருஷங்கள் வெளிநாட்டுல இருக்கிறமே ஒழிய திருப்பி போறதுக்கு. அப்ப ஒரு நாளைக்கு என்னுடைய பிள்ளைகளோட திருப்பி நாட்டுக்கு போகணும். அந்த நாள்ல எல்லா மக்களும் ஹாப்பியா உள்ளதை பார்க்கணும், சந்தோஷமா மீண்டும் பழைய நாங்கள் கேட்க இருந்த ஒரு நல்ல ஒரு சூழ்நிலையில தான் என் பிள்ளைகளை கொண்டு போய் காட்டுவோம் இருக்கிறேன். அந்த நாட்களுக்காக தான் வெயிட் பண்ணி கொண்டிருக்கிறேன்.
நீங்கள் இந்த கலந்துரையாடல்களை கேட்டபொழுது உங்களுக்கு ஒரு விழிப்புணர்வு வந்ததாக கூறியிருந்தீர்கள். இப்போ நாட்டுக்கு போகணும், நாடு நல்ல நிலைமையில இருக்கணும், அதை பார்க்கணும்ன்றது ஆசை இருக்குது. இப்போ நீங்கள் ஏற்கனவே உங்களால் முடிஞ்ச உதவியை செய்கிறீங்க பிராம்டன் தமிழ் அசோசியேஷன் மூலமாக. ஆனால் இந்த கருத்தரங்கு மூலமாக நீங்கள் அறிந்த புது விடயம் அதுக்கு என்ன செய்ய போகிறீர்கள் என்று கூற முடியுமா?
இல்ல, இப்ப நாங்களே கழிச்சு கொண்டிருக்காம வேற்றின மக்களுக்கு விழிப்புணர்வா கொண்டு வரணும். அதன் மூலம் தான் நாங்க கொண்டு வரலாம். சிரியாவில் நடக்கிற ப்ராப்ளத்துக்கு அது வந்து வேர்ல்டு வைடே கண்டனம் தெரிவிக்குது. எங்கள் நடந்த இவ்வளவும் அழிக்கப்பட்டது, முல்லைத்தீவுல நடந்த அவ்வளவு சுவடே இல்லாம போயிடுது. அப்ப அதுக்கு நாங்க எப்படி திருப்பி கொண்டு வரலாம்ன்றதுக்கு நாங்க மற்ற மக்களுக்கு விழிப்புணர்வையும் ஏற்படுத்தி அதே மூலம் எங்களுக்கு பாராளுமன்ற உறுப்பினர்கள் மூலமோ ஏதோ ஒரு மூலத்துல கனடா கவர்மெண்ட்டுக்கும் மற்ற கவர்மெண்ட்டுக்கும் ஒரு புஷ கொடுத்து ஏதோ ஒரு வழியில தான் கொண்டு வரலாம். ஏதோ சிறு துளி பெரு வெள்ளம் மாதிரி எங்களுடைய ஒரு சின்ன சின்ன ஒத்துழைப்பு மூலம் இதை கொண்டாடலாம். அதாலதான் நான் சொல்றேன், எல்லாருமே வந்து கலந்து கொள்ளணும். பாக்குற எல்லாருமே இது ஒரு பெரிய தூரம் இல்லை. நாங்க பிராம்டன்ல இருந்து நான் இன்றைய காலமா 2 பிள்ளைகள் ஹஸ்பண்ட் எல்லாரோடையும் வந்தாங்க. அதே மாதிரி கிட்ட உள்ளாக்கள் தூரத்துல உள்ளாக்கள் நாளைக்கும் இருக்குது கான்ஃபரன்ஸ், அதுக்கும் வரலாம். அதே மாதிரி மண்டே நடக்கிற பார்லிமெண்ட்ல நடக்கிற அறிக்கை வாசிக்கிறதுக்கு அவர்கள் முதலே ரெஜிஸ்டர் பண்ணி இருக்கணும். செய்யாட்டியும் நாளைக்கு கட்டாயம் வந்து கலந்து கொள்ளலாம். நிறைய விஷயங்கள் தெரிஞ்சு கொள்ளலாம். உங்களோட பிள்ளைகளுக்கு இதை காட்டுங்க. எமது சமுதாயம் அழிந்து போகிறதுக்கு நாங்க இங்கேயும் ஒரு வழிவகுக்காம அந்த பிள்ளைகளுக்கு நமது சமுதாயத்தை பற்றியும் தமிழை பற்றி எல்லாருமே பிள்ளைகள் தமிழ் படிக்கிறார்கள் எல்லாரும். ஆனா இனத்தோட எங்களுடைய ஹிஸ்டரிய கட்டாயம் சொல்லி கொடுக்கணும். அதுக்காகத்தான் வந்தேன்.
நன்றி. நன்றி.
நன்றி. வணக்கம்.
என்னதை பற்றி கதை போனாங்க?
பொதுவான இம்ப்ரெஷன்ஸ் ஆஃப் எங்களுடைய நோக்கம் கடைசியில் பார்லிமெண்ட்ல இதை கொடுக்க போகிறோம்.
நீங்கள் பார்ட் ஆஃப் பிராம்டன் தமிழ் அசோசியேஷனா? இல்லை, நீங்கள்
நான் பழைய ஒரு ஆக்டிவிஸ்ட். ஓகே,
வணக்கம் Father Bernard.
வணக்கம்.
What brings you to this conference today?
நான் பல காலமாக உரிமைகளை பற்றி நீதியை பற்றி வேலை செய்திருக்கிறேன். குறிப்பாக தமிழ் மக்களுடைய ஈழத்தமிழ் மக்களுடைய நிலைப்பாட்டை பற்றி அதில் நான் ஈடுபட்டிருக்கிறேன். இப்படியான ஒரு நிகழ்வு மிக முக்கியமான நிகழ்வு. அதுவும் அங்கே போகிற போக்கு பார்க்கும் பொழுது எங்களுடைய நாட்டிலே மண்ணிலே அரசியல் போகிற போக்கும் இராணுவம் போகிற போக்கையும் பார்க்கும்போது நிச்சயமாக இப்படி ஒரு நிகழ்வு ஒன்று முக்கியமானது. குறிப்பாக சர்வதேச மட்டத்தில் நாங்கள் இதை எடுத்துச் செல்வதற்கு ஒரு முக்கியமான நிகழ்வு.
இந்த மாநாட்டின் மூலமாக எவ்வகையான விடயங்களை ஆவணப்படுத்தலாம் அல்லது எவ்வகையான செயல்முறை திட்டங்களை முன்னெடுக்கலாம் நினைக்கிறீர்கள்?
உரிமை மீறல்கள், பல உரிமை மீறல்கள் ஆவணப்படுத்தப்பட்டுள்ளன. ஆனால் அவை மறக்கப்பட்டு கொண்டிருக்கின்றன. முக்கியமாக கடைசி கட்டத்திலே நடந்த அந்த இனவழிப்பு நடவடிக்கை மனிதகுலத்துக்கு எதிரான குற்றங்கள், போர்க்குற்றங்கள் இவை மறுக்கப்பட்டு கொண்டிருக்கின்றன. ஐநா சபையில் எடுத்த தீர்மானத்தையும் நிறைவேறாமல் மழுப்பிக் கொண்டே போகிறது அரசாங்கம். ஆனபடியால் மக்கள் ஒன்று திரண்டு நிச்சயமாக இதை வெளிக்கொணர வேண்டும். சர்வதேசத்திற்கும் நாங்கள் இதை எவ்வளவு முக்கியத்துவம் நாங்கள் கொடுக்கிறோம் என்பதை சர்வதேசத்துக்கும் எடுத்துச் சொல்ல வேண்டும். ஆனபடியால் தொடர்ந்தும் இலங்கை அரசாங்கம் அந்த பொறுப்பில் இருந்து நழுவுவதை சர்வதேசம் ஐநா தடுக்க வேண்டும் என்றொரு நோக்கம் ஒன்று இங்கு உள்ளது.
ஒரு ஸ்பெசிஃபிக்கான கேள்வி. அதில் ஒரு பிரசன்டர் குருபரன் ஒரு விடயத்தை சொல்லியிருந்தார். அதாவது நாங்கள் ஐநாவிடம் நிறைய நம்பிக்கை வைத்து நிறைய செயற்திட்டங்களை ஐநா மேல் போட்டுவிட்டு பார்த்து கொண்டு இருக்கிறோம். அதை தாண்டி ஏதாவது செய்ய வேண்டும் என்று கூறியிருந்தார். அதை பற்றி நீங்கள் நினைக்கிறீர்கள்?
நான் அது ஓரளவுக்கு நான் வரவேற்கிறேன். அவர் சொன்ன அந்த ஆக்கப்பூர்வமாக எடுக்க வேண்டிய நடவடிக்கைகளை பற்றிய அந்த ஆலோசனையை நான் வரவேற்கிறேன். அது ஆலோசிக்கப்பட வேண்டிய ஒரு ஆலோசனை. ஆனால் ஐநாவிலே நாங்கள் எங்களுடைய குரலை எழுப்புவதை நம்பிக்கை இழந்து விட்டுவிடக்கூடாது என்றுதான் என்னுடைய நோக்கம். கடைசி வரைக்கும் நாங்கள் அதை வைத்திருக்க வேண்டும். அந்த அழுத்தம்
இப்பொழுது இருக்கக்கூடிய ஒரே ஒரு இன்டர்நேஷனல் மெக்கானிசம் யுஎன் தான். இந்த கருத்தரங்களை பார்த்தீர்கள், பிரான்சிஸ் ஹாரிசன் போன்றோர் ஆணித்தரமாக பல விடயங்களை முன்வைக்கின்றார்கள். இங்கு வந்திருக்கக்கூடியவர்கள் தமிழ் மக்கள், வேற்றின மக்கள் எல்லாரும் வந்திருக்கிறார்கள். ஆனால் இதிலிருந்து அடுத்தபடியாக எவ்வாறு இதை செயல் திட்டமாக நடத்த முடியும்?
செயல் திட்டமாக நான் நினைக்கிறேன், ஆர்வலர்கள் பலர், செயல்படும் ஆர்வலர்கள் பலர் இருக்கிறார்கள். பல பல குழுக்களாக இயங்கிக் கொண்டிருக்கின்றார்கள். இவர்கள் எல்லோரிடமும் ஒரு புரிந்துணர்வை ஏற்படுத்தி, ஒத்துழைப்பை ஏற்படுத்தி, நாம் அடுத்த நடவடிக்கைகளை எடுக்கக்கூடிய செயல்முறை திட்டங்களை வகுத்து எடுக்கக்கூடிய ஒரு ஒழுங்கு ஒன்று ஏற்படுத்தப்பட வேண்டும் என்பது என்னுடைய சிந்தனை. அதாவது தனித்தனியாக நாங்கள் இயங்கிக் கொண்டிருக்கின்றார்கள் பலர். பல ஆற்றல்களுடன், ஆர்வத்துடன், அர்ப்பணத்துடன் வேலை செய்து கொண்டிருக்கின்றார்கள். இவர்களை நாங்கள் இவையெல்லாம் ஒன்று திரட்டி ஒருமுனைப்படுத்தி இதை நாங்கள் முன்னெடுக்க வேண்டும் என்று நான் நினைக்கிறேன்.
இளையோரின் பங்கு என்னவாக இருக்க வேண்டும் என்று நினைக்கிறீர்கள்?
இளையோரின் பங்கு நிச்சயமாக இனி அவர்கள்தான் முன்னெடுக்க வேண்டியவர்கள். பழைய ஆட்களிடமிருந்து வரலாற்றை அவர்கள் பெற்று, குறிப்பாக அவர்கள் இங்குதான் பிறந்து வளர்ந்திருந்தால், அங்கே பிறக்காது இங்கு பிறந்து வளர்ந்திருந்தால், அங்கு அனுபவம் கொண்ட பெரியோரின் தகவல்கள், அறிவுரைகள் அவர்களை எடுத்து உள்வாங்கிக் கொண்டு இங்கே கிடைக்கும் வசதிகள் அவற்றை பயன்படுத்தி ஆர்வத்துடன் அவர்கள் இந்த எங்களுடைய குறிக்கோளை எடுத்து முன்னெடுக்க வேண்டும் என்பது என்னுடைய எதிர்பார்ப்பு.
இங்கே ஒரு டைம் கிரன்ச் இருக்கிறதாக நான் உணர்கிறேன். ஒரு பேச்சாளர் கூட சொல்லியிருந்தார், அடுத்தடுத்த ஜெனரேஷன் will lose interest in this matter. இப்போ இருக்கிறவர்கள் இருக்கிற ஓல்டர் ஜெனரேஷனும் இப்போ இருக்கிற இளம் ஜெனரேஷனும் தான் இதை முன்னெடுக்க முடியும். அப்ப இந்த ஒரு நேர பிரச்சனை ஒன்று இருக்குது. அப்ப இதை எவ்வாறு இன்னும் முடுக்கி விடலாம், அதாவது இந்த செயற்திட்டங்களையோ அல்லது ஒரு தீர்வுக்கான வழியை எவ்வாறு இன்னும் முடுக்கலாம், இதுக்கு பொதுமக்களுடைய இன்வால்வ்மெண்ட் அதிகமாகுவதற்கு என்ன செய்யலாம்?
நான் நினைக்கிறேன் இதில் சர்வதேசத்தில் மட்டத்தில் பார்க்கும் பொழுது எம்முடைய அனுபவங்களை கொண்டு வர சில இன மக்களும் இருக்கிறார்கள். அவர்களுக்காக செயல்பட்ட வேறு நாடுகள், உதாரணமாக நேட்டோ, இந்த கேஸ் ஆஃப் கொசோவோவை எடுத்துக்கொண்டால், அப்படியான நாடுகளையும் இன மக்களையும் ஈடுபட்ட நாடுகளையும் நான் நினைக்கிறேன் அவர்களோடு சேர்ந்து எங்களுடைய நோக்கங்கள், எங்களுடைய அபிலாஷைகள், எங்களுடைய அனுபவங்கள் இவற்றை அவர்கள் முன்வைத்து அவர்கள் மட்டில் அந்த ஒதுக்கப்பட்ட நசுக்கப்பட்ட இனம் கொசோவோ போன்ற இனம் மட்டில் எப்படி இவர்கள் நடவடிக்கை எடுத்தார்களோ அதே போல எங்களுடைய ஈழம் நிலவரத்தை பற்றியும் நடவடிக்கை எடுக்க வேணும் என்று அவர்களை நாங்கள் அணுக வேண்டும். அது ஒன்று. இப்படி சர்வதேச மட்டத்தில் நாங்கள் எங்களுடைய ஒவ்வொரு நாடுகளில் உள்ளவர்கள் இன்னும் கூட கூட அந்த நாட்டு அதிகாரிகளையும் அமைப்புகளையும் அணுகி செயல்பட்டு இதை துரிதப்படுத்த முடியும் என்று நான் நினைக்கிறேன்.
2009ஆம் ஆண்டுக்கு பின்னர் இப்பொழுது சுமார் 9 ஆண்டுகள் கடந்த நிலையில் கனடாவில் இருக்கக்கூடிய வாழ்க்கை நிலைமை சுமூகமாக மாறிவிட்ட நிலையில் மக்கள் மனதிலிருந்து ஆழமாக பதிந்திருக்கக்கூடிய ஒரு விடயமாக இருந்தாலும் அன்றாடம் யோசிக்காத ஒரு விடயமாக மாறி வருகின்றது. இந்த மாநாடு போன்றவை மீண்டும் அந்த உணர்ச்சிகளை மீட்டெடுத்து அந்த வேகத்தை உருவாக்கி செயல் திட்டத்திற்கான ஒரு அடித்தளமாக அமையும் என்று நம்புகிறேன். வேற ஏதாவது கூற விரும்புகிறீர்களா?
அதைத்தான் நானும் நம்புகிறேன். நிச்சயமாக இங்கு பார்க்கும்போது பிறருடன் கருத்துக்களை பரிமாறும் போது அந்த உணர்வு, அந்த ஆர்வம் நிறைய இருக்கின்றது. எங்களுடைய உரிமைகளை, எங்களுடைய நிலத்தை நாங்கள் கைவிடக்கூடாது என்ற உணர்வு வந்திருக்கின்றது. அந்த வகையில் இந்த நிகழ்வு நிச்சயமாக ஒரு பெரும் பங்களிப்பை கொடுத்திருக்கின்றது. என்னுடைய நம்பிக்கையும் கோரிக்கையும் இளம் சமுதாயம் இவர்களுடன் சேர்ந்து இதை உறங்க விடாமல், அழிய விடாமல் தொடர்ந்து இதை உற்சாகத்துடன் கொண்டு போக வேண்டும் என்பது என்னுடைய நம்பிக்கையும் அவாவும் கூட.
நன்றி ஃபாதர்.
திங்கட்கிழமை இதில் நடக்கும் விஷயங்களை நாங்கள் பார்லிமெண்டில் சமர்ப்பிப்போம். அது எங்களுடைய மக்களுக்கு, கனடிய மக்களுக்கு முக்கியமாக அது ஒரு உற்சாகத்தை கொடுக்கும் என்று நான் நினைக்கிறேன். ஓகே,
நன்றி.
And genocide. We would like to ask you just about what you feel about this conference so far and how you feel with the ongoing of the conference right now.
Well, I want to commend the organizers here. I've been to many Tamil conferences since about 1996. I first came up here in Canada, and I've been in Tamil conferences around the world. So far, this seems to be the most professionally organized conference I've seen. And so far, all the speakers are excellent and very high quality. And it's going to pull a book together, which I think will be a very important research and resource book for everyone working on the Tamil issue in Sri Lanka.
And
especially for educating the younger generation. I'm a professor, and it's very important to educate that next generation.
For sure. Thank you. And what's a message that you would like to convey to youth around the world just coming together and working on issues such as Rohingya and the Syrian issue and the Tamil issue, just with the struggles, and how would you word that message for motivating the youth to come together?
Well, everyone has gifts that have been given to them by their Creator. I have my gifts, you have your gifts. And I think young people have to understand that, and that with the gifts that they have, they can make a contribution to make the world a better place. I decided to do the work I've done when I was 17 years old at the end of my third year in high school. So I think if you make a commitment at that type of age, and you have to work at it, you just can't run around and say, here I am. Yeah. But develop some area of expertise that you're passionate about, whether it's media or psychology, sociology, law, art. Everything's important. And you'll have to get trained and educated about it, and then decide to move out at that point and make your contribution.
Mm-hmm. And can you give us like a little bit of a description on the book that you actually written recently? The book that you have written?
Oh.
Yeah.
This is the second edition of my Tamil genocide by Sri Lanka that contains my efforts to help the Tamils since 1996 when I first came up here to work on some cases. And then continuing on through the terrible massacre at Vani and my efforts to try to stop it. And then since then to try to bring justice to Tamils, to the Elam Tamils, and also to secure self-determination for Tamils. I've argued repeatedly over the years that the Elam Tamils have a right of self-determination under international law, and it's really for you to decide what to do, whether you want independence or confederal state or autonomy or a federal state or some arrangement like that. But what the government of Sri Lanka is doing now, this notion of a unitary state, is simply attempted to annihilate you. And I've argued, repeatedly over the years that the Elam Tamils have been victims of genocide, and this is just part and parcel of the same process that's continued to go on, and I'll speak about that today in my lecture.
Perfect. Thank you again for doing all the work that you are doing. Such a pleasure to meet you.
Well, thank you and good luck
Thank
to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Amaliana? One more? Is that it? I think that's it.
So I hope we have time for, make me feel tall, Fatima. I hope we have time for a few questions. I don't know, are the organisers going to give me a few more? Because I only have 3 at the moment, and they're mostly directed at me, so I don't think that's very helpful. Can somebody give me the rest of them? I also can't read this one. Well, maybe I can put these questions if there aren't any more. Have you got more questions for me?
வணக்கம் டாக்டர் வரதராஜா.
வணக்கம்.
இந்த மாநாட்டில் இதுவரையில் பேசப்பட்ட விடயங்களை பற்றி நீங்கள் என்ன நினைக்கிறீங்க?
இந்த சர்வதேச 2வது மாநாடு ஒட்டாவாவில் பல நாடுகளிலும் இருந்து இலங்கையினுடைய இனப்பிரச்சனையினுடைய ஆழம் அது எப்படி மேற்கொள்ளப்பட்டது, தமிழ் மக்கள் என்னென்று பாதிக்கப்பட்டார்கள், தமிழ் மக்கள் மீதான இன அழிப்பு, போர்க்குற்றங்கள், அதே நேரம் தமிழ் மக்களுக்கான என்ன தீர்வை நாங்கள் எதிர்பார்க்கிறோம் என்பது சம்பந்தமாக கலந்தாலோசித்துக் கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள். பல நாடுகளிலும் இருந்து அரசியல் ரீதியானதும் மனிதாபிமான ரீதியாகவும் போராடி கொண்டிருக்கின்ற மிக அனுபவம் வாய்ந்தவர்கள் இந்த நிகழ்ச்சியில் கலந்து கொண்டு தங்களுடைய கருத்துக்களை ஆதாரபூர்வமாகவும் டாக்குமெண்ட் அட்டவணை மூலமும் தமிழ் மக்கள் பாதிக்கப்பட்ட விதங்கள், தமிழ் மக்களுடைய பாதிப்புகள், இடப்பெயர்வுகள், அவர்களுடைய துன்பங்கள் எல்லாத்தையும் விளங்கப்படுத்தி கொண்டிருக்கின்றார்கள். இதன் முடிவில் எங்கள் தமிழ் மக்கள் அடுத்த கட்ட நகர்வு எப்படி இருக்க வேண்டும் என்பது சம்பந்தமாக ஆராயப்படும் என்று நினைக்கிறேன்.
இன்று இங்கு பேசப்பட்ட விடயங்களில் ஏதாவது நீங்கள் இதுவரையில் அறிந்திராத விடயம் பேசப்பட்டதா?
நான் கிட்டத்தட்ட இலங்கையில் யுத்தம் ஆரம்பிக்கப்பட்ட காலத்திலிருந்து அந்த யுத்தம் முடிந்த வரைக்கும் இருந்தால் அநேகமான சம்பவங்கள் நான் ஏற்கனவே நேரடியாக அனுபவித்தும் செய்திகள் மூலம் கேள்விப்பட்ட சம்பவமாக இருக்கின்றது. 2011ஆம் ஆண்டுக்கு பின்பு நான் இலங்கையை விட்டு அமெரிக்காவுக்கு குடி வந்ததன் பின்பு தற்பொழுது நடக்கின்ற புதிய விடயங்கள், இப்பொழுதும் அந்த இன அழிப்பு தொடர்ந்து நடந்து கொண்டிருக்கின்ற விடயங்கள் எனக்கு கொஞ்சம் புதிதாக இருக்கிறது. ஆனால் நாளாந்த பத்திரிகை மூலங்களாகவும் இணையதளங்கள் மூலமாகவும் அதை அறிந்து கொண்டிருந்தாலும் சில பாதிப்புகள் இப்பொழுது கேட்பதற்கும் ஒரு அச்சமாகவும், ஒரு இலங்கை என்ற நினைத்தாலே ஏற்கனவே நாங்கள் அறிந்த அந்த பயப்பீதி இன்னும் மேலும் மேலும் வந்து கொண்டிருக்கின்றது.
குறிப்பாக ஒரு கருத்தாளர் கூறியிருந்தார், வை ஹிஸ்டரி என்று ஒரு பிரசன்டேஷன் செய்திருந்தார். அதிலே இந்த பாட புத்தகங்களின் மூலமாக எவ்வாறு இந்த இன அழிப்பு தொடர்வது என்று கூறியிருந்தார். அதை பற்றி நீங்கள் நினைக்கிறீர்கள்?
இலங்கையிலேயே இலங்கையினுடைய அரசாங்கம் காலங்காலமாக சிங்கள மயப்படுத்தப்பட்டு இருக்கிறதால சிங்கள மக்களும் சிங்கள அறிவுஜீவிகளும் அந்த புத்தகங்களை இலங்கையினுடைய வரலாற்றில் எழுதி அதைத்தான் இலங்கையினுடைய பாட புத்தகங்களுக்கு மொழிபெயர்த்துக் கொண்டிருப்பதால் ஆரம்பத்திலே நடந்த புராதனமாக நடந்த தமிழ் மக்களுடைய பங்கு, உதாரணமாக ராவணன், குலக்கோட்ட மன்னன், பல மன்னர்களுடைய பங்களிப்பை இருட்டடிப்பு செய்திருக்கின்றார்கள். அதே நேரம் கிட்டத்தட்ட 30-40 வருடங்களுக்கு முன்பு பல கல்வி நிறுவனங்கள், வைத்தியசாலைகள், அரசு நிறுவனங்கள் தமிழ் மக்கள் தான் அதனுடைய உச்ச பதவிகளில் இருந்திருந்தார்கள். அதே நேரம் பொருளாதார ரீதியிலையும் கல்வி அறிவிலையும் தமிழ் மக்கள் மிகவும் சிறந்து விளங்கி இருந்த அந்த காரணத்தில்தான் சிங்கள மக்களுடைய அந்த ஒரு அதிருப்தியை சம்பாதிக்க வேண்டி வந்தது. அதான் காலங்காலமாக தமிழ் மக்களை எப்படியாவது அடக்க வேண்டும் என்ற கொள்கையில தான் அந்த ஆரம்பத்தில் இலங்கையினுடைய தமிழ் மக்களுடைய அரசியலை இருட்டடிப்பு செய்த அதே நேரம் தமிழ் மக்களுக்கு விகிதாசார கல்வி முறை என்பனவற்றை அறிமுகப்படுத்தி தமிழ் மக்களுடைய உயர்கல்வியை தடுத்தது மட்டுமல்லாமல் சிங்கள காடையர்களையும் சிங்கள வெறி பிடித்தவர்களையும் தூண்டிவிட்டு தமிழ் மக்களுடைய கடைகள், அவர்களுடைய வாழ்வாதாரங்களை அளித்து அந்த பெருமையாக நடந்தது 83ஆம் ஆண்டு கலவரங்களை போன்றவற்றை தூண்டிவிட்டு தமிழ் மக்களை ஒரு அச்சத்துண்ட இலங்கை மக்களுக்கு சிங்கள மக்கள் நினைத்தாலே ஒரு அச்சம் அடையக்கூடிய மாதிரி, அதே சிங்கள மக்களுக்கு ஒரு அடிமைத்தனமான வாழ்க்கையை தமிழ் மக்கள் வாழ வேண்டும் என்ற ஒரு சிங்கள மக்களுடைய நிலைப்பாட்டை கொண்டு வரும் வகையில் அந்த இருட்டடிப்பை செய்து கொண்டு வந்திருக்கிறார்கள்.
நன்றி. உங்கள் நேரத்துக்கு மீண்டும் இன்னொரு முறை பேசுவோம்.
நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
Yes, it has been quite seductive, and I think a lot of energy has gone there where some of it should have gone somewhere else. I think I'd like to thank Fatima particularly. I found a lot of correlation between the sort of essence of some of the things she was talking about the way that people approach Muslims. I mean, this idea of the absolute disregard for facts. I mean, that's basically what I was also talking about in my presentation. And Ranjan, thank you also very much for thankfully, thank you for not going through every single article because it would have been deeply depressing. But thank you for the ones you went through. And I assume that we're now.
All right, so thank you guys for coming to the second international conference on Tamil nationhood and genocide. So I just wanted to ask you a few questions regarding how you feel about this conference so far to this point. Okay, so I guess we could say, like, I'm glad that we came here. It was a little bit of a drive, but it's totally worth it despite all the weather. There's some great conversations that are happening, and it's great to see parallels being drawn among, like, various movements, not just the Tamil movement, but also Rohingya and, like, all the other things that are happening around the world.
Yeah, I think it's really important to hear different perspectives from, academics and activists and community organizers. And it's also really great to talk about, like she said, Canada's role as well in terms of, like, we cannot negate the fact that, Canada is also guilty of committing genocide. And so when we're doing that work, how are we building solidarity with other communities that are going through the same thing that the Tamil community is going through, and how not to be contradictory in the work that we do.
And what's a message you would like to give out to a lot of the youth, just not even in the Tamil community, but I'm talking about youth around the world, just coming together, unifying, and working towards freedom and justice for many communities out there, such as you guys were talking about the Rohingya, the Syrians and Tamils, and other communities around the world that are going through such struggles just like ourselves?
Well, I think the first thing is to just educate ourselves and knowing, understanding that we don't know everything about the struggle, especially growing up here and being privileged and living in Canada. And that's why it's important to come out to conferences like this or read papers and let's talk to other academics and listen to the lived experiences of activists who go back home and do kind of the on-ground work, right? So I think the first step is definitely to educate ourselves and then obviously like form allyship and solidarity with other folks as well, because ours is obviously a very important issue, but we're not the only ones facing it, so we don't have to fight this battle by ourselves.
Yeah, just to echo what she said. I think from my own perspective, I did do a lot of the, like the learning and the reading on my own, but I also found it very helpful to join more organizations like the Tamil Youth Organization and the TSA at our respective university campuses to sort of, help learn by meeting other activists and also just to help create a larger voice for our struggle, and also to build solidarity as well. Yeah.
And what are some sources of references would you suggest to the Tamil youth, for example, on learning about the Tamil struggle and the past and like what happened in our history and what we could work towards for our future? So what are some references that you guys would recommend?
Like sources, you mean? I think, well, for me particularly, I talk to my grandma and my mom, right? They are folks who have lived through the genocide, who have escaped, and like there are still relatives that live there and they have a lot of stories to share, and I think that should be our first point of contact because lived experiences is really important. There are also really great organizations on the ground like IDLM Center for Policy Research and also Pearl. It's based an advocacy organization based in DC that do really great work on the ground, but also journalists from Tamil Guardian. Like for me, every day I sort of like make sure to check Tamil Guardian to see like what's going on, so I keep myself informed. And do you have anything?
Yeah, like she mentioned a couple of very important sources that are just quick and easy. At least I think that's a great starting point. But again, there's a lot of books and scholars out there who are doing a lot of amazing, great work, and we just have to kind of stop being lazy and just make ourselves get out and get that information. Yeah. All right, thank you guys for coming. It was a pleasure to meet you, and I hope to discuss more things that go on throughout the day with you guys. Thank you. Take care. Thanks, Anna, again.
serve as a follow-up of the 1999 conference in Ottawa. It aims to study the current situation of the Elam Tamil nation and its political struggle, taking academical and organizational perspective, as well as to set goals for the Tamil struggle over the next decade.
1999 ஆண்டு இதே மாநகரில் இது போன்ற ஒரு கருத்தரங்கு நடைபெற்றது. அதனை அடுத்து இரண்டாவதாக சர்வதேச ரீதியில் நடைபெறும் இந்த கருத்தரங்கு ஈழத்தமிழர்களுக்கு இழைக்கப்பட்ட அநீதியை எவ்வகையில் உலகின் முன் கொண்டு வரலாம் என்ற அடிப்படையில் அமைகிறது.
L'événement aujourd'hui soutiendra la suite de la conférence de 1999 qui a lieu à Ottawa. La conférence visera à étudier la situation actuelle de la nation Tamil et ses conflits politiques, en prenant les perspectives académiques et organismes, ainsi que les objectifs à établir pour la lutte tamoule au cours de la prochaine décennie.
The organizing committee of the Second International Tamil Conference consists of Brampton Tamil Association, National Council of Canadian Tamils, Mississauga Tamil Association, Ottawa Tamil Association, Quebec Tamil Development Association, Tamil Canadian Civil Society Forum, and the Transnational Government of Tamilelam.
Le comité organisateur de la conférence consiste de Association Tamil de Brampton, Conseil national des Tamouls canadiennes, Association Tamil de Mississauga, Association Tamil d'Ottawa, Association de développement Tamil de Québec, Forum de la société civile canadienne Tamil et gouvernement transnational de Elam Tamil Canada.
Firstly, we'd like to begin our conference with the lighting of the peace lamp. We'd like to invite a representative from each of the organizing committee of the conference to come onto stage.
Premièrement, nous aimerons débuter cette conférence avec l'allumage de la lampe de la paix. Nous aimerons inviter les représentants de chaque organisme de la conférence sur scène. Nous aimerons faire appel à tous ceux qui ont participé pour allumer la lampe de la paix.
One of the cornerstones of this conference outcome is to educate our young generation about the struggle we face in achieving a permanent peace in Sri Lanka. We are thrilled to have the following university student organizations as supporting organizations of the conference. The supporting student unions are Carleton University Tamil Students Association, Wilfrid Laurier Tamil Students Association, University of Ottawa Tamil Students Association, Tamil Youth Organization, Canadian Tamil Youth Alliance, Concordia University Tamil Mandram, and the Tamil Association of McGill. We now call one representative from each of these student organizations to join us on stage as well.
L'un des objectifs de cette conférence est d'évoquer nos jeunes générations sur la lutte que nous devrons mener pour parvenir à une paix permanente au Sri Lanka. Nous sommes ravis que cette conférence est soutenue par les organismes étudiants suivants: Association étudiante Tamil de l'Université de Carleton, Association étudiante Tamil de Wilfrid Laurier, Association étudiante Tamil de l'Université d'Ottawa, l'Organisme des jeunes Tamouls, Association des jeunes Tamouls canadiennes, Association Mandram étudiante Tamil de l'Université de Concordia et l'Association étudiante Tamil de l'Université de McGill, Tamil.
ஒருங்கிணைப்பு குழுவைச் சேர்ந்த அமைப்புகளில் ஒவ்வொருவரும் இந்த குத்துவிளக்கை ஏற்றுமாறு பணிவன்புடன் கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறோம். Representatives of the organizing groups are requested to light the auspicious lamp. Are the MCs part of that photo op too? Thank you. This is a 3-day conference, and you'll be getting quite comfortable in a few minutes. But now, if I may ask all of you to rise and remain standing for the next 3 items on the agenda. Now, we'd like to commence with the honoring of the land which we call our current home. We commence our conference with an honoring of the indigenous peoples, whose traditional lands we have been blessed to be part of and whose spirits we share. Today we have gathered and we see the cycles of life continue. We have been given the duty to live in balance and harmony with each other and all living things. So now we bring our minds together as one, as we give greetings and thanks to each other as people. Now our minds are one. We would now kindly request everyone to remain standing for the singing of the national anthem by Sadhana Parthiban and Akshaya Sivasambhu. Following that would be the Tamil Thai Valthu, sung by Aravi Arasaratnam, Sadhana Parthiban, and Akshaya Shanmugadasan.
Oh, Canada, எங்கள் வீடும் நாடும் நீ, உந்தன் பைந்தர்கள் உண்மை தேச பக்தர்கள்.
With glowing hearts we see thee rise, a true north, strong and free. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits.
நில புகழை சுதந்திரத்தை என்றும் இறைவன் காத்திருக.
Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Thank you, ladies. We'll now have the Tamil Thai Valthu.
வாழ்க ஈழத் தமிழகம், வாழ்க இனிது வாழ்கவே. வாழ்க ஈழத் தமிழகம், வாழ்க இனிது வாழ்கவே. மலை நிகர்த்து உலகில் என்றும் தலை நிமிர்ந்து வாழ்கவே. மலை நிகர்த்து உலகில் என்றும் தலை நிமிர்ந்து வாழ்கவே. வாழ்க ஈழத் தமிழகம், வாழ்க இனிது வாழ்கவே. வாழ்க ஈழத் தமிழகம், வாழ்க இனிது வாழ்கவே. அமிழ்தை வென்ற மொழியினர், அருள் கனிந்த விழியினர், அரிய பண்பு நிதியினர், அவனி மெச்சும் மதியினர். அமிழ்தை வென்ற மொழியினர், அருள் கனிந்த விழியினர், அரிய பண்பு நிதியினர், அவனி மெச்சும் மதியினர். மமதை கொண்ட பகைவரும் வணங்கும் அன்பு விதியினர், வளரும் 25 மமதை கொண்ட பகைவரும் வணங்கும் அன்பு விதியினர் வளரும் 25 லட்சம் மக்கள் கொண்ட பதியினர். வாழ்க ஈழத் தமிழகம், வாழ்க இனிது வாழ்கவே. மலை நிகழ்த்து உலகில் என்றும் தலை நிமிர்ந்து வாழ்கவே. பட்டிப்பாளை மகாபலி பயிலருவி முற்றாறுகள் பல வளங்கள் பொழியவே எழுநடன்றி துளவிடும். பட்டிப்பாளை மகாபலி பயிலருவி முற்றாறுகள் பல வளங்கள் பொழியவே எழுநடன்றி துளவிடும். மட்டக்களப்பு யாழ் நகர் மாந்தை வன்னி திருமலை. மட்டக்களப்பு யாழ் நகர் மாந்தை வன்னி திருமலை. மகிழ்வோடு மலை தமிழர்கள் மலரடி தொழுமினியவள். மகிழ்வோடு மலை தமிழர்கள் மலரடி தொழுமினியவள். வாழ்க ஈழத் தமிழகம், வாழ்க இனிது வாழ்கவே. மலை நிகழ்த்தி உலகில் என்றும் தலை நிமிர்ந்து வாழ்கவே. தலை நிமிர்ந்து வாழ்கவே. தலை நிமிர்ந்து வாழ்கவே.
Thank you. Please remain standing for a moment of silence in memory of all the innocent lives who perished over the years in the genocide in our homeland, and in remembrance of all the brave soldiers who have given up their lives protecting their homeland in Canada, Tamililam, and around the world.
தாயகப் போரிலும் இன அழிப்பிலும் தமது உயிரை இழந்த பொதுமக்கள் நினைவாகவும், தமிழீழ விடுதலைக்காக தமது உயிரை ஈகையாக்கிய போராளிகள் நினைவாகவும், மற்றும் கனடாவிலும் உலகெங்கிலும் விடுதலைக்காக தமது உயிரை துச்சமாக மதித்து போராடி வரும் போராளிகள் நினைவாகவும் சில நிமிடம் மௌனம் சாதிப்போம். Thank you. And that concludes the exercise portion of the conference. You may all be seated. ஏழு எட்டு அமைப்புகளை ஒன்றிணைத்து இப்படியான ஒரு பெரிய கருத்தாடலை செய்வதென்பது சுலபமான விடயமல்ல. இந்த கான்ஃபரன்ஸுக்கு தனது நேரத்தை மட்டும் செலவு செய்யாது உயிரையே கொடுக்கிறார் என்று சொல்லலாம். அந்த அளவுக்கு இதில் ஆழமாக பணிபுரிந்த ஒருவரை நாங்கள் மேடைக்கு அழைக்கப் போகின்றோம். Please help me welcome the conference coordinator, Mr. Bennett Marianayagam, to do the welcome speech.
Hope everyone is doing very well. Despite the high winds, power failures, and delayed travel plans, here we are today. Distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen, எல்லோருக்கும் எனது இனிய காலை வணக்கங்கள். It is my great pleasure to welcome all of you to the second international conference on Tamil nationhood and genocide in Sri Lanka. With painful memories and deeply wounded emotions, today we begin this conference right at the same place where nearly 20 years ago, a group of young Tamil University students hosted the inaugural international conference on Tamil nationhood and search for peace in Sri Lanka. Over the next 3 days, we have a full agenda to seek advice from experts in fields in ethno-nationalism and human rights atrocities. This second conference is held at a critical time when Tamil people in Sri Lanka and the Tamil diaspora is looking for direction to continue our struggle in search of peace with justice. To our eminent speakers and researchers who have come from around the world, I bid you a warm welcome to this city of Ottawa. We are indeed honored to have you here with us. A special note to Ms. Anuradha Mittal, Executive Director of Auckland Institute, and Professor Richard Mann, Associate Dean of Carleton University's Arts Faculty, for accepting our invitation to be the keynote speakers. We invite all of you to teach us with what you know as the fruit of your experience and the many hours of research that relate to this conference themes in trying to elucidate the mysteries of human confrontations. Let us bring back the old spirit of the scientific research to our ears when our community is tired of hearing political bandwagons and failed promises. After all, as the great American President Charles Mayo once said, the safest thing for a patient is to be in the hands of a man engaged in teaching medicine. We hope your words and call for action will soothe our pain and drive our energy to actively search peace with justice that's so far been elusive in our homeland. Nearly 9 months ago, when we decided to organize this conference, we had doubts whether we had the energy to pursue this conference of this magnitude. But the Tamil community rallied behind us, opened their hearts, and supported us generously. Parents encouraged their young children to join us as volunteers. This conference would not have been possible without the full support of the Tamil community and the organizations who supported collectively with us. They gave us the needed energy to push this through. By gathering here today, you not only showed your support, but also extended your deeds with action. From deep down, Manangarai Nanriyal. I take this opportunity to thank all the people with us, who especially journalists who have been helping us over the years for fight for justice. I'm honored and pleased to be the chair of the organizing committee. It's been a stimulating experience to work with a very talented group of people. I would like to express my thanks to each of you for your dedication, perseverance, and untiring efforts to make this international conference a reality. We take immense pride in seeing so many young minds among us today. By seeing your engagement and enthusiasm, we feel passing the flame of peace to the next generation is very realistic. I hope the memories of this conference will stay with you for years to come. We are standing in the path of something unstoppable, the road to justice for Tamils. The road ahead will be crowded, contested, and uneven, just like it has been. Our wish is that we will exchange experiences, learn and be inspired to work even harder to achieve our objectives. Most importantly, take back the memories you have and the knowledges you gained, and support the future efforts in finding peace, permanent peace with justice for Tamils in our homeland. To try is worthy, to be hopeful is right, to be idealistic is wise. முயற்சி திருவினையாக்கும், நம்பிக்கை வெற்றியின் அடித்தளம், லட்சியத்தோடு இருப்பது எங்கள் விவேகம். Thank you, Mercy.
Thank you, Mr. Marinayagam. Supporting institutions for this conference are the Faculty of Arts and Science, Faculty of Arts and Social Science at the Carleton University, Colin Powell School for Civic and Global Leadership at City College in New York, as well as the School of Arts at York University. It is crucial that the efforts and commitment of all of these organizations are extremely integral or it is crucial to recognize the commitment of all these supporting organizations, student unions, and the organizing groups. Without their support, such a grand and important conference will not take place.
Il est important de noter que les efforts et l'engagement de toutes ces organisations sont des facteurs intégraux de cette conférence et reflètent l'unité renforcée de la communauté tamoule. The Tamils have taken an active role in advocating for their community by taking part in conference with the United Nations Human Rights Council, while pressing for justice regarding war crimes and war against humanity committed in May 2009. For the past several decades, many conferences have been organized periodically, consisting of Tamil leaders such as Mr. Kumar Ponnambalam, Mr. Joseph Pararaja Singham, and Mr. Taraki Sivaram, whom had participated in the previous international conference and have now been permanently silenced by the Sri Lankan government. In present day, the Sri Lankan government has been stalling and using tactics to postpone the implementation of the Human Rights Council resolution, which called for a hybrid mechanism to invest war crimes. However, there has been no government action regarding this resolution. As part of this structural genocide, the military occupation for Tamils' ancestral land is ongoing. On top of that, there is still the ongoing deliberate settlement in Sinhalese in the Tamil homeland. With that being said, there is also the building of Buddhist temple with the aim of occupying Tamil's land, where the majority are Hindus, Christians, and Muslims. And with that, the Tamil diaspora has come together to organize an international Tamil conference in Ottawa, the capital city of Canada. Throughout this conference, we will be focusing on 5 different yet related themes. The first theme is being Sinhala Buddhist etho-nationalist and its consequences. The second theme is a genocide by another name. The third theme is human right violation and the search for justice. The fourth theme is rebuilding a nation in today's geopolitical context. And the fifth theme is way forward to freedom and justice.
We would like to now introduce our keynote speaker, Ms. Anuradha Mittal from Oakland Institute. Anuradha Mittal is the founder and executive director of the Oakland Institute and is an internationally renowned expert on trade, development, human rights, and agricultural issues. She has authored and edited numerous books, had her articles and opinion pieces published widely in widely circulated newspapers such as the New York Times and the Chicago Tribune. Anuradha led the research at the Oakland Institute, including field research in eastern and northern provinces of Sri Lanka in December 2014, which led to the first independent report on human rights situation, especially as it relates to the land rights of the Tamils. The Institute's report, The Long Shadow of War, the Struggle for Justice in Post-War Sri Lanka, and an accompanying report, I Speak Without Fear, where are our loved ones who have been abducted, arrested, and disappeared, created a media storm, and the issue of denial of justice for Tamils in Sri Lanka was on the front pages of every major newspaper following the release of those reports. Now, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome our keynote speaker for this morning, Anuradha Mittal.
Thank you all. It is deeply humbling to be here. I I know the topic for the conference is incredibly deeply personal to most in the room. And then there are individuals like Francis Boyle, Francis Harrison, amazing people, and many of you who have been working for justice and peace in Sri Lanka as members of the international community. So somebody standing here to give the keynote, I feel humbled and honored. And I think the best would be to actually start with a confession. I was born and raised in India. I'm from the north of India. As a young university student, I was politically very active. Television, I would hear about the struggle in Sri Lanka, but as a politically active student, it was never something I was engaged in. Being a North Indian, told over and over again a certain discourse, you just believed it. So I stand here with shame. I also have to say it is very exciting to see all the young people who walked up here. And I'll tell you how my journey started. It was actually young members of British Tamil Forum, especially Senthan and Rajkumar, who contacted me and said, you work on land issues around the world, how come you're not working on Sri Lanka? And that put me on this path, which brought me in December 2014 to eastern and northern provinces. It helped to have a name like Anuradha when they could give me a military clearance to go into areas where you could not go. Because the person who gave me the permit to go said, he really liked my name, Anuradha. So having said that, I have to also say, as somebody who's worked on land issues in many different parts of the world, this journey has been a life-changing experience. What I witnessed, what I personally saw, is something that would be impossible to forget. So I think I stand here with humility because you said you will teach us, but I have to tell you what you have taught me. And I would urge and hope, especially the younger generation, that this struggle continues, not just for the Tamils. This is an international human rights issue. If there is no justice for the Tamils in Sri Lanka, we cannot expect justice for other communities around the world. So carry this flame of justice, carry this flame of striving for peace with justice for everyone in this world. So with that, I'll share with you my remarks, which are really based on the research, as I mentioned, that included spending time with the communities on the ground, but also our continued regular communication with the community, especially the internally displaced people, yes, IDPs, which still remain in Sri Lanka. When we embarked on this work in 2014, the goal was to understand the social, economic, and political reality in northern and eastern provinces since the conclusion of the Civil War. Our findings were absolutely stunning, which led to the expose that was mentioned, The Long Shadow of War, the goal being to really support the struggle for justice and peace in Sri Lanka. And as I said, it was important to share because this is not just a Tamil issue, this is really an international issue. During the course of these next few days, there are many horrors of that war and the continued consequences that will be talked about, but I'm going to focus on the issue of land. What we found was that one of the biggest consequences of the war was the dispossession of people, especially Tamils, from their homes and lands that they depended on for their livelihoods. And land remains a highly contentious issue between the local Tamil population and the Sri Lankan army. Forced to vacate their homes, farmlands, fishing zones, once areas were designated as high security or restricted zones, or by war itself, the displaced had hoped that the right to return would be granted someday. But continued military occupation has kept tens of thousands away from their homes and livelihoods, with over 100,000 living in refugee camps still in India, which is not recognized. Between 2015, when President Sirisena was elected, and the end of 2016, an estimated 4,780 acres of land were reportedly released, and there were pledges for more releases of land. However, estimates are really hard to come by about how much land is still occupied. I know there are some of you, Darsha and Mario and others have been trying to document, but being on the ground actually documenting is very hard and impossible. Following the release of a 2015 report, we were contacted in early 2016 and actually petitioned by a group of IDPs who were requesting assistance in their struggle to return home. They wrote, and I quote them, "Having exhausted all the domestic, political, and legal avenues available to us to regain our lands and houses acquired by force by the Sri Lankan armed forces during the war, we, the people of Walekam North in the Jaffna district of Sri Lanka, have decided to seek your help to find redress to our problem. After over 25 years of displacement, having exhausted all possible political and legal channels, in an attempt to get their land back, the internally displaced living in so-called welfare camps were forced to petition an international civil society group to seek assistance. They urged us not to publish the names of the signatories because they were afraid of retaliation for contacting an international organization, and they reported, "We get calls from unidentified telephone numbers from people who threaten us to stop the IDP and resettlement-related work." So they were asking for protection and yet asking after 25 years their right to be able to return to their homes. I'm glad to report in 2017 we got the good news that their lands were released. But the question is, the quality of the lands that the people have been resettled is very low. These are former stone quarries, decades of overgrowth, homes actually have been destroyed, so people are being sent back to just vacant lands. There are no homes, and in fact, in some cases, homes are destroyed just before the lands are released. Irrigation canals need to be cleared. Electricity and access to clean water is not there. This is the kind of release that has been reported to us. And just this May 3rd, we got another message from our partners, this group of people who were resettled just last year. They said our village has been fully released after 28 years for resettlement. However, another 3,100 acres of land belonging to neighboring villages need to be released. They also reported that the government is providing permanent houses, but with very strict criteria. If elderly couples or if they're single people, government does not provide permanent houses. So they're struggling to manage the shelter needs. They also report that the lands are just released without cleaning, so the cleaning of land consumes huge amount of money. Families are struggling. Restoring livelihoods is a big issue. The released lands are next to big military camps. So women-headed households are not willing to go back to the areas where the lands are being released. And given the history of violence, especially the kind of violence women have faced, it is not surprising why the women-headed households will not move back to the lands that are next to the camps. For those who have been resettled through government schemes, the process has often taken place without voluntary or fully informed settlement choice and without adequate infrastructure. In our report in 2016, Waiting to Return Home, we reported on those displaced from Sampur being sent back to live in the shadows of the new Navy camp, built close to the old camp, and on paddy land, which was previously owned by the people. Having a Navy camp so close to the village is a major security concern for the locals who have faced harassment, violence, abuse at the hands of the Sri Lankan army over the years. The new naval camp has also restricted villagers' access to the sea as well as to the ponds, which are the traditional livelihoods, fishing. The Navy has also converted a Hindu temple into a Buddhist one in the same area. At the same time, people are being asked to resettle when there's no infrastructure available. So this is called resettlement, projects that are financed by institutions like the World Bank, and they can do check off and say resettlement done.
proceedings. So this is mainly the purpose of this half-an-hour session, is to introduce young researchers who are working, the next generation of Tamil diaspora researchers who are working in this area, just to give you a glimpse of what kind of work is being done. So the abstracts are in the package that was given to you, the detailed abstracts, but the full-length papers are going to be in the proceedings. So we have 4 speakers here today. First one is Lorenzo Fierito. He is an LLM candidate at the University of Wolverhampton in UK and holds a BA in political science from the University of Alberta. He is a Tamil advocacy work he has done Tamil advocacy work for several years, including writing a monthly column for the Tamil Mirror in Toronto and contributing to TamilNet and Tamil Diplomat media sites. And he also participates in lobbying work at the UNHRC and European Parliament. The next speaker is Ms. Saugia Joseph. She's a German qualified lawyer and holds a LLM in international and European law from the University of Sheffield. She has been a Tamil rights activist for a few years, and she does advocacy work in London, the UN Human Rights Council in Geneva, and also writes articles in these topics. The third speaker is Dr. Thusian Nandakumar. He works as a medical doctor in London, graduated from King's College London with an integrated BSc in global health. But he has also been a very active member as a student. Is a student activist he participated in campaign seminars and various human rights campaigns. He is on the editorial board of the Tamil Guardian, and he has held the post of editor-in-chief since 2016. Most of you all are familiar with the Tamil Guardian. He has been contributing to the Tamil Guardian since 2009. The fourth speaker is Mario Aruldas. He is the Advocacy Director for the People for Equality and Relief in Lanka, which is called PEARL, is the acronym for that, based in Washington, D.C. He engages in government officials, with government officials and policy experts on various countries on issues concerning UN Tamil people. Mario has conducted several research trips to the island, drafting reports on reforms, memorialization, militarization, and obstacles to domestic prosecution of crimes related to the ethnic conflict. Previously, he was the director of the Analysis and Advocacy Council of TYO UK, that's Tamil Youth Organization of UK, and the editor-in-chief of the Tamil Guardian. Please welcome Lorenzo Fierito.
Thank you, Professor Sriranjan. Hello, everyone. Vanakkam. Thank you to the conference organizers also for your hard work and for your kind invitation to present a paper on this historic occasion. My intent today is to demonstrate that the international system has changed in recent years and that the pathways to statehood and reparations for genocide have changed as a result. My talk provides background for a recent article by Saugia and me called Partners Not Beggars, published by Tamil Diplomat last month. For most of the first half of the 20th century, the international system could be described as primarily geopolitical. The state was the sole unit of international relations. It was born through violence and defended its sovereignty primarily by military means. The geopolitical paradigm lasted until the end of World War II. Following the Second World War, 2 developments took place. First, the decolonization movement created a number of new states across Asia and Africa. Direct European political domination progressively became a thing of the past. The decolonization process also often involved violence. Second, the international system was organized multilaterally. The United Nations, the European Economic Community, later to become the European Union, the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, later to become the World Trade Organization, the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund, or IMF, became the basis for the political, economic, and monetary organization of the globe. These institutions were intended to help countries make decisions collectively by interlinking their economies and promoting the benefits of trade to preserve the peace. This system stood in direct opposition to the geopolitical mindset in which every country tested its military and economic strength against every other. The multilateral means by which people exercised their right to self-determination was through the UN-supervised referendum. Beginning in the 1980s, neoliberalism gained ground. Particularly with the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1989, the US-directed neoliberal system took over all multilateral institutions. Development in the ex-colonial world became equal to structural adjustment. The second wave of decolonization, which contested the artificial borders established by old colonial powers, was fought by a state system that Sivaram termed the counterinsurgency nation-state. Neoliberalism saw the financialization of international relations. Counterinsurgency created safe political climates for investment. Following the financial crisis of 2009, which coincided with the destruction of the de facto state of Tamil, we are today witnessing a thorough breakdown of every multilateral institution established after World War II. The European Union reels from bailouts to Brexit. The WTO has been stalled in the Doha round of negotiations for 20 years. The United Nations is powerless to prevent unlawful invasions from Iraq to Syria, while Russia moves into Crimea and holds a referendum that allows for territorial expansion. The doctrine of R2P thus serves as a pretext to promote economic self-interest. Some term this the era of the return of geopolitics. I hold a different view. I believe that the present era will reshape the essence of multilateral institutions while preserving their forms. I believe that the multinational corporation, the actor that neoliberalism introduced to the stage of international relations, has gained equality with the state itself. I believe, therefore, that we have entered the era of geoeconomics, a world order that combines geopolitics with multilateralism. Geoeconomic technologies of warfare follow different rules. They therefore imply new pathways to statehood. Where the multinational corporation has allied with the existing Sri Lankan state to produce a safe investment climate through counterinsurgency, aspirants to Elam Tamil statehood may simply offer a more attractive investment climate to win the support of the corporation. In a world where multinationals benefit from diplomatic protection through subrogation clauses in investment agreements, where corporations may sue state directly as equals in specialized courts, Tamil nationalists must understand that the corporation's alliance with the state can be turned to our benefit. The corporation's only loyalty is to its financial bottom line. In a world where its interests determine the shape of international relations, where it determines when, how, and by what standards states will apply international law, including R2P and referenda on self-determination, providing the most attractive climate for investments, guaranteed through the rule of law and innovation in development strategy, is a pathway and a partnership that Elam Tamils can follow to escape the political domination of the Sri Lankan state. The geoeconomic world system is one in which Tamilism may gain its freedom without blood through peaceful and democratic means. It requires our ingenuity and our ability to adapt to a new mentality while asserting our agency and our rights as a proud and indomitable people. Thank you.
Next, I'll call upon Saujya.
Hello, Vanakkam. I feel greatly honored to be able to speak here and would like to thank the organizing committee for inviting me here. My speech forms the conceptual background to the speech we have just heard from Lorenzo, and I will speak about R2P and its ongoing application to invoke Security Council action. The responsibility to protect, or R2P, is a doctrine in international law that allows the international community to override state sovereignty, to defend populations whom the state fails to protect. R2P emerged after the genocides in the former Yugoslavia and Rwanda. It was first developed by the Canadian-sponsored international community on the intervention and state sovereignty, and subsequently it was incorporated in UN Resolution 63-308 and in the World Summit Outcomes document. The three pillars of R2P are, as we know, the responsibility to prevent, the responsibility to react, and the responsibility to rebuild, especially after military invasion. The international community has completely failed in its responsibilities to the Tamil people thus far, and as everyone knows, it has completely failed to prevent or to react at the end of the armed conflict 2009. However, it may still follow its obligations under R2P today. An ongoing pattern of riots conducted by Sinhalese mobs directed against Tamils and Tamil-speaking Muslims without state intervention shows that the responsibility to prevent is very much necessary. UN supervision is necessary to ensure that Sri Lankan political parties do not follow the path of programs for political gain. Furthermore, the international community has the responsibility to react to the militarization of the north and east of Sri Lanka. Militarization is a form of occupation. It permits the army to receive state benefits and establish business in areas where they do not hold the title to the land. When we look at the effects of militarization, we can see it has consequences, demographic changes in that area, which results are quite shocking. A ratio of 1 soldier to every 2 Tamil civilians in areas like Mullaitivu and quite high in many other historically Tamil regions. We will hear in detail about militarization from Mario. In the long term, such demographic changes are a form of structural genocide. Genocide demands a reaction from the international community. The international community, particularly the Security Council, must establish an independent criminal tribunal, or perhaps refer Sri Lanka to the ICC, in an exercise to the responsibility to react and to end impunity. Not a single perpetrator of war crimes, crimes against humanity, including genocide, has been brought to justice in the case of Tamil Eelam. Tamil Eelam, as we know, was a de facto state in the sense of the Montevideo Convention. This document states that the political existence of the state is independent of recognition by other states, or even before recognition, the state has the right to defend its integrity and independence, to provide for its conservation and prosperity, and consequently to organize itself as it sees fit, to legislate upon its interests, administer its services, and to define the jurisdiction and competence of its courts. Therefore, the international community has the responsibility to rebuild Tamil Eelam, a state that was destroyed by the crime of aggression. The Sri Lankan state invokes its sovereignty at venues like the UN Human Rights Council. However, the doctrine of R2P, especially to prevent genocide, is higher than the principle of territorial sovereignty in the international law. The right of self-determination, a jus cogens norm, like the prevention of genocide, is also higher than the principle of territorial sovereignty. Furthermore, Chapter 1, Number 3 of the Sri Lankan Constitution states that sovereignty resides in the people. However, it is not clear who the people should be. More than one people lives in Sri Lanka. To clarify, Chapter 2 specifies that Buddhism shall be given the foremost place, and it shall be the duty of the state to protect and foster Buddha Sansana. In reverse reasoning, this means that the Sri Lankan state considers the Sinhala people as its primary people. The constitution thus leaves Tamils and other target peoples without protection. Finally, in recent years, we can see that the Sri Lankan state is giving up on its own sovereignty voluntarily to repay its debts to investor states. It is turning over large portions of its economy and even some territory to foreign control. Tamils should understand this trend and factor it into their request for the application of the responsibility to protect. Thank you very much.
Next, I call upon Dr. Tujin Nandakumar. Do you want to go on? Okay. There's a change here. I'll call upon Mario Aruldas.
Do you have
an adapter for that?
No, adapter one.
Because we need a.
It's okay. We don't have to do it. Okay. That's all I've put in. Okay. Sorry. Hi. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to the organizers for having invited me. Thank you to everyone who's spoken today. It's been very interesting so far, and I hope we can continue this for the rest of the day and tomorrow. As Sajja said and Anuradha said in the morning, I speak a bit about militarization and go further into the details of it, as some people have lined out. So as we all know, the Sri Lankan military's presence in the Tamil homeland is one of the most pressing issues affecting Ulam Tamils today. And the military is immersed in the life of the people in the northeast. And I speak briefly about the role of the military in the Sinhala Buddhist state building project, and you've heard from previous speakers more about the Sinhala Buddhist nation building. So the military has been instrumental in constructing and maintaining Buddhist temple in the northeast, for example, especially since the end of the armed conflict, including in areas with no Buddhists. The military has built Buddha statues within or close to Hindu temples, and the military presence and the proliferation of military-built and maintained Buddhist temples must be understood in this context of Sinhala Buddhist nationalism and the Sri Lankan military's deeply Sinhala Buddhist institutional character. And so if you look at the ethos of the Sri Lankan military, it is deeply Sinhala Buddhist. When they formed new military units soon after independence, they were named after Sinhala kings who were famed in their narratives for defeating Tamil opponents, such as the Vijayabahu Infantry Regiment and the Gajaba Regiment and Gemunu Watch. These are all kings, Sinhala kings who have defeated Tamil kings. Buddhist rituals are part and parcel of the military rituals. So you don't, as much as they claim it's a Sri Lankan military, it's a very Sinhala Buddhist military. And the construction of Buddhist temples, the organization of Buddhist events by the military in the majority Tamil areas, and you would have seen last week maybe Vesak was celebrated on a large scale in the northeast in Tamil areas, and the events were all exclusively organized by the military. So the organization of these events and the disregard shown to the existing non-Buddhist structures are indicative of the state's assertion of Sinhala Buddhist dominance in the non-Sinhala Buddhist regions of the island, which are focused in the northeast. So the intersection of militarization with this project of fostering Buddhism is one of the critical reasons why militarization remains a pressing issue in the northeast. I was hoping to show you the map of our research, but I'll speak about it more. It's all online. You can check it out yourself. So, as we know, the military stands accused of atrocity crimes against the population in which it is immersed. So Tamils must live amongst, and in some cases even work for those who bombed, shelled, and brutalized their communities, and everything with impunity. So the military's presence facilitates land grabs and displacement and keeps families in temporary shelters as it utilizes but also makes money and profit from privately owned Tamil land. And this has a clear impact on livelihoods and the economic growth of the region, which I will touch on briefly a bit later. In fact, the military is one of the largest employers in Mullaitivu, and this ensures some sort of dependency from the Tamil communities on the military for economic survival. The entrenchment of the military and the security forces in particularly the Mullaitivu district creates a pervasive and constant culture of fear and surveillance, and also further marginalized, especially Tamil women, who are particularly targeted for recruitment and for employment. So bearing all this in mind, we decided to do some research on militarization, and so Pearl and this think tank that Guru Baran was speaking about earlier, the Arialam Center for Policy Research, we partnered on this, and we looked at the data that we had, and we conducted field research on the ground to find out how entrenched the military presence actually is. And so the report is entitled Normalizing the Abnormal, the Militarization of Mullaitivu. And I mean, I have some copies, but unfortunately I don't have enough for everyone. But they are available on our website, and you can look at it. So in total, what we found is that the military has 243,000 active members. That's a huge, huge number. It's a military larger than the military of France, larger than the military of the UK, and larger than the military of Israel. And this includes the Sri Lankan Army, the Navy, and the Air Force. Although our report largely looks at the Sri Lankan Army, which is the largest wing of the military. And the army is made up of 7 regional commands for the whole island. So these 243,000 troops and the military within them go within these 7 regional commands. Out of these 7 regional commands, 5 are based in the northeast. So 5 are based in like a quarter of the island. And out of those, so of the 7 regional commands and the 5 are based in the northeast, three of those regional commands have bases in the Mullaitivu district. So the security forces headquarters Agni, Kilinochi and Mullaitivu all have bases which are in Mullaitivu. And so we try to use that information to estimate a number of soldiers that we have. And the OISL, so the Office of the High Commissioner at the UN, his investigation on Sri Lanka, the OISL report, they have some numbers on estimates how big these units are. So they said that the commands are made up of divisions, which are 10 to 20,000 soldiers each. Each division, in turn, is made up of brigades, which are between 3,500 and 6,000 troops. And the brigades themselves consist of battalions, which are around 650 soldiers each. So while doing this field research, we were looking at, how many battalions are there, how many brigades are there, and we physically visited these sites to get their coordinates and also to verify that these camps are actually there. And we found a total of 13 brigades. And using the figures from the OISL reports, this could be anything between 45,500 and 78,000 Sri Lankan military personnel. And this is just in the Mullaitivu district. And these figures do not include the Air Force, the Navy, the intelligence services, or other auxiliary units. These are just the forces that come within the army. So even at the lower end of the spectrum, a very conservative estimate in our view of the Sri Lankan army's presence in the Mullaitivu district is around 60,000, which, as I just said, means Mullaitivu is the smallest district population-wise in the northeast too. On the whole island. So this would mean that there are 1 soldier for every 2 civilians, which means it would be one of the most highly militarized regions in the world. And this is grossly disproportionate to the country as a whole. This basically means 25% of the Sri Lankan army is deployed in a district which comprises 0.6% of the Sri Lankan population. And this comes with other issues, of course. In Mullaitivu, the military also runs businesses, as Anuradha said earlier today. So they have 5 different hotels and resorts. In one DS division, in the Karatura DS division, they have 6 canteens, which are military run, which are accessible to the public. And they operate 3 different war museums, which pictures you may have seen. One in the location of a former LTT training facility. One is right next to a war monument, and another one has a collection of the LTT's equipment. And this, of course, this entrenched presence has an impact on livelihood opportunities and economic growth in Mullaitivu. The militarization of Mullaitivu is accomplished through the military's numerically disproportionately large presence and its intrusions in the civilian economy. They do make money from being present in that region. So Mullaitivu is the poorest district in the whole country. 24.8% of households are considered below the poverty line, and Mullaitivu has the lowest average household income in the country, at around $150 a month. And despite this, the government has permitted the military to fill this economic vacuum. To read more about this, because of the limited time, I won't go into too much detail, but so the Arialam Center for Policy Research has produced a report on the impact of the military on civilian activities. And it's called Civil Security Department, the Deep Militarization of the Agni, and it's also available on their website. So just to finish up, I was hoping to show you the map, but we have an interactive map where we have mapped the Mullaitivu district. You can see where each of the military camps are that we could find. We haven't. I'm not claiming by any chance that by any means that we have found every one of these camps, but it gives you a good idea just looking at it to how visually how extensive the presence is. It's enormous. And because of time constraints, we were only able to do Mullaitivu this time, but we have started. So I was there in March for a month, and we looked at the Kilinochi district now. So we're currently researching the presence of the military in Kilinochi, and hopefully we'll be able to do other districts too. And we will publish an update on this sometime this summer. So going forward, I think we should expand our work in this sort of field where we can bring out data to use in our advocacy. So rather than just saying, also just the theoretical points of the struggle, but also these are the factual things that we need to bring forward to show that this is systemic, this is systematic, this is something that's deeply entrenched and won't change without a deeply structural reform process. So going forward, we would like to conduct further research on the link between militarization, colonization, and how the institutionalization of singular Buddhist nationalism, as Saudia said in the constitution, how that enables the military occupation. And we're also hoping to look at how the state's nation-building project itself directly impacts the Tamil people and how it works towards dismantling the Tamil nation. I'm going to leave it at that. I hope we can have enough time for question and answers. Okay. All right. Thanks. Thank you.
Our last speaker for this session is Dr. Tushian Nandakumar.
Hi, everyone. Thank you very much for having me, and thanks, everyone, to all the fantastic speakers that we've had so far, and I hope the rest of the conference continues in the same vein. What I'm here to talk about very briefly today, I know we're very short on time, essentially my paper was looking at digital technology and journalism and how we can use digital technology as a tool for resistance. Looking at the history of how we've done that in the past, how we've used digital technology, we as in the Tamil nation, to overcome Sri Lanka's state barriers and potential avenues for the future. So if we look at journalism on the island in general, what we see is, much like every other aspect of life there's a massive ethno-linguistic divide that's going on. So the ethnic conflict has really seeped into all aspects of life. And the media has essentially followed these political contours. And the media has become a site of contestation for these different narratives that have emerged. So you've got the Tamil narratives, which have been talking about a nation under the on the receiving end of a genocide, whilst you've had the Sri Lankan state talk about a sovereign state fighting off a terrorist group. So with the media, what you found is this essentially became a platform for these competing narratives. What the Sri Lankan state ended up doing in order to try and further its narrative was adding curbs on press freedoms, which were targeted very much at the Tamils. So, for instance, there were things like direct censorship. So in the 22nd of September 1995, Chandrika Kumaratunga's government launched an attack on Jaffna. And in that attack, a school was bombed. Now, in the bombing of the school, the Reuters press report had to pass through military censors before it could be published. So there was these ideas that there was direct censorship carried out by the state to all press reports. And there was a very similar fashion that followed for a lot of the other narratives that emerged from the conflict zone. What you also found is there was the threats of various different types of legislation, so the Prevention of Terrorism Act. There were other acts that were brought forward by the state in order to try and curb what was going on and the narratives coming out of the northeast, and also threats of direct violence, which, as you can see, were largely directed at the Tamils. There were 44 murders in between 2004 and 2009. 41 of those were Tamil journalists or media workers that were killed. And there's a really good report by tagged Tamils Against Genocide, which examines the ethnic targeted nature of this violence against journalists. So whilst all that was going on, what you essentially had was Tamil resistance, though. So there's been a really long history of Tamil press in particular, but also the Tamil nation in general, using different various means and technologies to try and overcome these state barriers. So Tamil media initially was also print and press related, but we also had the early militant groups utilize that. So there were leaflets and posters that were produced on press machines that were handed out, done in secret in the middle of the night. You had the early militant groups use different radio frequencies, and in the interviews that I conducted for this particular study, they talked about how they used to switch different frequencies whilst the military was there trying to block off those different frequencies. As the conflict evolved and as different technologies became more readily available, you had things like the internet, and the internet provided a whole new avenue in which we could explore and try and overcome these state barriers. So you had the really early things such as Tamil Mirror, Tamil Canadian, and obviously Tamilnet. The rise of Tamilnet was instrumental throughout the, setting the narrative for the conflict. and it really provided a lot of different information. So at the time that the final stages of the armed conflict were going on, there was this whole narrative actually that this was a war without witness. There were no witnesses, or there was no international media covering the conflict zone. That's actually not true. Every day there were daily reports coming out of the conflict zone from Tamil media. Tamil media was really, really strong and covered almost every single aspect. And as we were, later shown, Tamil media was right in the numbers that they put forward as well, right? So you had correspondents in the final conflict zone using these different technologies that were available. They used the internet, they used satellite phones, they used laptops to try and break and overcome state barriers. And you found post-armed conflict that this has continued. And this has continued really with the use of different avenues that have come forward. So the Tamil Guardian in particular, we've come forward post-conflict, and we've really started using the internet as a whole to try and go through, to try and overcome the state barriers that were also put in place on the island. So the Tamil Guardian used the internet. The internet's obviously very readily available, easily set up, instant, and we also use a lot of social media. And what I want to talk about is social media in particular and how we can start using that to overcome state barriers. So social media has got very low barriers to access, is decentralized, and is very easily encrypted as well, so it's known to be quite secure. There's big questions around those things and questions around censorship. But what you're finding is this has become new platforms where we have come out to contest our narratives. And with that, you've had the formation of new networks. So I brought up this one example, but this was an example of Balatondan Prabharan. A photo emerged of him in the final conflict zone under Sri Lankan military custody. Now, this photo, when it came out in 2013, really went viral. And what you found is, especially in Tamil Nadu, there were tens of thousands of students taken to the streets to protest, all galvanized by the use of this one photo. Colleges across the state were shut down. And for months, there were really mass protests. And the real turning point, or the real kind of galvanizing point, was this photo of Balatondan Prabharan. And that all spread through the use of social media. So with interviews with activists that I've done in Tamil Nadu, again, they talk about how Facebook was what they used to galvanize all these protests and make all these new connections. And what we found is with the use of social media, we've also started making these new connections, right? So out here in the diaspora, the Tamil Guardian, which is based in London, but we've got at least 5 correspondents in the north, we've got at least 3 correspondents in the east, right? How do we work through them? We don't actually have to meet face-to-face to work through with them. What we end up doing is going through using digital technology, using different avenues, using social media to try and navigate and work our way through them and start building relationships. And I'm pretty sure I've even done it today. I mean, I've met people in this room who I've known for quite some time, but actually this is my first time meeting them, right? And these are activists that we've had relationships with. So the idea is that these new technologies have allowed us to form new networks which can bypass other barriers that may have been there. This is really becoming particularly relevant when we look at the island as a whole. So on the island, what we're finding is internet use is rapidly going up. So we had a project a few years ago to try and flood the northeast with smartphones to get people hooked up into the internet. Actually, that's already happening. There's lots of really cheap Indian and Chinese smartphones that people have. Data is very cheap in the northeast, and lots of people are getting onto the internet. So internet usage is becoming more and more. On top of that, we've got social media, which is massive out there. So with the approximately 30 million plus mobile connections, including mobiles and desktops, you've got 4.5 million Facebook users, right? I'm pretty sure if you go around and talk to your relatives, a lot of them are on Facebook. It's not just Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram as well. So there's all these different platforms that are becoming more and more available in the north and east, as well as these messaging platforms as well. So WhatsApp, Viber, Skype, Telegram, Signal, these are all different platforms that we use to keep in touch, to talk to our activists on the ground, but also because they're secure and encrypted, we can start forming new networks using them. So looking at Facebook in particular, like I said, there's 4.5 to 5 million users there. And that in particular is kind of taken off in the northeast amongst the Tamils. So it's a really, really big platform that we can use and try and utilize to try and spread our narrative, essentially. In terms of other activities, other technologies that we've utilized, Mario spoke earlier about the mapping projects that Adialam and Pearl did together, and this is a really small screenshot. I don't know if you can see it probably, but this was done using Google Maps, right? So utilizing Google Maps, we were able to map out all these different things. We were able to map out the location of military camps, for instance. There's lots of different ways in which these technologies have been used in other scenarios around the world. So in Syria, there's something called Syria Tracker, which tracks sites of mass atrocities and war crimes. Eyewitness is an app on your mobile phone that was meant to help document instances of war crimes and crimes against humanity. So what I'm trying to get at is digital technology has really become a tool that we can use in our activism. And also there's alternative platforms that we can use through the internet and social media to start spreading our stuff. So you watched a trailer for this Sri Lanka's Disappeared documentary done by 47 Roots. There's a full screening on later this evening. But that was one such platform that was used, right? Things like Sri Lanka's Killing Fields and No Fire Zone, that documentary was really made using mobile phone footage captured in the final stages of the conflict zone, right? So using this technology, we've got all these resources. How can we use them and utilize them best to start talking about our narrative, to start building new conversations and start mapping new networks? So looking forward, like I said, digital technology is providing new platform and new tools for us in the diaspora especially to go forward. That's not to say that there aren't new barriers put in place by the state. The state is working on this. The Sri Lankan military announced it's got a new cyber crimes unit starting up. There have been newspaper reports of China's military intelligence division who've come in to help the Sri Lankan military. And also, as we saw earlier this year with the anti-Muslim riots that took place, Sri Lanka has taken steps to even ban social media on the island, temporarily, but it can do it. The question is, how can we start trying to overcome those barriers? Because despite the fact that the ban was in place, there were ways in which we could get news from the ground, right? So as the diaspora, but also as the Tamil nation as a whole, I think we need to start thinking about how the struggle has evolved and the new tools that are available to us and the new weapons in our armory that we can use to take the struggle forward. Thank you very much.
I think you'll have a few questions. We didn't pass around papers to ask, but if there's anybody who has a pressing question, we have very limited time. There's one, okay. Just want to come up here. Yeah, please do. Who is it directed to? I don't know. It says, what are your thoughts on blockchain technology and smart contracts? Could this provide a digital infrastructure for support, physical one, for a parallel state as suggested earlier? I think that's about technology, so this could dictate to you.
So what was that, blockchain technology and?
Yeah, technology and smart contracts.
Smart contracts, okay. I don't know too much about blockchain technology. I'll put my hands up and say that. But this idea of parallel states and things is something that I think we should definitely be exploring. And if there's new technology that can help in the administration and the creation of these parallel administrations and things, I'm all for it. And I know that there are small-scale coding projects that are taking place on the ground. There obviously used to be much bigger things like Vanitech, which I know some people over here were involved in. But this kind of area of exploration is something that I think we need to explore. So even if these projects ultimately fail, I think there's lessons to be learned along the way just by going down that route anyway. So blockchain technology, it's certainly caused a bit of mini revolution out here in the West. I'm pretty sure it could do the same thing in the Northeast.
Okay. Any other questions? Quick ones? Yeah.
Worse than that, when they break the contiguity of Tamil territory, when Trincomalee is in danger, whatever we may say to console ourselves, we demand decolonization. They are lovely words to carry clapping, but it doesn't take us much far. So I want all the young intellectuals to come to our rescue, not to my rescue, the rescue of the Tamil community. At least how to maintain the contiguity of the Tamil territory, keeping Trincomalee in mind. Man who holds Trincomalee holds the key to the Indian Ocean.
That's more of a comment, I guess. Yeah.
But anyway, I thought about it.
You had a question there?
Question of, did you have any challenges obtaining data? How did you overcome barriers in getting data for your research?
Yeah, how did you overcome barriers for getting data for your research?
Is this for me? All right.
Oh, anyone.
Anyone, yeah.
I think of course the largest, because we conduct the research in the Northeast, in the homeland itself, the biggest barrier is military presence. So we've had instances of the military intercepting people that we were going to interview. So if we held like a local focus group session or something like that, so we've had instances where the military would just stop people outside and turn them back. At other points they would just come, follow and take pictures, but they haven't actually done anything to actively physically stop anything from happening. So they're just small instances, I think, to just make their presence known and to intimidate. But I think at this point that they'll be reluctant to do anything worse. But of course that doesn't mean that won't change, and I fully expect it to change at some point.
Any other questions? Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, the question that was asked is, can we reach out to the Sinhalese populace with questions and articles in Sinhalese to reach out to the Sinhalese masses directly, bypassing the government propaganda media?
I think there have been efforts made in the past. I think throughout our struggle, if you look at it, the history of our struggle, there have been lots of efforts made. You know, the LTT had a Sinhalese news channel, for instance, that conducted news entirely in Sinhalese. We've had lots of prominent Sinhala speakers. TNA MP Ravi Raj was very fluent in Sinhalese, and unfortunately he ended up being assassinated by the state. So I think there have been efforts made. I think it's going to take a lot more than just translating a newspaper into Sinhalese, though. Ultimately, I think the burden of this should not be on the Tamil people to go about talking about explaining the narrative. I think what we need to do is say to Colombo and the Sri Lankan state itself, why don't you screen No Fire Zone? No Fire Zone's already in Sinhalese. There's a Sinhalese copy available. So why is that not being screened in towns and cities across the south to talk about what mass atrocities happened? So the tools and the equipment and, you know, everything is already there. The data is already there in language that they'll understand, but it's about the willingness of the state to allow this to go across.
I think I might add one more point to that question. Anytime the Sinhalese government finds that the Tamil point of view is reaching directly to the masses, Sinhalese masses, the whole political agenda is in question then, or threatened. So those people who attempt to directly reach the Sinhalese masses, their life will be threatened.
Just want to add one more point, which is just on the future of activism as a whole. I don't think there is a set route for activism, and I think that's kind of what I alluded to in my talk. But digital technology is not just about you have to go through digital technology, but I think as the diaspora and as activists as a whole, there are loads of different avenues that we can explore. Whether you want to be active through social media, whether you want to make documentaries, whether you want to do art, drawings, or whether you want to go out and work on policy and papers and more academic things. I think there are lots of different routes that we can follow, and it's just about utilizing the tools that we have available.
I think we will close this part and start with the next session because of the time. Thank you very much for all the 4 speakers.
Please be mindfully and kindly switch off any electronic or mobile devices during this session. So for real, this is the 3rd session we're heading on. So it's called Genocide by Any Other Name. It will be the chair will be Professor Ramu Manivannan. He is the head of Department of Politics and Public Administration of the University of Madras, and a long-time academical researcher and author in the human rights arena. His voluminous work on the international crimes committed by Sri Lankan state in and around Mullivaikkal is titled Sri Lanka, Hiding the Elephant, Documenting War Crimes, Crimes Against Humanity, and Genocide. Professor Manivannan comes to us today from Taiwan, where he has been the recipient of 2018 Taiwan Fellowship from South India. So without any further ado, I invite Professor Ramu Manivannan.
அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். A very good afternoon to all of you. I would like to first thank and appreciate the opportunity of being here, particularly the context. I'm deeply aware of the historical nature of this conference, not only this, the first one, and the history flows from then. And I am quite certain that this history will flow further to take us into a very fruitful outcome. And I have a responsibility to chair this session as well of the genocide by any other name. And as my other chairperson said, I'm simply following the process. I would make a brief presentation of 10 to 12 minutes. Then I would invite the other panel members and introduce each of them as they come before you. And I would be very happy to say the title of the session is like Genocide by Any Other Name. I would like to add to this by Genocide by All Means. And I think that's a sub-column to this session that I would say. And my topic is about the genocide of Tamils and the nature of transitional justice in Sri Lanka. When you hear the word, the transitional justice in Sri Lanka, I don't want you to be kind of struck with this idea that we are only in the United Nations, we are talking to the United Nations, or now like in Geneva. It's important we are there, but it is more important we are there in many other places. And I say this as I'm stand before you in two principal grounds. One, as a political scientist, that's my profession. For over about 25 to 27 years, I'm in political science. But also, more importantly, I'm here as my faith in politics. Like, that's much more important than political science. The faith in politics is much more important. And so that's the precise reason that I'm here before you. And the idea of transitional justice for me is that, like, I have very, not simply that, like, to say it deeply is not an appropriate expression. Both personally, academically, and also culturally been involved with the Tamil struggle and never seen it as a separate part to our entity in Tamil Nadu. Then about like the Mulivaikal, something like Mulivaikal happens. And I stand here and reflecting. We are in the month of May, and what's ahead for us in 2009 in 17th or 18th of May, and how many of us would have believed that it's still politics for us? And then we also needed to speak and reclaim the space, the justice. One, we need to reclaim the space, and another pursuit is that, like, to seek accountability. These are two important components to the transitional justice. And so we need to reclaim our space, a political space, a natural space, a legitimacy, and at the same time is also to seek accountability to what has happened. So this combination of these two factors is that it's very important. Another aspect is that in the evidence, the witness presentation and the evidence collection, and I can tell you one very interesting fact about the witness and the evidence collection is that in the first evidence that was submitted to the United Nations, the accounts, the process that was done in Tamil Nadu in the University of Madras. And we applied the institutions. We said if these institutions do not serve as the purpose of seeking justice, the human rights account and recording, then why should there be such institutions be established? And why should the public money be spent on these institutions? I mean, like, we want to look at education, public education, with a kind of public accountability. And in that process is that, like, you know, when we went to United Nations in the Human Rights Council, it was very inspiring and it was also very depressing. It's very inspiring because that, you know, for the first time, the small ventilator, not even windows were open. And then this kind of small ventilators, we had to climb the wall. We had to climb the wall and just to put our, not even put our, it could just be a little nose out and to breathe and say. And at that time, I remember from a very eminent international organization, human rights organization, had come to Chennai and they wanted to talk to me about what happened. Then I said to them, this is a genocide by all means. Then they said, Professor, we want to hear this from another person, the word genocide from another person. And I said, what do you mean by you want to hear from another person? And non-Tamil, we want to hear from. And this is precisely as what happened to many, many people in the world. And victims had no voice in this world with politics. And if you are a victim, and the last person that the world would believe is that, like, you know, want to hear the truth is from you. They want to hear it from another person. If it is much better if it is a white man. And this is how the history of the narrative has happened in the world. The narrative of this whole historical narrative is that then we have to be, like, you know, in taking this politics is that to the international arena, then we had to peddle at many grounds. We had to peddle at many grounds, then get into this power politics, transitional justice. And getting into the the dynamics of power politics is that, like, you know, we are going and asking the same international powers which have committed enormous human rights crimes and violations around the world. I mean, like, you know, in justice there are no colors. I say this in another country, and I don't see colors to consciousness. I don't see colors to justice. It's kind of very plain truth. Now, in that process is that, like, you know, we have to go through this power politics. We have to place our faith in the system. Now, in this whole arena is that, like, you know, and ultimately what the United Nations, when the resolution was passed, and when the United Nations, like, you know, the 31, the resolution that was passed in 2014 and 15, and then, like, you know, the international community applauded Sri Lanka for asking that the Sri Lanka was part of the resolution. And where could be the parody of irony of any kind of this thing? The country that committed kind of the mass human rights violations was allowed to be part of the resolution. And then they call this entire resolution as a consensus building. Now, my question is that, this is what is my first question to the international community. Like, there is a very, I don't know how familiar you are about the third world, the banking system. It's very easy to borrow a loan from a bank, but it is very tough to stand as a guarantee for the person who is borrowing the loan. I hope you know that system. If you have to sign a guarantee for a person who is borrowing the loan, you stand to accomplish the burden of that loan if the person fails. But now my question to the international community, which follows, worships International Monetary Fund and World Bank and the system, is that 25 of these countries have stood and said that they are co-signatories to this resolution of 31. Now, what do they have to say at this point, when the United Nations High Commissioner says the Sri Lankan government has completely failed in its commitment in accomplishing or even about taking minimal steps towards this fulfillment of a concept and idea called transitional justice? This not just one country, 25 countries have to explain to the Tamil community. 25 countries have to explain to the international community why have they co-sponsored the resolution, which says that, like, you know, it's a consensus resolution. What is the meaning of consensus if that consensus is not going to be followed up? This is the most important question we want to raise. And then they also raise the 4 pillars. I would just take another 4 more minutes. I know I have a panel. And they said about 4 pillars in that resolution, which the right to know, the right to justice, the right to reparations, and the guarantee of non-recurrence. But as you know that, like since morning from the speakers we are hearing, the right to know includes about like the office of missing persons, the status of missing persons. We know the status of that office. Then for the right to justice is that the international court or like international judges or the hybrid concept. I mean, none of this has ever been followed up. Then the constitutional mechanism is that the Sri Lankan government has insisted on very simple fact is that Sri Lanka not alone be a federal state, and it will be a completely and unitary system. It is a one state, one race, unitary model. So when they are talking about unitary system, the international community has to respond to this. The signatories to the resolution, the co-sponsors to the resolution have to be answerable in the next United Nations Human Rights Council or other international bodies. Then the right to reparation is that we're not asking for any kind of reparations in terms of monetary things. We are asking the land. Let the land, the restoration of, unless about the entire struggle is related to land. What is politics without land? I mean, the whole idea of sovereignty is related to land. And the land is related to culture. Culture is part of the identity. So the entireness of the whole sum is that, like, you know, if 31,000 square miles of kilometers or areas can just be kept under the Sri Lankan government's military, if military can be entered into doing business over the Tamil land, what is this concept of right to reparations? And what is it? What's the meaning of this whole thing? Then the guarantee of non-recurrence is that the very simple fact is that the 13th Amendment, and from 1987, the 13th Amendment to the Constitution has been spoken. And like, you know, that's what we tell the Indian government in India is that you can't even get a 13th Amendment be passed in Sri Lankan by your influence for all the appeasement, for all the kind of like, you know, being party to the genocide in Sri Lanka, which Indian government has been. Now, we have not been able to get even 13th Amendment, a constitutional amendment be done. So what do we speak about transitional justice? So that is why I believe this transitional justice, the process should happen at one level, then the politics should be pursued at another level. Because for the simple reason is that, like, you know, there's a very interesting saying that, like, you know, unless you speak truth or acknowledge truth, there is no kind of like furthering to any development. Sri Lankan government continues to deny its own role in this whole thing. So this the entire truth process is that there is another interesting pattern that, like, you know, in the mass violence and violations of human rights, mass crimes against humanity is that in all this there is a very interesting pattern. The pattern is that, like, you know, unrestrained power enjoyed by the state. But in case of Sri Lanka, I mean, this is in case of in Germany or in case of another countries, like, you know, whether in 1937 in case of Japan over Manchuria, or like what you call the Nanking, the massacres in Nanking, and like in the world wars and other places, you will find one particular pattern is that the complete concentration of power in the government. But in case of Sri Lanka, it's not even the concentration of power in the government, it is completely the death of a civil society. The death of a civil society is the death of a consciousness. A political society must have certain kind of consciousness. That doesn't prevail. I mean, why I say that does not prevail is that on May 17th or 18th is that there's a wailing of the Tamil people. The wailing of the Tamil people in the streets all over the world. But another nation was celebrating. That precisely told me there is more than one nation in Sri Lanka. How can be just if the people of same country and, like, you know, millions and millions of them are wailing in different parts of the world, one part of the population is celebrating with crackers and celebrating with joy, then there must be more than one nation in that country. So that's the nation. That's the nation we have to reinvent, because that nation is that nation we lost by our failure. I want us to acknowledge that. I want us to acknowledge that the fact is that, the Tamils have lost one important fact in the history is that one very, very important, we have ignored our history. Tamils have ignored the history. There is a very interesting fact is that those who ignore history tend to become its victims. We are victims of our own denial of our past and the memory of our sovereignty, memory of our politics. So the transitional justice, no one gives. In politics, there is no gift. In politics, there is no gift. You have to fight for it. Transitional justice, rest of the world is not going to stand up and say, take your justice in a platter. We have to fight for it. So we have to believe in the institution. We have to strengthen the institutions. We have to strengthen our own political process. And I know I have a time limitations. I want to thank all of you and for this opportunity at the same time. And I have a more distinguished panel members a part of this panel. And we will still have some time to reflect collectively. And I take this opportunity to invite Professor Francis Boyle. Francis Boyle is I deeply admire his strength, courage, and untiring efforts. And Professor Francis Boyle has been a professor of law at University of Illinois College of Law since 1978, having obtained degrees in political science, law in Harvard, and PhD from Harvard as well. He has been a Bertrand Russell Peace Lecturer at McMaster University in 2007 and Perhad Lecturer, University of Calgary, and Professor of USSR Summer University Juris. He has worked with the Department of State and has been consultant to the United Nations Committee on Exercise of Inalienable Rights of Palestinian People, and also worked for Amnesty International USA and Republic of Bosnia and Herzegovina International Court of Justice. Among others, he has published The Tamil Genocide by Sri Lanka, The Global Failure to Protect Tamil Rights Under International Law. I have immense respect for him, and with all that, I would like to invite Professor Francis Boyle. You can sit down after you finish. You can sit here.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for inviting me here to speak to you today. I am greatly honored. The Hindu-Christian Tamils living on the island known as Sri Lanka have been the victims of genocide, as defined by the 1948 Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide by the Sinhala Buddhist government of Sri Lanka. I say that because I single-handedly won 2 world court orders for the Republic of Bosnia and Herzegovina against Yugoslavia to cease and desist all acts of genocide committed against them. I am the only lawyer or government in the history of the World Court, going back to 1921, to have won 2 orders in one World Court lawsuit, and that was for genocide. And you can read all of my oral and written submissions before the World Court for Genocide that won these 2 orders in my book, The Bosnian People Charged Genocide. And the fact that the Hindu-Christian Tamils have been the victims of genocide by the Sinhala Buddhist gospel only strengthens and reinforces their right to self-determination under international law, including establishing their own state if that is their desire. Article 2 of the Genocide Convention defines genocide in relevant part as follows. Genocide means any of the following acts committed with intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group as such. A, killing members of the group. B, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group. C, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part. And that's exactly what the Gospel is doing to the Tamils today. Deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part. For the past 7 decades, the Gospel has implemented a systematic, comprehensive military, political, economic campaign with the intent to destroy, in substantial part, the different national, ethnical, racial, religious groups constituting the Hindu-Christian Elan Tamils. This violates Article 2A of the Genocide Convention, Article 2B of the Genocide Convention, and Article 2C of the Genocide Convention, and that goes on today, inflicting on the Tamils conditions of life calculated to bring about their physical destruction in substantial part in violation of Article 2C of the Genocide Convention. With all due respect to my previous speakers, this is not structural genocide. This is actual genocide under Article 2C of the Genocide Convention, inflicting conditions of life calculated to bring about their physical destruction in whole or in part. Now, some have argued that this is not genocide because the Gospel has not intended to exterminate all the Tamils on Sri Lanka. Well, I had encountered this argument in my World Court proceedings for Bosnia, where the genocidal rump Yugoslavia was represented by Shabtai Rosen of Israel, who was supposed to be the world's leading expert on the World Court, until I demolished him twice in a row. Rosen got up there and argued that since he was an Israeli Jew, this was not the same thing where the Nazis had intended to exterminate all of the Jews, and therefore it was not genocide. Indeed, I pointed out to the World Court against Rosen that the Genocide Convention says, quote, in the present convention, genocide means any of the following acts committed with intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group as such. So what I argued to the World Court, and that what they eventually agreed with me, is that a government only had to intend to destroy a substantial part of a group, not the whole group, which of course is what the Nazis and Hitler intended to have done with the Jews if they could have gotten a whole of them. And indeed, certainly Yugoslavia intended to do the same thing to the Bosnian Muslims if they could have gotten away with it, as proven by their mass extermination of 7,000 plus Bosnian Muslim men and boys at Srebrenica in July of 1995. I would later become the attorney of record for the mothers of Srebrenica and Predrina, as well as the women for Srebrenica, at the International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia. I convinced the ICTY prosecutor, Carla Del Ponte, to indict Yugoslav President Slobodan Milosevic for every crime in the ICTY statute for the atrocities he inflicted on the Bosnians, including 2 counts of genocide, 1 count for genocide in general, and the 2nd count of genocide for Srebrenica in particular. Notice, as far as the ICTY was concerned, the International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia, 7,000 murdered human beings were enough to constitute genocide. Milosevic died while on trial at The Hague after the ICTY itself denied his motion to dismiss all these charges at the close of the prosecution's case and sustained all the charges against him, including and especially 2 counts of genocide, genocide in general for Bosnia, and genocide in particular against the 7,000 Bosnian Muslim men and boys at Srebrenica. I went after Milosevic in 1993 at the World Court, and finally he was brought to justice in 2006. The wheels of international justice turn slowly, but they do turn. Now, in the argument for what was a substantial part for genocide, I argued to the World Court that at that time, the best estimate we had was that about 250,000 Bosnian Muslims out of a population of about 4 million Bosnians and 2.5 million Bosnian Muslims were dead. So I argued to the World Court that 10%, 250,000 dead Muslims, were a substantial part of the Bosnian Muslim group, and that the proper interpretation of the words "in part" in Article 2 of the Genocide Convention meant substantial part, and 250,000 dead were enough to do it. The World Court emphatically agreed with me, completely rejected Roseanne's arguments that he had made twice, and gave me these 2 World Court orders on 8 April 1993 and 13 September 1993 that were overwhelmingly in favor of the Republic of Bosnia and Herzegovina against Yugoslavia to cease and desist from committing all acts of genocide against them. In the final judgment on the merits in the Bosnia case on 26 February 2007, the World Court definitively agreed with me once and for all time that in order to constitute genocide, a state must only intend to destroy a substantial group, a substantial part of the group as such. My paper has the exact language that I won't repeat here. But according to this World Court decisions, in order to find the Gassel guilty of genocide against the Elam Tamils, it is not required to prove that the Gassel has the intention to exterminate all the Elam Tamils. Rather, all that is necessary is to establish that the Gassel intends to destroy a substantial part of the Elam Tamils, which they have already done in Vani. Furthermore, in its 2007 Bosnian judgment, the World Court found that you did not even need 250,000 exterminated Bosnians to constitute genocide, let alone 6 million dead Jews. Rather, even the 7,000 plus exterminated Bosnian Muslim men and boys at Srebrenica were enough to constitute genocide as far as the World Court was concerned. Well, since the World Court ruled in February of 2007 in the Bosnia judgment that the extermination of 7,000 Bosnians at Srebrenica constituted genocide, then certainly and in spades, the Gassel extermination of about 146,000 Tamils in Vani only 2 years later, in May of 2009, also constituted genocide. Nothing could be clearer that this was genocide, and it is continuing genocide. Again, with all due respect to my previous speakers, this is the Gassel deliberately inflicting conditions of life on the Tamils calculated to destroy them in significant part in violation of Article 2C of the Genocide Convention. In order to prevent the ongoing genocide and another wholesale slaughter by the Gassel against the Elam Tamils, Article 1 of the Genocide Convention requires, quote, the contracting parties confirm that genocide, whether committed in time of peace or in time of war, is a crime under international law which they undertake to prevent and to punish. To prevent and to punish. Pursuant to these two obligations, I respectfully submit that the time has now come, and for this conference to undertake to prevent and punish the Gassel for its still ongoing genocide against the Tamils by founding here and now a boycott, divestment, and sanctions campaign against the genocidal Gassel. So, if you're asking me what can be done and how can we do it, a BDS campaign is it. Go back and study what the entire world did to dismantle the racist, genocidal, apartheid Afrikaner regime in South Africa that was doing pretty much the same thing to its 30 million black inhabitants. We had a BDS campaign against them, and it worked. I was involved in large numbers of cases in the earlier apartheid BDS campaign against them, defending anti-apartheid resistors. You can read all about this in my book, Defending Civil Resistance Under International Law. These books on reserve on Amazon. This included obtaining the first acquittal ever of anti-apartheid protesters in Chicago at the South African consulate Chicago versus Streeter, 1985. We even made the New York Times on that one. I know apartheid and genocide when I see them. I've litigated against them all over the United States, at the World Court, and around the world. And that is what we are dealing here with the Gaza. It's time to take the kid gloves off. Let's set up this BDS campaign. The South African BDS campaign, we were up against some of the top law firms and lobbying firms in the United States. But eventually, they lost and we won because we had truth and justice on our side. And today, there is no racist, genocidal regime in South Africa. Sure, they have their problems. We have a lot of problems here in Canada. We have problems in the United States. But genocide and apartheid are not two of them. So this is not a case of us reinventing the wheel here. We already have the wheel. Now, there's no way in this brief presentation I can deal comprehensively with all the legal reasons for and strategies behind dismantling the racist apartheid regime in South Africa. Again, you can read those in my book. And the materials set forth in that book were used all over the United States to help dismantle the racist, genocidal apartheid regime in South Africa. Almost identical legal arguments and strategies can be applied to dismantle the racist, genocidal, apartheid, Sinhala, Buddhist, Gassel regime. To the same effect is the Palestinian boycott, divestment, and sanctions campaign against the Zionist regime in Israel. The historical origins behind and legal arguments in support of the Palestinian BDS campaign against Israel can be found in my books, Palestine, Palestinians, and International Law, and Breaking All the Rules, bringing it up to date to 2008. Today, the Palestinian BDS campaign against the racist, genocidal apartheid regime in Israel has spread all over the world. It was recently nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize. Almost identical legal arguments and strategies can be applied to dismantle the racial, genocidal, apartheid, Sinhala, Buddhist regime. Go after the Sinhala Buddha money. People's precious money is something everyone in the world understands and appreciates. Going after their money was something the racist, genocidal, apartheid regime in South Africa well understood. And because of that economic motivation, in significant part, they ultimately released Nelson Mandela, commenced good faith negotiations with the ANC, and their regime was dismantled. The Bantustans for black inhabitants of South Africa were also dismantled. And today, black citizens in the apartheid-free Republic of South Africa are now able to determine their own future. The Elam Tamils can do it too, and can do it the same way. I cannot predict the future, but given the heavy dependence of the already bankrupt Gassel regime and its economy on imports and exports such as tourism, textiles, teas, overseas remittances, I think a worldwide BDS campaign against the Gassel can bring them to their knees in no more than a decade. And that's what we need to do. Bring the Sinhala Buddhist, racist, genocidal regime to their knees, and maybe sooner than 10 years. And then the racist, genocidal Sinhala Buddhists will have to deal with us. But only when we've done that are they going to deal with us to bring them to their knees like we did with the apartheid regime in South Africa, like we are doing today against the apartheid genocidal regime in Israel against the Palestinians. The Gospel is not going to do it for themselves. Now, this notion of transitional justice, even Professor Kasese, who was the chief judge of the International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia, said, and I agree with him, transitional justice does not work when there has been genocide perpetrated, such as Bosnia. And I can testify to that. I had a meeting with my friend, Mr. Finci, the head of the Bosnian Jewish community in Bosnia. The Bosnian Jews were my clients too. I argued their case for genocide to the World Court. Mr. Finci set up a transitional justice campaign in Bosnia and asked me to support it. I did. It got nowhere. With all due respect to Mr. Finci, he did the very best he could. Transitional justice does not work with genocide. What's going on in Geneva today, it's just stall and delay while the Gospel continue to inflict conditions of life calculated to bring about the physical destruction in whole or in part of the Elam Tamils in violation of Article 2C of the Genocide Convention. The United States is not going to help us. They were in on the massacre at Vanni. The United Nations organization is not going to do it. It is up to you and me to do it. We must take the future of the Elam Tamils and Tamil Elam into our own hands. Found the anti-Gossel BDS campaign. Stop the ongoing Gossel genocide against the Elam Tamils and Tamil Elam. Start the Tamil BDS campaign here and now. We will have truth and justice on our side. And for that reason, we will win. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Boyle. Before I invite the next speakers, Nirmanusan Balasundaram and Tasha Manoranjan and Lakshana Bhaskaran, I would like to say kind of a very, very brief narrative that happened. I mean, the context of young people coming forward to speak here is that there are two factors. One, on 18th of May, 2009, in the Parliament, Sri Lankan Parliament, Rajapaksa, as president, after receiving the delegation from the north, he said to the parliament members, the whole struggle, the Elam struggle today, is kind of stands dissolved for the fact that we have had a military, we have inflicted a military defeat on LTTE, but that's not the only thing. For the next 20 years, people who have fought this war and people, their children, may remember this war. And 20 years later, no one would be there to fight this war with us. This is a recorded statement. You can go back and see in the Parliament, Sri Lankan Parliament recordings. But just in the few years' time, but what that meant is that the younger people should come forward to take the struggle forward. That's the precise thing. That we have said this, like, there's another incident in the India's freedom struggle is that Winston Churchill said to Gandhi that, Mr. Gandhi, in your lifetime and in my lifetime, we will not see the freedom of India. In 1947, when India got free, Churchill was out of power. And the Indian National Congress said that, in our lifetime, we have met the goal. So politics, another meaning of politics is that it is a heart of possibilities. So I would like to say that the younger generation is that we Tamils usually suffer from another problem is that, we always think our children should be scientists, either a space scientist or about phenomenal, extraordinary intellects, and nothing to work with the common problems of our life. So this is another cultural problem of the Tamil community. We have produced many technocrats, many engineers, many scientists, but not as many lawyers who could speak for us. Not as many political scientists who could just go and argue for us. And not as many media people who could just go and write our stories in the thing. And that's what we want to change. And this is what exactly and we need scientists, but we also need people who talk politics in the streets, and lawyers, younger people, and then about taking this fight on multiple grounds. And this is where I see the difference about the young people coming forward, and I really appreciate the younger people being part of that. About Nirmanasan Balasundaram, I must tell you that, I'm not taking more time than I should, but I want to tell you, when I first met many young people here in this panel, I met them, I met Tusiya Nandakumar, Mario, and then about Nirmanasan. The first time when I met him, he was coming from Austria, and met him in Geneva, and when I spoke to him for about half an hour, I realized what it takes to be a spark plug in a motor. Welcome, Niman.
அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். Good afternoon to all. I never experienced nervous when I got into the stage, but after that introduction, I'm a little bit nervous. Thank you for that wonderful introduction. 19 years ago, or almost 20 years ago, Sivaramanna, or Mamanidar Sivaram, was attending this conference. Almost 17 years ago, I was sharing a room with him while we were covering the press conference by the LTT leader. We have witnessed several hundreds of journalists who came to cover the press conference. Then Sivaramanna was asking, he was asking in Tamil, எங்களுக்கு கொண்டு நடக்க அல்லது எங்களுக்கு கொண்டு நடந்தா இவ்வளவு பேர் வருவாங்களா? Will there be a lot of journalists be present if there's going to happen something in the future? So my presentation is going to cover, as he expected or as he had this concern, yes, not that several hundred journalists didn't come. So my presentation is going to cover why they didn't come. Even though they didn't come, but as a several journalists or a small team of journalists, like Sivaramanna wished at the time, how we created that spark. In general, the Sri Lankan media is polarized based on ethnic lines. Particularly after the war, this was widened and strengthened. So my title is Media and War Failings and Performance in Sri Lanka. So many might think from the negative point of view because of after the bitter experience what we have been through. But I think I would like to give some hope and spark that we have created some history even after 2009 as a journalist. Of course, that the Sri Lankan government, that they had many ways to suppress the journalists throughout the history. But during the last phase of the war, why they wanted to suppress? It was not just a media suppression. Whom they targeted? Tamil journalists, predominantly Tamil journalists, and progressive Sinhala journalists they targeted. So, after the Mullawaikal massacre or Mullawaikal genocides, many thought the war was war without witness. It was not the right perspective. I think the post-Mullawaikal genocide period, exiled journalists played a crucial role. The role of exiled journalists in the accountability and justice process in Sri Lanka. So when I say accountability, why accountability? For whom accountability? This is what my presentation says. Is what, as a journalist, I see is a genocide. Sri Lanka was considered one of the most dangerous countries in the world for journalists prior to 2009. The practice of shoot the messenger was conducted by the government of Sri Lanka with the intention of creating a war without witness. It violated the liberties of journalists and media practitioners by censorship, labeling, threatening, abducting, detaining, torturing, and killing those who deviated from the government agenda. It also banned the international media from accessing the conflict zone, thereby preventing any independent reporting of the humanitarian catastrophe that unfolded on the ground. In 2007, the then Defense Secretary Gotabaya Rajapaksa stated that in a war against terrorists, anything is fair. 6 months earlier, his brother and then President Mahinda Rajapaksa called on the nation to decide whether to be with the handful of terrorists or with the common man who is in the majority, and asked them to clearly choose between these two sides. So while he do the stuff, I go with something. So, all right. Thank you. Yeah. So then the army commander, in January 2008, the then army commander of the Sri Lankan army and powerful minister in the current coalition government, Field Marshal Sarath Fonsara, said the treachery of the media was the only barrier hampering the army defeat of the LTT. Then Gotabaya Rajapaksa in 2009 said, "You are either with us or against us, and those in the second group will be chased out of Sri Lanka." That was the stern warning. So this whole top hierarchy of the Sri Lankan government or chain of command gave a stern warning even before the final stage of the war. Why they so much focused on it? There was something they were planning very strategically in order to hide. So normally we say the truth is the first casualty in the war. But in the war against the Tamil, the genocide against the Tamils, the Tamil journalists were one of the first casualties. The intention to assassinate the Tamil journalists who practice human rights-based journalism was to hide the genocide through silencing the Tamil media. In war, the truth is the first casualty. In Tamil genocide, Tamil journalists were one of the first casualties. It has been widely recognized that in its effort to oppress critical and dissident views, the GOSL took aim at those who choose to side with the truth and expose human rights abuses. The GOSL primary target were Tamil journalists and media practitioners, followed by progressive Sinhala journalists who challenged the execution of the war and exposed human rights violations, and lastly, independent international media. The GOSL set about to achieve its strategy of conducting the war without witness by labeling those who adopted human rights-based journalism as terrorists or terrorist supporters and using emergency regulations and counter-terrorism legislation against them. It specially targeted the Tamil media outlets and Tamil journalists, especially within the conflict zone and also broadly in the Tamil-dominated areas of North and East, in an effort to prevent evidence of atrocities from reaching outside the world. Finally, it resolved to abduct, torture, kill, and disappear journalists who continued to defy and sought dissent. In the 6 years from May 2004 to January 2010, 44 journalists and media workers were either killed or disappeared in Sri Lanka. Among them, 37 were Tamils, 5 were Sinhalese, and 2 Muslims. In December 2007, Geneva-based Press Emblem campaign stated that Sri Lanka was the third most dangerous country in the world for journalists. Reporters Without Borders ranked Sri Lanka 162 out of 175 countries in its World Press Freedom Index. As a consequence of the unprecedented level of violence against media, many journalists were forced to flee the country. Over a period of 3 years, at least 55 journalists and press freedom activists from Sri Lanka went into exile. The vital role of the exiled journalists from Sri Lanka in instigating the island's accountability and justice process and sheds light on how exiled journalists have intervened to establish international pressure on issues surrounding human rights violations and mass atrocities. In this particular case, in my research, I focus on a particular media organization called Journalists for Democracy in Sri Lanka, JDS. So the war came to an end in May 2009, and JDS was formed July 2009. In August 25th, first 78-second video clip was revealed through Channel 4, which was actually given by Journalists for Democracy in Sri Lanka. This is an organization not just Tamils, predominantly Sinhalese. The members of Journalists for Democracy in Sri Lanka were able to use the foreign geographic spaces. They found themselves in an avenue to access political spaces they were denied while in Sri Lanka. Some were forced to do so while maintaining a low profile due to safety concern for their families back home, while others did so fearing for their own safety even in their newfound countries of exile. Despite these challenges, these exiled journalists were determined to continue their journalism and thus were critical in foiling with the Sri Lankan government war without witness strategy. Notably, it was such a exiled journalist played a crucial role in revealing the mass atrocity crimes evidences. JDS work on activities in exposing war crimes, countering Sri Lankan state propaganda, and pursuing Sri Lankan war criminals to date it continues. In addition, it also assists persecute fellow journalists, coordinate media activism and journalist contribution, as well as engages in advocacy work. However, due to continuing safety and security concerns of its members and their families in Sri Lanka, JDS maintained a low profile. And with final outcomes being prioritized, and many of JDS work remains unknown to the outside world, as it chooses not to publicize most of its work or accept credit for revelations. Some of the work that I can, through my research and interviews, my interaction with JDS members, some of the activities I could share with you. The first Channel 4 video clip, the 78-second video clip that reset the international community agenda, including the international media agenda vis-a-vis Sri Lanka. Even though JDS shared that video clip with many international stakeholders who were talking or taking part of the UN resolution recently, we shared, Journalists for Democracy in Sri Lanka shared with everyone, and they kept silence until JDS revealed through Channel 4. And then Dushyan already mentioned about Balachandran photo, which was also revealed by JDS. And Jagat Day's case, Jagat Day was one of the war criminal, also part of the chain of command in the Sri Lankan army. When he came, but one of his first missions was to identify the journalists, JDS members, and gathering information. Finally, JDS worked hard, and he was recalled by Sri Lankan foreign ministry because of the international pressure. He was in the edge of proving, even though he had this diplomatic impunity, he was in the edge of proving as a war criminal. And also already Francis mentioned in morning presentation about UN CAT, UN Committee Against Torture case, Cesar Mendes. JDS tried their best to support ITJP and Francis' work. And also Sri Lanka's killing field, in 2011, and Sri Lanka's killing fields, war crimes unpunished, no fire zone in the killing fields of Sri Lanka, are these all 3 videos clip, 3 documentaries, which was the JDS 78 seconds video clip was the fundamental of these productions. And many, especially the Sri Lankan government, who claimed that those people wanted to seek asylum, therefore they fled the country. But fleeing the country, I think I don't need to read it, yes, it is already there. Yeah, fleeing the country is not simply running away from trouble as someone would like to interpret. So I think you could read, continue to, so because of the time concern, I don't want to go ahead with that. Yeah, so even after the unprecedented level of violence against the journalists who practice human rights-based journalism on the ground and in exile, remain firm to resist the successive government's media suppression and violence against the media through newly established democratic political spaces. The fundamental rule for survival of any tyranny is the closure of the democratic political space. But the demand for justice and accountability can only survive as long as there is at least a limited democratic space. This mismatch between the mode of governance and the nature of the demand leave only 2 options open for journalists. One either backs down, disengage, and keep quiet, or finds a political space from where the fight for justice can be pushed forward. Many exiled journalists are basically those who have chosen the second option and fled their countries of origin. Despite the legal and institutional constraints imposed upon them as refugees in host countries, exiled journalists can find the political space necessary for them to act without fearing dire consequences. Therefore, fleeing the country is not simply running away from trouble, as someone would like to interpret, especially the Sri Lankan government. It is a way of challenging and changing the rule of engagement set by the tyrannical power. When the closure of the political space becomes the priority of the tyranny, finding an alternative space becomes a priority of the journalist. Therefore, winning justice and accountability is not simply a matter of having the will to fight for them, but it is all about having the ability to foresee the consequences and the skill to redefine the modes of engagement. Thank you.
I would like to invite the joint presenters, Thasha Manoranjan and Lakshana Bhaskaran, to the gender genocide and the Sri Lanka's war against the Tamil nation. There? Okay, fine.
Hi. Unfortunately, Tasha couldn't be here with us today, so it'll just be me. Our paper is called Gender, Genocide, and Resistance, Sri Lanka's War Against the Tamil Nation. However, before I start, I do want to mention a couple of things. As settlers in Canada, we have directly benefited from colonization and genocide of indigenous people of this land. In order to engage in resistance and solidarity against injustices inflicted on indigenous people, it is imperative we constantly engage in acts of decolonization. The first thing is to acknowledge that we are on the traditional unceded territories of the Algonquin Nation. I would also like to pay my respects to their elders, past and present, and to anyone who may be here with us today, physically, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually. We cannot talk about genocide sitting in the capital of a settler colonial state that has and continues to commit genocide. So that's something that I think we all need to reflect on. I will also like to issue a trigger warning. I will be talking about sexual violence and gender-based violence today. Tamil women have suffered disproportionately throughout Sri Lanka's decades-long ethnic conflict. They have faced both the structural collapse of communities as well as the erosion of societal norms. In response, an increasing number of women joined the LTT starting in the 1980s and throughout the years prior to 2009, and became an integral part of the armed resistance against the government. After the defeat of the LTT in 2009, Tamil women have been spearheading nonviolent resistance movements, including protests against land occupation and protests for answers about the disappeared. As a result of prolonged exposure to armed conflict, traditional Tamil gender relations shifted dramatically. Within Tamil society, women were historically valued as the bearers of culture, responsible primarily for maintaining the home. Due to the fact that women's domains did not typically extend beyond their households, they were generally excluded from the political process. Society rigorously maintained the image of women as sacred bearers of family and community, utilizing females as symbolic markers to measure purity and respect. This reductive image of women rendered the violent experiences Tamil women faced during the war traumatic not only for them as individuals, but for the entire Tamil society as well. Indeed, that was the underlying intent behind the Sri Lankan security forces' attacks on Tamil women. By sexually assaulting a Tamil woman, they were aiming to assault her entire community. Since the genocidal epics in 2009, the Tamil community in the Northeast has existed in a state of negative peace in heavily militarized regions subject to state surveillance, intimidation, and assault. Despite this, women remain in the forefront of challenging state occupation and demanding accountability for the tens of thousands massacred in 2009. This demonstrates the remarkable resilience and resistance of Tamil women. In the early 2000s, Tamil women had joined the LTT in greater numbers than their male peers. Though female cadres had different personal reasons for enlisting, many joined after experiencing some form of injustice at the hands of the Sri Lankan army. Most women came from the heavily militarized north. The permanent insecurity of this environment inculcated a desire for freedom and statehood, which included the motivation to take up arms. One LTT fighter, Sentulasi, described coming of age in Jaffna. Her cousin was raped and killed by the army on her way home. Sentulasi said she ran away from home at the age of 15 to join the LTTE and fight against the helplessness she felt daily. She wanted the world to know that girls who should be carrying pencils and books were instead carrying guns, keeping watch over the borders of Tamilam instead of studying in school. Although most women initially joined the LTT to find respite from the Sri Lankan state's suffocating physical insecurity, Tamil women's involvement in the armed movement had unintended yet profound cultural and social consequences. Local psychologists noted that for Tamil women, joining the militants was a liberating act, promising them more freedom and power. Tamil society had always suppressed women into a subservient position. It was the war that had a liberating role. Many female cadres expressed a desire to fight for the liberation of both their ethnicity and also their subservient position in Tamil society. When women first began to join the LTTE, they primarily worked in service and support roles as caregivers for the wounded, but later took on positions as frontline soldiers and in leadership roles. This initially met with opposition from within the conservative Tamil community. Many of the earlier female cadres reported that male tigers wanted them to flee with the civilians. Women had to demonstrate their strength and competence to earn the respect of male LTT cadres. One cadre said women were challenged to lift bigger bombs to prove themselves. One can also attribute the acceptance of women's participation in the war to the government's indiscriminate bombings of civilian homes and schools. A clear sexual division of labor in war usually disappears when there is no clear differentiation between the battlefront and the home front or rear. Women were forced to protect not only their own physical integrity, but also that of their families. Female cadres eventually prided themselves on performing all tasks completed by their male counterparts. The LTT even established male and female artillery divisions in the face of skepticism that women could not manage an artillery team due to the weight of heavy weaponry. Another female cadre, Issei Muli, remarked with pride that they surpassed male cadres in certain areas of fighting, such as sharpshooting. The LTT explicitly committed itself to gender equality and women's empowerment. The LTT expanded the agency of both female cadres and civilian women within its territory by abolishing the dowry system and promoting girls' education. Benny had billboards prominently displayed along the A9 road denouncing dowry system and encouraging families to value children of both genders equally. Under the LTT, female civilians and cadres confidently drove motorcycles in saris and helmets unheard of a decade prior. As Tamil women advanced to new roles in society, they strove to realize their political aspirations. Female cadres said that Sri Lankan soldiers fought only for a paycheck, whereas LTT fought for the freedom of their people and land. Issei Muli said she aimed to kill on the battlefield, but simultaneously regretted that violence was the only way to actualize Ulam. Issei Muli cited the decades of police brutality, discrimination, and repression of Tamil rights and concluded that the war was the only path to freedom. Issei Muli said, Tamils have been living as slaves for the Sinhalese for decades. We can't live like that anymore. We have to all achieve freedom or we have to all die trying. Sexual violence has been a perennial feature of Sri Lanka's conflict and is traditionally considered a fate worse than death in the Tamil community. One female LTT cadre, Venge, described the strict policy of never leaving a fallen cadre's body behind. She remarked, "It is worth risking my life to save the lifeless body of another female cadre. It would be easier to accept my own death, but the mutilation of their it would be easier to accept my own death than the mutilation of their bodies and spirits." Stories concerning the rape and mutilation of women are well known among Tamils. Krishanthi Kumaraswamy's death is particularly infamous. Kumaraswamy was an 18-year-old Tamil student who was arrested while passing through a Sri Lankan army checkpoint in 1996. Her mother, younger brother, and a neighbor went to the checkpoint that afternoon to find her, refusing to leave until she returned safely with them. The soldier killed all three of them. An hour later, they gang raped Krishanthi and buried her body. Reflecting on the significance of this crime within the Tamil community, a Tamil school teacher, Padmini Ganeshan, said, "Every Tamil remembers the Krishanthi case. For us, the checkpoints are slow motion, the trauma and the fear that we go through." However, these stories do more than reflect on the vulnerable position of women in conflict. For many Tamils, the high rates of sexual assault against Tamil women in the war presented an attack on the integrity of their community. Tamil women have been uniquely affected and indeed targeted throughout Sri Lanka's war. Post-2009, Tamil women have been targeted particularly because of the active role they played during the armed struggle. Women who were in the LTTE or are perceived as being supportive of the LTTE, as all Venni Tamils are perceived, are punished as a collective by triumphant Sri Lankan forces. A report released in March 2014 by the International Truth and Justice Project found abduction, arbitrary detention, torture, rape, and sexual violence have increased in the post-war period. These widespread and systematic violations of the Sri Lankan security forces occur in a manner that indicates coordinated, systematic plan approved by the highest levels of government. This reflects the fact that sexual violence was not due to a few bad apples in the Sri Lankan security forces. Rather, sexual assault was an approved method of warfare against the Tamil people. In testimonies revealing the extent of sexual assault committed after 2009, survivors reported being raped by uniformed male officers from the Sri Lankan military. One woman was told, "You Tamil, you slave, if we make you pregnant, we will make you abort. You are Tamil, we will rape you like this. This is how you will be treated. Even after an abortion, you will be raped again." In August 2013, reports from local human rights groups documented hundreds of Tamil women in northern Sri Lanka being forced to accept surgical implantation of long-term birth control. These reports add to previous reports of forced sterilization of Tamil women both during and after the war. In May 2007, a confidential cable from the United States Embassy in Colombo discussed an EPDP medical doctor named Dr. Sinnathambi who performed forced abortions, often under the guise of a regular checkup, on Tamil women suspected of being aligned with the LTTE. A health department report from the northern province in 2012 found a 30 times higher rate of birth control implants of Tamil women in Mullaitivu compared to the much more densely populated Jaffna. In August 2013, government health workers forced mothers to accept surgically implanted birth controls in 3 villages in Kilnochi. When some women objected, the nurses said that if they do not agree to the contraceptive, they will be denied treatment at the hospital in the future. According to the Home for Human Rights, more than 80% of Tamil women in central Sri Lanka were offered a lump sum payment of usually 500 rupees in return for their ability to reproduce. After receiving this payment, women underwent surgical sterilization. Though seemingly small, the sum is large for these predominantly plantation workers. The population of this Tamil group has dropped annually since 1986 by 5%, whereas the population of the country overall has grown by 14%. Home for Tamil Rights reported this systematic pattern of authority-sanctioned, coerced sterilizations may amount to an intentional destruction of the Tamil estate population. In contrast, police and army officers have been encouraged to have a third child through payment of 100,000 rupees from the government. The officers taking advantage of this offer are overwhelmingly Sinhalese. Article 2 of the Genocide Convention provides the following definition of genocide. In the present convention, genocide means any of the following acts committed with intent to destroy in a whole or in part a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group as such, killing members of the group, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part, imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group, forcibly transferring children to the group to another group. Under Article 2, the group must intend to commit the specific acts, for example, killing with the requisite genocidal intent, meaning that intent to destroy in whole or in part the protected group as such. Sri Lanka is a party to the Genocide Convention. Cases of coerced birth control and forced sterilization are clear evidence of genocide. The attempts in 2013 to forcefully implant long-term birth control in women in Kilinochchi contravenes Article 2, Section D of the Genocide Convention. This genocidal act is only the latest of a long history of the Sri Lankan state actively attempting to control and limit Tamil births. Analysis of Sri Lanka's genocide under the other sections of Article 2 of the Genocide Convention fall outside the scope of this paper. However, readers folks are invited to review American University's Washington College of Law's UNROW Human Rights Impact Litigation Clinic's brief on this matter, The Legal Case of the Tamil Genocide, for a lengthy exposition on this subject. The Genocide Convention's obligation to prevent and punish genocide is not a matter of political choice or calculation, but one of binding international law. Deeply entrenched, institutionalized impunity for Sri Lanka's past crimes against Tamils has enabled ongoing violations against Tamil women to flourish. There are a total of 243,000 active members of the Sri Lankan Army, according to the International Institute for Strategic Studies. This number indicates that Sri Lanka has a larger active military than France, Israel, Saudi Arabia, and the United Kingdom. Based on recent field research conducted by Pearl and the RLM Center for Policy Research, there is one soldier for every 2 Tamils in Mullaitivu, on an unconscionably large ratio given that war ostensibly ended 9 years ago. Okay, so since I only have a few more minutes left, I think I'm just going to very briefly go through how we're seeing Tamil women's resistance showcased through protests in Ulam today, and how it is a continuation of how women have always been at the forefront of resistance movements against the Sri Lankan state. In Kapaplavu, there have been over a year-long protest demanding for their lands to be released. There was a woman who, there's a woman, her name is Mrs. S. Chandralila, who is an activist and a leader of the Kapaplavu Women's Development Organization, whose lands were released and then later recaptured because, I mean, it wasn't a coincidence. She was very vocal. She told journalists with Tamil Guardian, we would rather go live in our own lands with nothing than live on the model resettlement village, because at least we know that on our lands there is a potential to make something sustainable and make a livelihood. It's been over a year since the protests have started, and her home is still occupied by an army officer. I'm going to end there, but I can talk to folks if they want to speak more about protests around enforced disappearances, which is also very important. And I can also maybe talk about that during the question session or later in the closing remarks. So thank you.
I know it's very tough to bring to an end to such an important and intense subject. I don't really enjoy doing this role of telling people it's sort of time, but I'm sorry about that. I'd like to just to let you know that there is a very remarkable work by Brain Senaratna, a doctor by profession, medical doctor by profession, and he's done a work on sexual violence against Tamil women. That book is on display, and please have a look at the book, actually, when this to complement and what the previous speaker had been talking about, the violence against women in many forms, about completely the part of the genocide is also that this inflicting the humiliation is very much kind of is disempowers you, completely makes you powerless, and that humiliation is very much part of an instrument of coercion in the apparatus of the state functioning. And so we have about 3-4 questions, and then I would like to first, I want to ask one question before I go into the Boyle. Professor Boyle is all 4, but I have a question to Nimanusan. It's not a question, but you mentioned about the Sri Lankan journalist and the Tamil journalist worked together from 2009 to 2000, say until about 2012, 13, you all worked together. But we see a very interesting pattern that even in Manila, we had a very intense argument about a few weeks back with the Sri Lankan progressive journalist. And what happened with the Sri Lankan progressive journalists is that their idea of a democracy, and they kind of after 2015, many of the very progressive journalists in Sri Lanka, they just stepped back, and after the change of government, and they even talked about not there are more people flowing in, but people like you, the younger journalists. And how do you see this pattern of when you say about the progressive role of progressive journalists, and then the young Tamil journalist, or how far you could go, and where you see the paths are different actually?
Emotionally speaking, I'm not surprised, because I never consider them as a progressive journalist.
Okay.
Because some of the journalists who were part of the JDS, after JDS revealed those evidences, they wanted a distance from JDS because they thought they are our boys, our war heroes. So they distance. They don't want even one of the journalists known to the outside world as a progressive journalist. After UN authenticated the first video clip, then he wanted to come and join, and then he wanted to release a press release with every journalist member's name. And some journalists even leaked the JDS members' name list to the Sri Lankan intelligence. What we have experienced in the post-2009 scenario, that betrayal as well. And I think, some of the journalists, yes, they have returned because they are family, extended family, that is quite unavoidable.
The government is also an extended family for them.
And there are cases where, I know 2 senior members' father passed away, even couldn't attend. Even Bhashana, who he is known, so therefore I tell, Bhashana's father passed away. Coincidentally, that day, the Sunday newspaper carried the enemy of the state, Bhashana. The same day, the father passed away. So even, they were living in a predominantly, it's almost a Sinhalese village. And Sinhalese, before they attend the funeral, they can see, and this is risk for their whole family. But still, Bhashana is very firm, and I think even I did see so many Tamils, or I shouldn't say so many, but many Tamils who we thought that they are very strong in the cause, but they have been, and they were changed their position. But people like Bhashana, even though coming from the Sinhala community, at least I know them last 20 years, are very much strong.
No, it's good. I appreciate that. We see the both sides, the black and white, the dark, the right and the thing. It's good to put it on record. And I have about 4 questions to Professor Francis Boyle, but I'm just going to also suggest that the questions on BDS, and we have an exclusive discussion scheduled for tomorrow, and therefore I would request and also seek your understanding about not going into all the questions. I would still give all the questions to Professor Boyle. He would answer to you during the discussion tomorrow. And so the first question is that about Professor Boyle, in the Bosnian case, the West did have the kind of demonstrated an exceptional motivation to prosecute Yugoslavia in case of genocide. But in the case of Sri Lanka, the West not only knows that Sri Lankan government has committed genocide, but they also seem to be complicit in the genocidal execution. And how can we see this pattern? This is one question. And the BDS, may I also add the BDS questions to you, Professor Boyle? The BDS model has worked in South Africa, and in Palestine, it's not effectively worked in case of Palestine. And how do you think, and what unique features that the BDS should have in order to be seen as successful in case of Northern East or the Tamil Eelam or in the Sri Lanka's context? So the other questions are like, the question of the BDS, impact of BDS on the Tamil community and all these details. I'm sure that tomorrow it will be taken up along the discussion. And one other question is, what are your reflections about its impact, primarily on the impact of BDS on the Tamils? The same question was also raised in case of the, what they call placing some enforcement against Myanmar government about a lot of people said that if you place the enforcement against the Myanmar government, it is going to affect the common people, not the military regime. And but this in case of Tamils in Sri Lanka, the impact, that's a question being asked.
Does this work? Oh. Well, you're right about Bosnia versus the Tamils. Obviously, there's racism involved, right? Let's be honest. White victims there in Bosnia got attention. Dark-skinned victims in Sri Lanka did not. And that's the way the world works. I hate to say it, that the whiter your skin, the more you are valued. And the darker your skin, the less you are valued. And the lesser you are valued. There's a sliding scale going straight on down from, lily white on top to darkest black on bottom. And I regret to report that's the way certainly the Western powers value human life. That's the way the United Nations values human life. I've dealt with the United Nations repeatedly for the Palestinians, Tamils, many others. It's just the racist world we live in. What can I say? And that's what we're dealing with. That there's a racial hierarchy as far as world powers are concerned, and so regretfully, that is what we are up against here. As for the questions on BDS, well, I'm very happy to see that you all agree it worked against apartheid, genocidal South Africa, right? And it did work there. And they were much bigger, more powerful. They had very powerful allies, especially in Britain and the United States. And because of the grassroots BDS campaign that I joined immediately when I became an assistant professor in 1978, and then had studied all the horrors of apartheid at Harvard Law School, we brought them all down. Sri Lanka is pretty vulnerable, is it not? I mean, who's friends with Sri Lanka these days? China? I mean, what economy do they have compared to South Africa? It's an enormous economy there. So they're basically sitting ducks. As for the Palestinians, well, it's worked. I mean, it's working. It's not going to solve it tomorrow, but Israel is so concerned now they set up an entire ministry over there just to fight against the Palestinian BDS campaign. And they've said, not that I agree with them, but Netanyahu has even said the two biggest threats to Israel today are Iran and BDS. And I'm very proud of the fact I am D in BDS. I called for the Israeli divestment campaign as early as 2000. And then in 2005, Palestinian civil society said, you know, we want to do the same thing that everyone did on South Africa. We want to set up a BDS campaign. Would you go in with us? I said, sure. So I surrendered the initiative to them. So they've made an enormous progress. And, you know, you can see right now more outrage every day against Israel. So eventually BDS against Israel will prevail, precisely for the same reason it prevailed against apartheid South Africa. That in both cases, truth and justice was on our side, despite the might of, look at the South African army, the most powerful army in Africa at that time, and their economy, the most powerful economy in Africa at that time. We won. Same's going to happen to Israel. It'll take longer because of the power of the Zionist lobby, but we won't have that to worry about. Who's going to be lobbying for Sri Lanka? Tell me. Sri Lanka, I guess. That's it. And all they're going to do is run around and tell lies. They're completely artificial. They have no allies. They have no economy. They're bankrupt, even according to the World Bank and the IMF. So we just need to apply the pressure. As for the people living there, BDS can be targeted against the Sinhala and against their industries and against their banks and everything else that they own and operate. The Palestinians are doing that too. They're targeting specific industries and banks and businesses and this, that, and the other thing. They've gone out, done research, drawn up a list, and that's what they're targeting. As for cultural boycotts, academic boycotts, well, that's across the board, unless the people involved in Israel have come out in support of the BDS campaign, then they're not boycotted. But other than that, yeah, there's a thorough boycott on culture, sports, artistic endeavors, just like we did with apartheid South Africa. And that worked there, and eventually it'll work in Israel, and I think it'll work in, I know it'll work in Sri Lanka. So, yeah, you'll need to make a decision. That's what you want to do. Set up a committee, agree on your goals, draw up a declaration, and then issue it. And the nice thing about a BDS campaign, everyone could be a part of it. You know, lawyers and doctors, engineers, scientists, musicians, artists, everyone's got a role to play in a BDS campaign. It gives everyone something to do. It's not just someone like me being a lawyer arguing a case.
Thank you very much. Before I wind up the session, let me make a final observation for not more than 2 minutes. One is about the role of media, and I definitely think that it is time that we have a very influential and energetic, young, energetic, international, global media. And even in the Tamil-speaking world and Tamil-speaking parts of the world, we keep advocating that, we need to speak, we need to articulate, and then about, in many cases about even during the war and after the war, and like many others have also observed, that whatever was said and printed, spoken in Tamil, but it took a lot of time for us to carry this out to reach the world. On the other hand, what was said, printed, and carried out in other languages carried far and mobilized the world. And this was a puzzle. This was an irony. And so unless we construct a powerful media, and I'm not saying that, you have to build an empire, but we have to build a kind of a very powerful voice, an influential voice. And on the boycott question is that, I want to say that, from 2003 or 4, I read a poetry. I read a poem when I was traveling in the northern east of Sri Lanka, and the poem which said about the plantation Tamils, and they have written in the newspaper pages and pages about pouring for months. They wrote that, like, we never even had a burial ground. The tea that you drink is just the sweat and blood of my ancestors. So, like, what the Sri Lankan government talks about, that the tea, it is not the Sri Lankan government tea or the single marketing. It is the blood and sweat of the Tamil people, which not even had the graveyard. There was no burial ground. I've spoken to a number of people. When they were dead, they didn't have a place to bury. The body used to be lifted and thrown into the bushes. So it kind of decapacitated and became organic part of the tea that we drank for the rest of the time. This is the story of the other side of the story. And I'm exaggerating a word. That poem has influenced my consciousness, what I read on that day. And I never drank the Sri Lankan tea, because I know that I'm drinking the tea of my ancestors, the blood of my ancestors. So, like, when we need to, the tourism is another very, very powerful industry, which the Sri Lankan government keeps campaigning, and what they called is that, like, the island, the tiers and islands and thing. Like, we have to break this myth. We have to break this, not by going to the streets, by ourselves choosing not to fly the airlines, by ourselves choosing and, like, advising the other people about what our friends, and about, like, we are the ambassadors of our ancestral cultures and values and traditions. If there are problems in it, we must speak the truth also. And, like, how can that be a paradise for tourism in the world? So you are running a media, you're running a worldwide media, and, like, please speak about this. What is the truth about this paradise? So, like, there is that paradise is never stayed in monolith. There's always been a hell in the paradise. Paradise and hell has always been parallel in the history of the world, history of consciousness. So I would like to thank the distinguished panelists and the speakers here, and also the audience, for giving us your time and patience, your attention. Thank you, man. Thank you very much.
I am very aware that it's very hot in here and it has been a very long day, and thank you for still standing by. And it is very important to take into consideration that these people invested their time and energy for producing these researches, for us to understand where the problem lies and how to go about. So please do not lose focus and please be engaged with us. But that being said, I'm not that cruel. I will allow a break. So we will now be having a short break before we start our next session. Please note that the break will be only 15 minutes and everyone must be back by 15. Please, 5 minutes. That's what they say. So you'll be back in 15, but 5 minutes, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Adivir Singham, for coming out all this way. It's a pleasure to have you here. I was made aware that you were part of the first 1999 International Conference. Can you speak on how the outcome of the 1999 conference influenced the current conference?
That conference was set in a scenario that was where the Sri Lankan army has captured up to Mangulam, Mullatil, and Madu, and the civilians displaced. And this was still Chandrika's government. So Mr. Dr. Elagubal organized it and invited people to give the historical aspect as well as the situation then. The paper my son and I presented was done on a study in '98 of the Northeast education system in the war zones. That was commissioned by the Northeast government at the time. There was no government as such, but secretary. Then Sivaram, Kumar, Panamalam, and Dr. Manoharan on the historical aspect of the colonization of the East. And then Dr. Jayalat Jayavatna, speaking from a medical point of view, he was a politician of the UNP, no longer living. These four people are no longer living. And then Joseph Pararajasingham. And the whole idea was to how, in that circumstances, we could bring about achieve or take back our rights in the freedom fighters context. So the whole thing is on the future within the armed conflict, how should we operate on it, and then how the diaspora can lobby all the various countries. I was there from '94 every 6 months up to last December. So I had a first-hand information on that, so I presented that one from the northern and eastern point of view. My son was on the humanitarian tragedy that was happening, and the others were on the political theme, and how we can, within the armed conflict context, tackle with the foreign officers of various countries. At this conference, I'm glad Sri was bringing everyone together. Like Peter Schock was there, and a lot of people whom I have met. So now it is at a scenario where there's no armed conflict, but there was also overt war crimes with evidence, and at that time crimes against humanity was happening, but there wasn't any overt action towards that. But we were presenting evidences and photographs to various countries, and we had gone to EU, European Union, and presented for the South Asian Committee. So that was going on at that time. This time, the lobbying is focused on the war crimes, and then to self-determination. That was there all the time. But now it's sort of turned into internal self-determination under a federal system, but not a unitary state. But from what has happened, I also see Professor Boyle and Mr. Manivannan, Professor Manivannan, they have raising the spectre of a dismal future and transitional justice will not work. And then what are our option? And Guru Paran had come. At that time, Guru Paran was a student at the university. So the future without arms, but within the rule of law, but within a overt demonstration within the country and a more vigorous campaign, like Professor Boyle said, to bring about a pressure on the government and the international communities, but mostly the diaspora, to take the lead and be overtly active, challenging the government on a parallel system that may or may not be separate. So leaving that thing open. So that's how I see it now. And then we have a generation that was not there, and some of them were students in this university, but more are coming in. And not just in Canada or US, Australia, European, Scandinavian countries, UK, they'll have to bring their experience from the international perspective on international law and international politics and international lobbying, international economics, on that. And from the papers that has to come, it's also going to be how do we improve educational system and eliminate the institutionalized racism of the government, and also how we can ourselves take into our own hands the development of the Northeast. So I see it in that perspective.
And is there something you would suggest for the conference to come in the next decade?
Yes. In the next decade, I'll be 93. Might hobble in if I am still there. Next decade, those who were in the 99 may not be here, who are over that age. And the next decade, the information technology is taking over, and then there is a move towards communities coming together than separated. So whatever we have to achieve had to be within the next 5 or 6 years, so that in the next decade it will be a commemoration of regaining our rights rather than how do we get our rights.
Thank you so much, Dr. Adivirasingham. It was a pleasure to have you, and I hope to hear from you tomorrow at our next day of our conference. Thank you. All right, thanks. Thank you. I'll take this. Thank you so much.
Yeah, we're trying. But you guys are doing the good, necessary work for that. Trying our best. Yeah. Yep.
So just a reminder, at 6:30 we will have 47 Roots present Sri Lanka's Disappeared, a documentary on the enforced disappearance of thousands. So we will have a trailer just to remind what's coming on our agenda right after this session. You can play the trailer.
Let's make sure the sound is connected.
It's the sound, I guess.
Yeah. That works. Go.
Sri Lanka, a beautiful country with a wounded past. The United Nations have found Sri Lanka to have the second highest number of disappearances worldwide.
A group of relatives of missing persons engaged in a protest today by entering the sea off the coast of Chukun.
So we are arriving at the last session, which is session 4. It is on diaspora resources and responsibilities. So I would like to call upon Sudharan Nadaraja. He's a lecturer in international relations at the Department of Politics and International Studies at the School of Oriental and African Studies at the University of London, UK. His current research is located in international security, global governance, and North-South relations, with a focus on how the international community secures itself against emergence threat to international order through global farm work, combining themes of security, development, and liberal governance. He was editor of the Tamil Guardian's newspaper from 1998 to 2007. His doctoral thesis used Sri Lanka's armed conflict and Norwegian-led peace process as case study. and he has published on the relations between Tamils diaspora mobilization and international context. His work has appeared in several academical journals. With no further ado, I would welcome Mr. Sudarshan Nadaraja.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's never pleasant to be the last panel. Long day. It's been an intense day, and I'm between you and dinner, as are my fellow panelists. What I'll do is I'll introduce the other speakers who would be on the panel. Then I'll say a few comments with regards to my own contribution to it, and then we'll go from there. So after me would be Professor Charan, our Charan, who is an academic, a poet, a playwright, and a journalist. He holds a Bachelor of Science degree from the University of Jaffna, an MA in Politics of Alternative Development from the International Institute of Social Studies in The Hague, Netherlands, and a doctorate in sociology from York University in Toronto. He's currently an associate professor in the Department of Sociology, Anthropology, and Criminology at the University of Windsor, where he teaches in the areas of migration, genocide studies, transnationalism, and globalization. He's a recipient of several major research awards, and his current research focuses on the role of peace builders and alternative forms of governance by nations without states in Myanmar, Indonesia, Nepal, and Sri Lanka. He's authored edited several scholarly publications, including Pathways of Dissent, Tamil Nationalism in Sri Lanka, New Demarcations, Essays in Tamil Studies, History and Tamil Diaspora Imagination, and World Without Walls. His forthcoming book is The Politics of Transition from War to Peace in South and Southeast Asia. He is one of the founding organizers of the annual Toronto Tamil Studies Conference at the University of Toronto and the Free Media Movement in Sri Lanka. Despite this impressive record, as an academic, he sees himself as first and foremost a poet. He has authored over 15 books in Tamil, and his work has been translated into 16 languages, including Dutch. The latest of his poetic work in English reflects the tragedy and pain of mass atrocity and trauma, and is titled In a Time of Burning. After that, we'll hear from Dr. Camila Ojola, who is Associate Professor in Peace and Development Research at the School of Global Studies at the University of Gothenburg in Sweden. She's author of the 2008 book, The Identity Politics of Peacebuilding, Civil Society in War-Torn Sri Lanka, published by SAGE, as well as the co-editor of the 2016 book, Corruption in the Aftermath of War, published by Routledge. Her research has focused on diaspora mobilization, peace activism, identity politics, corruption, post-conflict reconstruction, and reconciliation. Her research experience in Sri Lanka and on Tamil issues goes back to the 1990s, while more recently she is working on Rwanda and Burma. Following that, Dr. David Rampton will present a paper that he and I are co-authoring. Dr. Rampton is currently a lecturer in world politics at the New College of Humanities in London, where he teaches on the legacies of empire, colonialism, and decolonization. He's also a visiting lecturer at the LSE, where he teaches a master's course in conflict and peace building in the International Relations Department. He completed his doctorate on single nationalism in Sri Lanka at SOAS, good school SOAS, which he is currently developing into a book titled Power, Identity, and Conflict in Sri Lanka. His research focuses on the role of identity in the global, regional, and national constitution of social orders and in dynamics of conflict and peace. Okay, so with that, I'll say what I came to say, and then invite Professor Charan. It's a real pleasure to be here. I had the pleasure of coming to the previous conference in 1999 as a Tamil activist, at the time as editor of Tamil Guardian also. So in many ways, as I come back to a slightly different looking university now and see a whole layer of young Tamil activists, we know the Tamil struggle is in good hands. What I wanted to talk about today is kind of a set of thoughts that have emerged in different sort of articles that I've written, but also in interactions with people on the Tamil diaspora, people, policymakers, academics, and so on, who engage with the Tamil diaspora. Now, the Tamil diaspora is a phenomenon. It's evolved into a major aspect of Sri Lanka's politics over the last few years, and is also the subject of extensive study now. It's kind of a cottage industry on studying specifically the Tamil diaspora. And this has had over time a set of implications for the object being studied. So the Tamil diaspora, the way it's been represented in academia and therefore in policy spaces, has shaped what the diaspora itself is. I want to say a little bit about that. So my argument is that, the core of my argument is that the study of the Tamil diaspora, conflict diasporas in general, but specifically the Tamil diaspora, the way it's been represented in academic publications and therefore the policies that have been formulated in response to the actions of the Tamil diaspora have been an integral part of the broader repression of the Tamil people. It's quite a strong claim, and I'm going to try and illustrate that today. But then before I get into the diaspora, I want to say something about categories. Earlier on today, in the opening moments of the conference, there was a categorical reference to the Tamils as a minority. Now, I want to say a little bit about this because this is quite a profound claim. When you refer to a community as a minority, you have already placed them in a hierarchy within a collective. To illustrate this, now in India, 1.2 billion people, there are 70 million Tamils or 80 million Tamils. Clearly, numerically, they are a minority. But no one in India would refer to them in that way. No one would refer to the Tamils of India as a minority. They are referred to as a people. By contrast, there are 100 million Muslims in India who are referred to as a minority. The point I'm trying to make is that your numerical relationship with the larger collective is not the same as your political standing. To give another example, in the other national community to which I belong, the British, in the UK there is a minority. They comprise about 7% of the population. They have slightly different customs, different food, some would say even a different language to the rest of the population. They live mostly in the north. They occasionally make political claims. Sometimes they try to secede. They're called the Scots. Less than 7% of the population. No one will refer to the Scottish people as a minority. They are a nation. Right? It's a political claim. So when you find yourself either referring to the Tamils in Sri Lanka as a minority, you've just made a profound political statement. Right? You have defined what the limits of their ambitions should be. Right? So categories have enormous effect. That's just something I wanted to mention because I heard it this morning and it kind of woke me up. Okay, so the Tamil diaspora. The Tamil diaspora is part of the Tamil nation. It's an unremarkable fact, right? If there is such a thing called the Tamil nation, the Tamil diaspora is part of it. Well, if that's true, we wouldn't see a number of claims made about the diaspora. Let me give you an example. There's a belief that the outcome of political movements or political debate or contestation in the island of Sri Lanka should be decided by the people there, not the diaspora. The diaspora can hold their courts, but it's their responsibility, it's their struggle. Right? We have a secondary role as diaspora. Well, if you're part of the nation, how can that be true? If you're part of the nation, we all have a responsibility collectively in shaping the future of the nation, right? So, the reason I'm saying this is it becomes something of a common sense to build a hierarchy between Tamils in one geographical space and Tamils in another geographical space, to allocate rights to some and take those rights away from the others, right? To build a hierarchy amongst Tamils. Now, if you do that, there's no nation. It can't plausibly be a nation. And that's very common. People take it for granted that that's how we should engage in understanding the relations between the Tamil diaspora on the one hand and the Tamils in Sri Lanka on the other. And that comes out of a certain conceptual split that's in the social sciences and that has worked through the politics and the policies of how the diaspora is engaged with. So, what I mean by that is, when you question the right of the diaspora to do this or that, you're making a claim about authenticity. Who is a real Tamil and who is not? You're making a claim about legitimacy. Who is allowed to speak for Tamils and not? And you're speaking about a hierarchy. So in other words, who has the right to decide? Is often you hear the claim that because, say, a certain political party has won elections on the ground, because we live in the air, it means that we cannot challenge that, for example. In the comments I'm making today, I'm not attacking any one or other diaspora organization. I'm not speaking for one or other diaspora organization. I'm speaking collectively as a community. How can we accept those kinds of claims while claiming that we are a nation? Okay. So what I'm going to do next is just work through how diaspora is typically conceived of in the scholarly literature, particularly when it comes to diasporas like the Tamils, who are understood as a conflict-generated diaspora. And I'm going to say something about the implications of that for our political possibilities, the scholarly representation. Then I'm going to say something about how this is worked through in policies during the Cold War, the post-Cold War, during the War on Terror, and in the post-war era of Sri Lanka. Okay, what is a diaspora? Well, there's a huge definitional debate, and there are more or less sophisticated answers to that. But overall, it starts with a geographical split. If you're in a country and you're outside, the relations between your home state and your host state define how we should understand diasporas. There are more sophisticated and critical accounts of this, but in essence, that's what it is. Homeland, host state, and the relations between those communities. Now, that assumes there's a difference between Tamils there and Tamils here. There are, of course, differences. We dress slightly differently, we have slightly different customs, and that's because all of these things, culture, tradition, language, evolves, right? In that sense, we are all hybrid. But what aspects of that difference are politically important is the debate, right? In other words, which aspects of that difference allow the claim of political separation? The Tamils are different to Tamil diaspora, or Tamil diaspora is different to Tamils there. So how is this separation typically conceived of in the literature? Usually it starts, with cases like the Tamils, with the conflict. It doesn't start with the Tamils, it starts with the conflict. There's a conflict in country X. People leave, go to other countries. From those countries, they may remain politically exchanged. So there are two things. First, you have to understand how the conflict is defined, and then you have to look at how the relations between people outside and that conflict is defined. So, and as a result of this, you have appropriate and inappropriate forms of political activity. Let's start with Sri Lanka. What's the problem in Sri Lanka? Is it state repression? Is it genocide? Or is it conflict? Civil war? Because if it's civil war, the answer is conflict resolution, peace building. If it's genocide, it's national liberation. Okay? So starting with how you understand Sri Lanka already positions the diaspora in certain ways. For a long time, and to this day, people describe Sri Lanka as a civil war. Right? A civil war is not the same as state-led genocide. If you accept it's civil war and the solution is conflict resolution, the diaspora has one of two roles. They contribute to conflict resolution or they undermine conflict resolution. Warmongers or peace builders. Those are the two roles. If, on the other hand, you define it as genocide, the Tamil diaspora becomes resistance, survivors, the ability to continue to exist despite genocide, beyond the range of genocide. So you see there's a big difference. It's how the country's conflict is defined that explains how the diaspora is understood. Either way, there's something unique about the diaspora. They're not really connected to people over there, right? Because they are the authentic people. These are people outside. But on this side, they're not really Canadian or British. They haven't quite arrived. They keep these connections. So somewhere in between these two national communities, there is this existence. And how they behave is defined by this framework. So, putting this together, the dominant understanding of conflict defines the appropriate and inappropriate behavior of people from that country abroad. And it is in this way that the diaspora became a policy problem on the international stage. The diaspora appeared on the international stage as a policy problem, right? Because they were supporting conflict in their homeland. They were not survivors of genocide. So, suspended between belonging there and belonging here, it allows a whole range of policy interventions to happen. First of all, to deny arguments they make, claims they make. Someone earlier said, if you say it, no one believes it. You need to get a white man to say it. And then it becomes real and fact, not claim, exaggeration, etc. On the other hand, whilst you're here, because you're not quite arrived yet, you are then subjected to a certain kind of exclusion from your community. That's why the war on terror, surveillance, raids, arrests, racial profiling, all of these happen on the basis you're a Tamil. Right? Not all Tamils are terrorists, but all terrorists are Tamils. Right? So what Fatima was saying earlier about profiling and how the war on terror works through assumed racial categories is just as true of us. Some of the younger people may not remember this, but some of the older ones certainly will. What happens when the LTT was prescribed? Okay. I'll say a little bit more about it in a moment. So the diaspora is separated from hostland and homeland. That's where it becomes a position where things can be done to it. It allows the suspension of rights under anti-terror laws, and it enables the institutionalized racism in host countries. So, I lost track of time, but since I'm chair, I'll just keep going. So the global context. From the very start, the diaspora has been an international phenomenon. This is before the start of the armed conflict. Surveillance of the diaspora, and certainly in the UK, and I suspect in other countries, by the intelligence services and the police forces was underway long before the start of the conflict. And if you look at how the diaspora has evolved, the kinds of institutions it built, the kinds of practices that are emblematic of it, they are deeply shaped by the global context of the time. For a start, the diaspora at the outset never saw itself as outsiders. It just saw itself as part of the Tamil struggle. The Tamils in London or Sweden or Canada saw themselves as part of the struggle. And that's because in the 70s, national liberation struggles always included diasporas. Whether you're talking about the ANC or you're talking about Palestinians or you're talking about any movement, the fact that your community is global means your struggle is global. It's only in the 90s that this idea of territorial separation became important. So during the Cold War, the idea of self-determination emerged as a national liberation, decolonization concept. And Tamil diaspora was part of that. In most struggles, you will find people who grew up outside their homeland were involved in the struggle. It's nothing different about the Tamils. But of course, the reason that the Tamils were being watched by the British intelligence services was during the Cold War, Sri Lanka was seen as part of the free world. In the war on communism, K.R. Jawaharlal's government was an ally against the Soviets. Therefore, people who opposed that government were a problem. With the end of the Cold War, in the era of what we would call global liberal peace as a project, the diaspora became a problem because they were interfering, disrupting conflict resolution. Right? So having separated the Tamils from there to Tamils from here, we could make all kinds of claims. They're over here, they're very rich, you know, they're meddling in other people's affairs. If they're British, why don't they just, you know, eat fish and chips and get on with it? Why do they keep insisting on trying to shape matters over there? And so on. So in other words, the claim was made, if you are truly to be part of our country, you would not be involved in conflict over there. Later on, of course, the proscriptions and the war on terror enabled powerful interventions on this claim. But essentially, that was the point. You're not allowed to be part of two nations. You can only be part of one. Right? If you're part of the British nation or the Canadian nation, you shouldn't be interfering in the affairs of the Sri Lankan nation. And the war on terror and the proscription of the LTT allowed a whole array of policing of diaspora activity. In other words, how do you support the supporter of the Tamil Tigers? They don't carry ID cards. What they tend to do is say things like genocide or self-determination. Right? So during the era of the war, the kind of people, certainly everyone who came to the first conference here, was seen as supporters of the Tamil Tigers. As I'm sure are we. So in that context, what I'm trying to get you to think about is how it's possible to say and do things to Tamils only because you have set them in relation, in hierarchical relation with Tamils over there. If you accept the Tamil nation exists, you cannot make those claims. They're simply Tamils in exile. Okay. So, but what is the actual reality of the Tamil diaspora? Always they have been separated, right? But always they have been united. Families in the West have supported families throughout the war, right? There's a huge amount of money sent home to keep people alive, to keep kids educated, and so on. As a community, the diaspora has supported the life, I literally mean the life, of the people at home. And so social, familial, economic, and political relations stretched across geographic spaces and were never contested. It's like having a family, right? Just because you leave one country and go and live somewhere doesn't make you any more or less of the family, right? It just means you're geographically separated. So the political claims based on diasporic separation kind of deny that. Now, if you take this idea of a nation facing genocide for granted, if you believe that's what's going on, then it's a space of resistance. The diaspora is a space of resistance because it has escaped genocide. It cannot, it's beyond the range of artillery and abductions and disappearances, mostly. Right? It's the place from which the possibility of struggle can continue. The Guru made this point about Dr. Kumarwadi made this point about parallel institutions of state. He was explicitly talking about the Tamil nation building its own institutions. And in that framing, he understood the diaspora in the homeland Tamils is just one. We have to build our own. The we is collective. Now, the Sri Lankan state has always understood the diaspora as a site of resistance. It has always understood that. So, we all know about 1983's Black July pogrom. Right? And the standard story in much academic literature is that the Tamil Tigers attacked the Sri Lankan army, they killed 13 soldiers, there was a reaction, there were 3,000 people killed in the next few days. We know this. What was the Sri Lankan state's reaction? Given the LTT had just killed in a shock attack, what was the Sri Lankan state's reaction? It didn't ban the LTT, instead it passed the 6th Amendment. Right? The 6th Amendment, if you read it, has an interesting clause. It forbids discussion of secession, either inside or outside Sri Lanka. Right? So the reaction to the shock was to see the diaspora as the real base of struggle forever and a day. Right? So right from the start, they could have banned the LTT, which is a typical reaction in counterterrorism today. No, they banned the idea of Tamilism being articulated even abroad. And that, I think, is significant, because to this day, the diaspora has been viewed as a place from which the challenge to singular Buddhist hegemony, which Dave and others spoke about and which talked about today, it's from here that we articulate this. You can't hold this conference in Jaffna. So, what does this mean for the Tamil diaspora? First of all, we have to be self-reflective. We have to understand that we are not in between two spaces. We are across two spaces. We are both Tamil and British, both Tamil and Canadian. Right? It's quite an important switch. It's supposed to neither fully Tamil or neither fully Canadian. That means when people say that you cannot speak for them, other Tamils, or other Tamils cannot speak for you, you have to ask yourself, why not? As a member of the nation, I have the right to say what I want about the nation. We may disagree as members of the nation, but I have a right to speak for the nation. Second, because we live in two nations, we belong to two social formations, there are rights and responsibilities that come with being British or Canadian. Many speakers have made this point about the great powers. Right? Mistake. France, Britain, and the United States, 3 permanent members of the Security Council. Every one has a powerful diaspora. Right? Look at it from Colombo. Hundreds of thousands of Tamils in these countries. Citizens with the right to call their governments to account. We cannot speak about these countries as if they live in some other world. They're your countries. They're our countries. So we should make demands on our political representatives as British or Canadian or American or French or what have you. This is the real power of the diaspora. That's why the Sixth Amendment made it clear, trying to, in some way to reach into another jurisdiction and outlaw political action. So, challenge denials of being part of the Tamil nation and denials of being part of the host nation. To pull back, in conclusion, I want to make some general comments. The Tamil diaspora is here to stay. It's a permanent part of Sri Lanka's politics. No matter what people write, what people say, no matter what laws are passed, in the next 10 years, 20 years, there will be no political activity in Sri Lanka that the diaspora will not have a view on and will be able to influence. Unless, of course, they manage to murder everyone abroad. Right? As a geopolitical force, the diaspora is emerging. That was very clear to the Sri Lankan state even 30, 40 years ago. But I think this is often denied by accepting this position of we're not there and we're not here. We're giving up the rights of being citizens in Western host states and giving up the rights as being Tamils, part of the Tamil nation. And given that the struggle to survive genocide, the struggle for self-determination will go on and on and on. It will go until, I guess, there are no Tamils left in Sri Lanka, and even then it will go on. Or the diaspora is able to achieve change. It's a protracted struggle. The state, the Sri Lankan state, recognizes this and settle down for it. So, in summary, the diaspora is established as a geopolitical phenomenon in 21st century politics. It straddles two national social formations, at least two. It is embedded in a space that is beyond Sri Lankan state violence. Ergo, it is an embedded space of resistance to genocide. It makes possible actions like institution building, political advocacy, and so on that cannot be easily destroyed by Sri Lankan state violence. Not unless it is able to harness the power of other states, for example, like during the war on terror. And so from this position, it is repeatedly, every day, challenging state sovereignty. The question about the UN process, whether it will work or not, is one thing. But the fact that when the Sri Lankan ambassador goes to the UN, he finds the Tamils there, in the space of states. So making the accusation you're a genocidal state in the sovereign spaces that states expect to walk about in. That's a very powerful act, if you think about it. That the state is said to be indebted. The reason it's indebted, as the Sri Lankan government itself said, the diaspora is waging an economic war on us, right? Lobbying to lose trade benefits, lobbying to take away special privileges. And so you have to think of it from the other's perspective. If you sit in Colombo and you look at the world, is it a secure future you look at when you look at 1 million Tamils who are saying we are going to resist genocide? I'll leave it there. And I believe Camilla's on Skype or Zoom. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Professor Chair, both here.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Sudha, for the warm and sweet introduction. But take it with a pinch of salt, if not with a sack of salt. So I'm going to be talking about transnational imageries, responsibility and irresponsibility of distance. I do not want to intimidate you with the title, but I will clearly explain. And before I go into the issue, I just want to quickly make a theoretical point on diaspora and transnationalism. In the classical diaspora studies, diasporas have been defined and described as a community that lives outside or forced to live outside its so-called homeland. It's a kind of forced migration. It has been classically linked with forced migration because of genocide, because of ethnic cleansing, because of all kinds of other civil wars, right? So, but what happened afterwards in the contemporary studies on diaspora, the notion of diaspora has become not very theoretically rigorous. So all kinds of communities and groups have been categorized as diaspora. For example, thousands of people who migrate from Canada to Florida in the winter, they're snowbirds, they have been considered as a kind of diaspora. And whether you believe it or not, there was a study categorizing Iraq, American U.S. military in Iraq as a military diaspora. So it has become some kind of a conceptual mess in the study of diaspora studies now. But however, I would like to retain the basic idea that we need to link the diaspora or diaspora studies and diaspora communities with the notion of forced migration. At the same time, we have also kind of transformed or moved beyond that particular notion, classical notion of diaspora, to include various kinds of transnational communities or the transnational practices. So the transnationalism and transnational practices have become some kind of a very useful theoretical and instrumental tool in the study of various communities. And the other point I want you to clearly remember is all the diaspora communities are transnational communities, but not all the transnational communities are diasporic communities. So this is a kind of a larger, broader framework that I'm going to go into. And the context to my current research on responsibility and irresponsibility of distance, it comes as a kind of a point in my past 13, 14 years of personal, political, and academic research. During the peace talks between 2002 and 2004, I developed a concept called the diaspora circulation. Diasporas have been classically affiliated or attributed to the notion of return, that at some point, they would like to return to their quote-unquote homeland, and, was overwhelmingly impressed and inspired by nostalgia. So the notion of return of the diaspora has been a central theme in the diasporic studies. But I argued that the notion of return is not really going to work in many of the instances of diaspora. Rather, we should be thinking about diaspora circulation, that as a kind of opposed to brain drain, that members of the diaspora, Tamil diaspora or the other diaspora, if the situation and the context is suitable, they should be able to go back and spend some time there, ethically and morally committed work, whether it could be educational, development, etc., and they should go back. And there should be a kind of a system of circulation that will really enhance the power of the people there and the power of diaspora. So this is the notion of diaspora circulation, which developed in between 2002 and 2006. But after that, while doing that one, I kind of discovered, I wouldn't say discovered, but I kind of researched, it's a very unique phenomenon in the Tamil diasporic communities. That is what we call the transnational social and economic networks. Basically, the transnational social and economic network simply means, at least at the last term, in the late 2005-06, there were about more than 200 what we call in sociology HVA, Home Village Associations and Alumni Association. The Home Village Association is that, mostly, a lot of villages in the northern east, they have association in Toronto, in Montreal, in Australia, in Norway, various parts. So this is what I call the Home Village Association. And you also know about the AA, Alumni Association. With most of the schools in the northern east, they have associations here, right? But this particular phenomenon, it does not exist in any other diasporic communities. Of course, in Latin American countries, there are certain town association, hometown association, but there's a particular commitment to the particular village and the school and this particular large network. You are looking at a huge network of organization when it comes to HVA and AAs. And they have been contributing systematically to their quote-unquote homeland, right? At times of crisis, are supporting the families, and also supporting the liberation struggle, and at times of peace, rebuilding, reconstruction, and all the other issues. So this is a very unique kind of thing, and if we put the money value on the contribution of all these things at view, if you look at the amounts that Canadian government spend in terms of not bilateral cooperation, but in terms of development and humanitarian aid and other aid, the money the Home Village Association, the AA, spend is double the amount. So the detailed information and things are available on my in my book that I displayed it outside there, but one of the books somehow disappeared. So other books will be there in the morning. So that is the most important thing, and the third point is the possibility of alternative forms of governance. What are the possibilities of alternative forms of governance in the context of Tamil diaspora? When I say the alternative forms of governance, I will explain in a minute, but this is not simple traditional way of talking about nation-state governance, global and international. The moment we talk about global or international, we are simply talking about the nation-state. It is overdetermined by the nation-state. But my idea of transnational is completely out of this one. Nations without states, vulnerable communities, and all kinds of almost 300 nations without states and groups here in the world, they do not have representation at any international or so-called global thing. They need to be outside. They need to think about creating something outside. That is what I call the alternative forms of transnational governance. And after that, we produced a report. I produced a research paper on this particular notion of alternative forms of transnational governments, comparing 17 different ethnic groups in Myanmar. They have been demanding different kinds of governance, not just one. It's completely, and in the Aceh province in Indonesia, they have a completely different set of understanding. And to a certain extent in Nepal, Pachanda and his group, they have a different kind of understanding. There are some possibilities, and then I thought about what would be the possibility for the Tamil, and what would be the contribution of Tamil diaspora. So, and finally, based on the thing, I started to look inward of the activities and the Tamil diasporic interaction, political, social, and cultural, then I'm talking to you about what is the notion of responsibility of distance and the irresponsibility of distance, right? So in order to explain what exactly the idea is, in the traditional understanding of diaspora, when the nation states use it, when Ministry of Foreign Affairs or the typical standard international understanding is diasporas are bad because they're either, as Sudha explained, historically speaking, the warfare actually, in a sense, evolved a long time ago, and the warfare was between, in the anthropological literature, it was between the nomads and the settlers. Once a community is settled, it doesn't want to accept the nomads because you do not have any faith. We cannot trust you. Historically, the warfare has been between so-called nomads and the settlers. Right. That is why every time we take a passport or a citizenship, we are made to take an oath loyal to the state or loyal to the queen. So loyalty to the nation state and the nation is fundamental necessity for any kind of nation state. But diaspora is out of it. Right. So there's a kind of implicit tension and in a sense implicit critique of the whole idea of nationhood, nation state, how we concept it, right? So we need to clearly understand, especially as Tamil community. And then this the big bad diaspora notion is a very prevalent notion in Sri Lanka, in India. And as you know, most of the official Sri Lankan government are statements, ideology on diaspora. And the so-called liberal think tanks in Colombo, when they produce, this is the problem in Sri Lanka is solved, but the only problem is the diaspora. Right. Some time ago, former Indian Prime Minister Manmohan Singh came to Canada, and he advised then Prime Minister Stephen Harper in public, you've got to be very careful with the Sikh diaspora. Similar kind of advices have been given about Tamils to other political leaders. But Canadian leaders said, well, people here have the right to express even separation in a peaceful way. But it is not just a politician. Immediately after the genocide in May 2009, the famous Indian historian Romila Tharpa went to Colombo. She spoke at the International Center for Ethnic Studies, where she made the same kind of statement that the problem in Sri Lanka is not the problem in Sri Lanka. The problem is diaspora. Right? It is on record. So this is a kind of a typical orthodox cemented understanding of diaspora. Rather, what we should be thinking is the diaspora is not monolithic. There are different phases. There are different groups. There are different kinds of thinking and modes. And there is a tension. And that is where we need to talk about what is responsibility and what is irresponsibility in terms of diaspora. And I quickly want to introduce what I mean by transnational imagery, and then I will conclude by giving you some examples of irresponsibility and responsibility of distance. The transnational, in my case, I use imagination. There is political imagination. There is sociological imagination. There is all kinds of imagination, including poetic imagination. So imagination as a social practice. Imagination is a research practice. Actually, the imagination as social practice comes from Arjuna Padre, because we need new imagination to create science, create social science thinking, create solution. We cannot simply, typically, rewrite and say over and over and again what has been given to us systematically and canonically. We need creative imagination. That is what we call imagination as a social practice, as a sociological practice, as a practice of political science. And second, you may or may not agree with me on this one. I think, and I would suggest, that literary and poetic imagination is much more powerful and advanced than social science imagination. Right. It is debatable, but that is my conviction after doing 15 years of university academic work and producing paper. The the poetic and literary imagination most of the time can transcend the simple economic and political sense imagination. And that is a key point I want to argue in my current research. And thirdly, there are two kinds of transnational practices. One, the transnational practice of, say, like NATO, WTO, European Union, they also call themselves transnational because they operate transnationally, right? But that is transnationalism from above, right? There's another kind of transnational practice and transnationalism practiced by big corporate capitals, all the major corporations. They also claim, transnational CEOs, right? So we cannot simply go after those kind of transnational practices. So what kind of transnationalism and transnational practice that I propose and I argue is it should be transnational practice from below. It should be from the refugee communities. It should be from the communities that are vulnerable. It should be from communities of resistance. This is actually yes, Yohanan's term. We are not just the diasporic community, we are communities of resistance. The transnational practice of communities of resistance is a kind of transnationalism we need to be talking about, right? So any transnational practice that goes and supports any kind of corporate project will not be suitable, will not give us any kind of salvation. This is the key point I want to argue. And secondly, as long as we follow this typical nation-state model, and as long as we put all our eggs in that basket, we will not be having any kind of new creative version for our alternative forms of government, right? That is one of the reasons why, as a diasporic community, as a transnational community, we have so much power, we have so much resources, and we have so much space to think about new ways of creating transnational institution. And that also takes us to another one, right? We keep on going back to UN, United Nations, United rights, and transnational justice. Within the current system, it won't work, right? Because there is no space for us to argue. So we need to be working in solidarity with all the other communities of resistance and create an alternative form of accountability, right? You could say it is an ideal. You could say it is going to be too much. I do not deny the fact that currently, we are forced to work with them. Okay, we work with them, but we need to go beyond that one, right? Never expect any kind of reasonable justice from the existing international institution, including the UN. UN and UDHR, Universal Declaration of Human Rights, is completely old. It doesn't mean anything to us anymore because everyone is taking selectively and using it. Look at the United States. So we should not be putting too much emphasis on this particular system. We need to go beyond that one, right? And finally, this is my counterpoint, right? What I said in the transnational politics of diaspora communities and resistance communities should not simply follow the old pattern, right? And so what is the idea of irresponsibility and responsibility of distance, right? I'm using the term responsibility and responsibility not in the sense of material responsibility. I'm using the term responsibility in an ethical manner. An ethical manner means that we need to acknowledge who we are, what sort of privileges we have as members of diaspora, right? And now what happens? Let's take the politics of responsibility. There are about 5 points that I would like to quickly mention. There are some of the elements of politics of responsibility. One, solidarity. It's a kind of a transnational solidarity. We should be working in solidarity with our sisters and brothers, mothers, fathers, relations, everyone in the northern east of Sri Lanka. Notion of solidarity, that is one. And two, in a similar fashion, we should be working in solidarity with the Sinhalese progressive people and the Muslim progressive people and the Kurdish people and all the other communities of resistance. We cannot simply confine. This morning there was a photograph in the Toronto Star. The Kurdish Canadian community was protesting about the bombings in Afrin, right? There was not a single non-Kurdish Canadian in in the photograph, right? I checked with the organizers. No, not very many people came. So there was the kind of solidarity I mean is not just among between us, also between the others. And second, the notion of agency. That is the most important thing of the politics of responsibility. We cannot simply deny the agency of the people that live in the Northern East. We cannot simply say, we are in diaspora, we send you money, so we can dictate you. While we understand that we are inseparably part of an intricate thing, but the moral responsibility is not to dictate them, right? So that is the idea of solidarity. But in the past, and even now, I know organizations, I know media organizations, the newspapers, they have the courage, the kind of idiotic courage to dictate this is what they should be doing. We can discuss. We cannot appropriate their voices. We cannot speak for them, but we can speak next to them. That is the idea of solidarity and the politics of responsibility, right? And the that is the only political way that we can create some sort of a political network and working relationship without compromising the notion of solidarity. And I'll give you some examples, one or two examples of politics of responsibility, then I will conclude. After the, after the genocide, there is this myth that everything has become normal there in Jaffna and the East. People are going and backing, right? It is not just diaspora return, but it's diaspora tourism, right? Diaspora tourism has become a very big, very powerful industry. And people have been, some organizations, some groups, some people with a lot of money, they go and invest, right? What kind of ethical investment we need to think about? We have huge organizations. We have huge business. I'm not against investment, but I would like all of us to think about what kind of an ethical investment can be done, how we can do this one without any kind of compromising with the genocidal state. Have you ever thought about it? This is the most important thing, right? I understand that we need to support, we need to contribute, and we need to build them economically. The notion of development is necessary, even with whatever critique is. But we cannot simply take the money and go and invest and building tourism without knowing the politics of it. So this is one of the reasons why I insist that agency is important. People who work there, people who live there, and what sort of a thing, right? And finally, it is a bit difficult to operationalize all these ideas that I have just said, but we have no other way. And I would like to end with a quote. This quote is not my quote. This is a quote from the famous great Russian writer Dostoevsky, and it comes from his brother Karamazov. We are all responsible for everyone else. We are all responsible for everyone else, but I am more responsible than all the others. So that is the spirit of solidarity, and that is the spirit of responsibility that we in the diaspora may follow. Thank you.
we go. Audio. It's on. Yeah. Okay. All right, you can start whenever you want. You can start whenever you want.
Okay, you let me know when I'm supposed to speak, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Should I go ahead? Okay. Okay, very nice to see you all, and thank you so much to the organizers for inviting me to this conference. Even though I'm sitting in Gothenburg, I'm not here in person, but only on the video link. In my experience, the most useful things in conferences tend to be the coffee breaks, actually. That's where you really interact with people. So I'm really sorry to miss out on that, but I'm glad to have the opportunity to use these 15 minutes or so to share some of the findings in my research. And the topic of my speech is the Tamil diaspora and transitional justice. And as a background, I can let you know that I have quite a long engagement with Sri Lanka and the Tamil issue. I came to Sri Lanka the first time in 1992, and I visited Jaffna for the first time in 1995. And since that time, I've been following the situation and engaging with people in Sri Lanka as well as in the diaspora. And I think this conference itself testifies to the fact that the diaspora is very, very engaged and plays an important role in what is happening also in the homeland. So what I've been doing over the last 3 years as a researcher at Gothenburg University in Sweden is that I've had a project on looking at diaspora engagement in transitional justice. So meaning looking at how people who are away from the homeland engage in issues of justice, commemoration, truth-seeking in relation to the atrocities in their homeland. And this is what I will share a little bit about. I'm going to start by talking about more generally about the debate about transitional justice and the role of diasporas in that. And then I will share some ideas and findings from my research that might be relevant for your discussions on Tamil nationhood and justice in the, for Tamils in Sri Lanka and the diaspora. But very first, about transitional justice, this is a term that has become increasingly popular, I think, and it's usually to mean attempts for societies to come to terms with grave human rights abuses in the past. So how do societies continue after mass atrocities? I think transitional justice has become a global norm. It's something that states are expected, like it's expected after a war or a genocide or mass atrocities. There's an expectation that there would be some kind of justice, truth-seeking, commemoration, and so on. There has been, there are quite a number of mechanisms involved here. There are the legal institutions. We have seen recently a growth in legal institutions with, for instance, the International Criminal Court, a number of other courts dealing with this. It's also extremely common nowadays with truth commissions, but also things like museums, memorials to commemorate the past. So all this is part of a package that we could call transitional justice. And some people talk about a memory boom or an obsession with the past, that there is a very, very big interest in talking about the past. Whether others would talk about the need to engage with the past and deal with injustices in the past in order to have a sustainable peace and so on. However, what I see very clearly as a researcher is that this is not only about the past and about understanding objectively what happened in the past. It's also very much about the present and the politics of the present. So very often the past or selective parts of the past is being used. There's not one truth, there are many truths actually. And very often the past is used to achieve goals in the present. So you could say that the contestations around the past and how to tell the story about what happened and how to deal with it, it's often a continuation of the conflict with other means, actually. And what we have seen also in transitional justice is that we have seen more and more different, more diverse actors involved. And here's where diasporas come in as one important actor that are increasingly interested in pushing for justice from afar. And the two former speakers have already talked quite a bit about the concept of diaspora and how to understand diaspora and so on. But I found some researchers, they tend to talk about the diaspora as one actor. However, I think very, very much research shows that diasporas are indeed very, very diverse. There are very many experiences within the diaspora. So within the diaspora, we find survivors of atrocities. We find people who have lost their loved ones. We also find people who have been away from where the atrocities happened, where there's genocide, war, and so on. They have been outside at a relatively safe distance. And in the diaspora, there might also be perpetrators of violence. So it's extremely diverse. And that means that there are various interests also in how to remember and pursue justice within the diasporas. So some are interested in remembering, while others might be more interested in forgetting. So this is where the contestations come in the diaspora also. And there are a number of examples now. I mean, researchers have now started to be interested in looking at how diasporas engage in transitional justice and how they can actually push for justice from the outside. For the case of Rwanda, which I have also studied a bit, there we see very clearly how the diaspora is engaging in helping the Rwandan government in finding the genocide perpetrators. So some of the genocide perpetrators have been hiding in the diaspora in various countries, hiding away from justice, and the diaspora is helping to locate them, and the Rwandan government is pushing to bring them to court in other countries. So using the legal systems of other countries is one important way of engaging with transitional justice from the outside, so to say. And there's a whole debate in academia about legal opportunity structures, looking at what are the different opportunities that open up in different countries because they have different legal systems, and also in the more international courts and so on. We also have examples of diasporas being very involved in truth commissions. In the case of Liberia, the diaspora was also, hearings were also made in the diaspora so that people in the diaspora could share their experiences. In the case of Haiti, the diaspora was actually instrumental in pushing for truth commission to come about in that country. So there are a number, I think there is an increased interest and an increased recognition of the importance of diasporas in pushing for justice and commemoration. And just very briefly about my own project, it's actually been a comparative project where I looked at the Tamil diaspora and its engagement, as well as the case of Rwanda. And those are two very, very different cases, and it's been interesting to compare the Tamil case with the Rwandan because because they shed light on each other in an interesting way. They're very different in the sense that in Rwanda, genocide is widely recognized globally, and the post-genocide government is really pushing for justice and trying to pursue justice and commemoration and truth in relation to the genocide. Whereas in the Sri Lankan case, as we are all very well aware, the atrocities against Tamils have not been officially recognized as genocide, and the the governments in Sri Lanka after the war ended have been very unwilling to take on transitional justice. So there are very, very different power dynamics, and I think that shows how transitional justice, even though we think that there should always be some kind of dealing with the past, there is the power dynamics are absolutely crucial for determining whether there will actually be justice or what will happen. So what I did over the last 3 years is I have been actually hanging around with some diaspora activities that relate to transitional justice, commemoration events like Margaret Arnal and the Genocide Commemoration Week in May, and so on. And I have been conducting interviews with key people in diaspora organizations or people who have been involved in commemoration events or in legal processes in various capacities. So in several countries. For the Tamil diaspora case, I looked at the US, Canada, UK, Sweden, and Switzerland. So I've been following different initiatives and so on. And just some of the things that I've found then. So when you look at the case of Sri Lanka, I think you can see a bit of a change over time in who is seen as the driver of justice here. Because during the Rajapaksa regime, it was extremely, an increasingly authoritarian regime, increasingly militarized, with hardly any space or no space, maybe, to commemorate. So for Tamils in Sri Lanka to commemorate, it was very, very difficult, if not impossible to do it openly. There was no interest in pursuing justice, a very hostile situation. There was a push by the international community to some extent, which resulted in this Lessons Learned and Reconciliation Commission, which was seen as very problematic and flawed by most observers, but which nevertheless provided some relevant recommendations and also gave some space for Tamils, mostly those who where family members have disappeared, to express their concerns and share their stories. In that context, where it was very, very locked, the diaspora actually became a very important actor to provide space for commemoration and to push for justice. And I think, and they could team up also with an international community, because the international community saw the government, the Rajapaksa government, as a bad governance that did not comply with the global norm towards transitional justice and to deal with the past. And I think that the systematic work done by diaspora actors in the UN Human Rights Council, the advocacy work with governments, was quite efficient in trying to push Sri Lanka onto the agenda and keep the international community interested in continuing to push for justice. I think the shift of power in 2015 caused a much more difficult, opened up for, then the Sri Lankan government, by co-sponsoring the resolution 30/1 in the UN Human Rights Council, agreeing to implement transitional justice measures, that created a whole new situation, actually, where the international community, or the human rights and transitional justice minded international community, saw the government as taking positive steps, and then decided to support the government. So here, and then what we saw, of course, was that the government, while promising to do all this, was actually quite reluctant to really do it. And I think that puts the diaspora in a quite difficult position, because the government was now seen as a good government. However, it was not really doing so much. So there was still this need for the diaspora and for the international community to keep up the pressure. And I think the international community still has a big, there's an inclination to want to see Sri Lanka, so they still keep on to the picture of Sri Lanka as a success story in terms of transitional justice, which we know is not really, doesn't go well with the actual reality on the ground, where these mechanisms that they have promised have not been implemented. And when I look at the diaspora and this variety of actors in the diaspora that are acting, I think we see two different reasons or motivations to engage in transitional justice. One is because there is a need for justice for its own sake. There's a need to find out the truth, what happened. There's a need to bring perpetrators to justice. There's a need to provide space for commemoration. However, I think also many diaspora groups would see transitional justice as a step towards other goals, which have to do with Tamil rights and most importantly with self-determination for Tamils. And I think here is where the importance of genocide recognition comes in. And I think Sutta already talked about that in his presentation, that if the atrocities against Tamils are recognized as genocide, that would have implications for how the international community would act and what the solution would be, and that would give Tamils their homeland. It is home. And I also see different positions taken by Tamil groups. There are those who have engaged with the transitional justice process in Sri Lanka, those who are engaged with the TNA and with the Sri Lankan government. There are others who say that, well, we want to criticize, we want to engage to give our view, but we want to criticize the problems with the process. And then there are yet others who say this is not, this is totally flawed and this is just deception. So we should not be working with transitional justice at all because it's just deviating the attention from other more important issues. And I think that this diversity, I come across many people who I've met in the Tamil diaspora are worried about the fact that there is a lot of fragmentation. There are many different organizations that might have slightly different agendas and so on. From the point of view of a researcher looking into social movements and activism and so on, I don't think diversity necessarily is a problem. I think having this fragmentation can sometimes be a strength to show that there are many different voices actually within the Tamil diaspora. I want to say something about commemoration. As I said, there has been a lack of space to mourn in Sri Lanka and to remember those who died in the struggle, both civilians and fighters. I think the latest example that I just read of is the ban on building a memorial in Jaffna University. And as I see it, the diaspora events, particularly around Mavirad Nal in November, provides really an important space for people. And I think this space is important for individuals. It's important for individuals because many, many people have lost their loved ones, and it's important to have a space to mourn. And especially having somewhere to go, having a grave to go to put flowers or to remember your loved one is very important after loss. But in the diaspora, people tend to be away. You might not be able to go back and so on. So creating these temporary spaces for mourning, I think is quite important. But it's also quite important as a collective endeavor. This conference talks about rebuilding the Tamil nation. And in nation building, the past is essential, I would say. The shared identity of the nation is very much built around the past. And this is a two-way process, as I see it. There's one part that is elite-based nation building, where the narrative of the past is governed or created from above. What is to be remembered and what is to be forgotten is decided by leaders. But then there's the from below element, where ordinary people, they have their own memories and they choose, which they want to remember, and which might or might not link up with the official story. So often this nation building from below simplifies the story, and those who are forgotten, those stories that are forgotten, often cause a lot of frustration, and this can lead to a creation of like counter movements or counter monuments and alternative ways of talking about the past. And as I see it, and what has happened in Sri Lanka is that, well, the dominant story of the past, which the Sri Lankan government is pursuing, saying that, well, it was a terrorist problem and now it's solved and there's no problem, that is totally ignoring and silencing the Tamil experiences, the Tamil views of the past, and grievances and losses. But I would also, and here I think that this counter space that is created in the diaspora is very important. I would encourage you to discuss also how you make it possible for many voices to be heard also when discussing the past of the Tamils in the diaspora. For instance, like who are the lives lost that are worth remembering and which are forgotten? For instance, there's a tendency to talk very much about the end phase of the war and the people who were killed then, and to pursue justice and remembrance for those, while maybe ignoring people who have been lost in earlier phases of the war. There's a tendency, of course, to focus on the Sri Lankan government as the perpetrator for obvious reasons, but there are also other perpetrators and other victims. And I think it could be important to also see too that there is a possibility for diversity. I see in the case of Rwanda a lot of frustration among people who have lost their loved ones, but not in the genocide, and those stories are sort of not allowed. So there are many stories that are not allowed. So I think that's an important part to discuss, like what does the narrative of the past look like. I think I'm running out of time almost. I just want to quickly highlight the importance of collection of evidence. I think that the diaspora has played a tremendous role collecting evidence. Some of this evidence has come out, with the Channel 4 documentaries, for instance, where the diaspora certainly played a role. I think one thing I would like to say that there we have also had a diversity of organizations involved in interviewing survivors and collecting evidence. Here, I think it would be very good with some coordination, because seeking justice is a long-term process, and I'm thinking that, if you see what's happening in Cambodia, Rwanda, it's only decades after the atrocities that actually justice is happening, and it's really, really important then to actually preserve this evidence and to have an organized and coordinated way of dealing with this evidence, because it might be useful later on. And then I think there are many, there have been some very interesting efforts in the diaspora to try to bring court cases in the US, in Europe, against perpetrators in Sri Lanka. I think, the Jayasuriya case in Brazil is the latest example of this. There are other cases where the diaspora has been more involved. I see these as very creative efforts of making use of these legal opportunity structures and trying to find ways. And I'm aware that they have not been very successful in terms of actually leading to convictions. However, I think that even if they don't lead to success in that sense, they are part of shaping the narrative. They are part of pushing the issue onto the agenda. So I think that's a very interesting initiative. Just to end, I'd like to say that as I see transitional justice, there's not one system. It's not like one rule saying this is genocide, this is not genocide, or this is exactly what you need to do that everyone follows. It's very, very governed by power politics. Who is in power globally? What's their global power interests? What are the national power interests? And so on. However, I think that that must be frustrating, of course. But I think it also means that in every spaces that you struggle to push for your narrative to come through, or to push for justice, that is part of like pushing the whole thing forward. So even if it's like a small thing, like having genocide against the Tamils recognized by Markham City Council, that's a small step, but there are many cases where you can fight for transitional justice, like in legal ways, but also in terms of remembrance and getting the story out, so to say. I think one problem, and this is my last point maybe, is that there's a need to manage expectations. I think once you start engaging in court cases in UN Human Rights Council or anything, there are quite big expectations being created among Tamils, and maybe particularly among victims or survivors, that something would actually happen. And there's a great frustration when it doesn't happen. So I think there's a balance here where you have to make use of the opportunities that open up through transitional justice, because I think transitional justice is a useful frame. It's a useful way of framing a struggle today, because it's more accepted and legitimate than a struggle for a separate state currently. And I think it could be, it's useful to frame the Tamil struggle in those terms. But there's also this need of managing the expectations and just continuing to go for maybe the small victories, even if you cannot get to the big victories. Okay, but I'll end there, and thank you very much for listening.
Let's finish that and ask her whether she wants that. Okay. I didn't go.
Okay, last panel paper. Apologies. Many of you are probably very tired. It's kind of red-eye shift. This presentation is based on a paper that Sudha and I are working on. It's a project, actually, we're working on. It's entitled From the Margins to the Centre, International Relations and the Return of Nationalism. And I think it resonates very well with what Sudha and Sharon were saying. Because it's really about, they were talking about the way diaspora are kind of demonized. And in a sense, I'm also going to talk about the way that nationalism has also come to be demonized within some international relations approaches. And that actually this is because of the very statist, territorialized way in which nationalism is understood across a whole range of IR approaches. So I'm coming at nationalism as a kind of social order, as I did this morning, but I'm coming at it also from the other end. What I want to also think about is what this means for Tamil nationalism, because this morning I looked at Sinhala nationalism. There's a critique and understanding of Sinhala nationalism's role in subjugation, violence, genocide, etc. But I also want to think a little bit about what this means for nationalism as a political project in the current moment, because this is also a critique of the way that nationalism is understood in mainstream thought. What is it then that is the problem with the way that nationalism is understood in international relations. I'm going to start really with an understanding of liberalism, okay, and globalization theory. But what I'm really saying is that nationalism is understood to be aligned to Westphalian, statist, territorial framework. It's seen to be the form of identity that is connected to that framework. Okay, and globalization theory, as a quite intense kind of version of a liberal cosmopolitan project, actually sees globalization and nationalism as at odds with one another. Globalization is about producing kind of interconnections across political, social space. Nationalism is seen as this thing that is connected to the territorial Westphalian state. Globalization begins to interrupt the Westphalian state system according to globalization theory. And it begins to also fragment forms of identity to take us beyond nationalism according to that framework. Okay, I'll come to why this is a problematic way of thinking about the relationship between nationalism and globalization shortly. But it's worth thinking, because globalization theory is saying that we're going beyond the kind of nation-state model. We're looking at polycentric governance, we're looking at the breaking up of these forms of identity, but globalization theory accepts the Westphalian model as the historical